And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 15. We are 5 days away from the conclusion of the fall season. The points have been accumulating since day one. If the teams aren't happy with where they currently are, they've only got 5 more days to get where they need to be. And of course, that's been the conversation going from the start, and that's been top 5 for PMGC. Who will lock it in? That's the question. Will we get a North American team at PMGC? Well, we are a long way from that answer. A lot of points need to be gained today. But either way, it's going to be a fun day, right? 6 wonderful maps coming your way, and you're in for a wild ride. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by 7. It's going to be a wonderful day, and 7, you brought out the flowers for good old North America today.
I had to, man. I wasn't going to, and I told you this story is my daughter's birthday tomorrow. I was like, you know what, baby, you pick the shirt that you want me to wear, and she picked, of course, flowers and a pink shirt. So
I like
you can't see the pink right now, but it's pink. It's pretty. I like it.
I see the pink. I can see some pink in those petals, man. It looks nice. I like it. And Hot Jukes, I tell you what, I should have went with the jean jacket today. I was thinking about it, and we would have been twins.
Dude, you're looking bad to the bone, though, baby. You got that leather on. You're ready to go here for Group D. Oh, man.
Yes.
Well, Alpha7, wear a similar jacket. That is my question.
A leather jacket or a jean jacket?
Both. That's
Both
right.
at the same time.
Half and half.
Half and half. Might be a little too warm over there in Sao Paulo. Might be
Yeah.
too warm being the champions. They're on a hot streak. They are looking great. Critical at the start, but now I'm starting to become a believer. But 2 teams that I'm struggling to believe in, though, and I really am, is Team Liquid and Team Queso. These 2 teams, man, 7. I've been watching them. You've been watching them. Team Liquid's been great, you know, at least off of week 1 and 2. Now, week 3, I don't know where they've been, brother, and Team Queso on their bonus points day, it was abysmal.
I did say this week I was going to start being a little bit tougher on some teams. And
That's
that was
right,
just like a quick little disclaimer, right? Man, these teams have been absolutely awful, especially for Team Liquid. Where has this team been? It's right. By the way, just based on yesterday for Team Liquid, right? Week 1, they got 68 bonus points. Week 2, 57 bonus points. Yesterday, a solid 17. What is that?
Solid.
For Team Liquid.
Solid.
What happened
Solid.
there? Especially when you're truly in second place and you needed to be able to pass up Alpha7. It's not just the Team Liquid that we've been seeing, and it has to do with a lot of, as they were saying at the beginning of the week, unlucky stuff. It's not really unlucky. That's just their play style. I feel like a lot of teams have been able to adjust to what they usually do, and that's why they're currently in second place.
Yeah, but, you know, second place isn't a bad place to be, Hot Jukes. Despite a really, really bad week number 3, the good news is from week 1 and 2, they did their homework and they put in the work to lead by over 100 points, and therefore they maintained their position within top 5 as well as top 2. But, I mean, this is the final day, right, of this week, and obviously next week, things can change dramatically. Team Liquid is not out of the woodworks just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but man, yeah, second place is not so bad. But I'll tell you what, it's really bad when the first place team has not played 6 bonus points days yet. That's how crazy this is, right? So they're going to have 6 more games to double up on you. I mean, Team Liquid, we could see in 3rd, 4th place after today. That's how bad it's been.
Yeah, well, you know, it's weird. You go back to spring season 7, and Alpha7 Team Liquid are both in number 1 and number 2 spots. And then it was the race from 3 and 4 because that was for Esports World Cup. But the gap between 1st and 2nd was too large. Just it wasn't even playable for it. This time around, though, it is obtainable for a number of different rosters.
Yeah, I think this time we have a chance that all top 4 currently that we're looking on the screen, even top 5, if Team Queso decides to wake up maybe next week, they're in their bonus points and just give us some consistency. Any of those teams could actually end up finishing in first place. Alpha7, you know what? Alpha7 has been able to overtake that first place. They've been able to maintain that first place throughout the week. Now, for their bonus point day, are we going to be seeing some of the stuff that we've been seeing out of them in the past, which have been 53 points, 62 points? Or could it be a fluke for Alpha7? I feel like a lot of questions will be answered today, especially for a team that's in first place. Usually people tend to count them out, but now that they are the PMWC champions, can they just continue on that roll? Do they have that clutch factor to just not lose that throne that they currently hold?
Well, Chad, I want you to take a good look at this top 8 and specifically top 7. But before we do at least get into that deeper conversation, let's take a look at page 2 and start to get real with our other 2 D group rosters. We're talking about NRG and 9Z. Now, Hot Juice. NRG's been looking pretty good recently, and I've been very, very happy with their aggression, but one thing that they have struggled with is getting into those late zones and getting the placement points. Now, for 9Z, they showed great promise yesterday. I think they had a great day. In fact, even getting a winner-winner chicken dinner on Miramar, map number 5 with 8 eliminations. Both of these rosters have a long way to go in order to break into top 5 or potentially top 7.
For sure. I mean, in order for it to be possible, they have to go crazy today. I mean, there are the only 2 teams on this side of the page that still have 2 bonus points days left, right? Today and next week. The good thing is that, you know, they are going to be in Group D, so they'll have next Sunday, right, to know exactly how many points they need. But if they don't get it done today, there's going to be way too many points that it's going to be absolutely impossible. So, I mean, hopefully we see NRG and 9Z wake up. They have stacked rosters here, 7.
Oh, they definitely do. I mean, for NRG, I need to start seeing a little bit more of them, but we'll get a chance to talk about them in a bit. Something that we do have to start pointing out, though, is those PMGC points, Taylor, because that is something that's currently on the line as you're currently seeing them on the screen. I mean, Alpha7 leading Brazil. That one's very close. That one, I feel like it's going to come down to Sunday. But one that we really need to focus on is going to be North America for X Factor. I mean, we were talking about how NRG needs to be that team today to just take full advantage of their bonus points. But X Factor has been able to close the lead at least week by 40 points into Inco Gaming. They need more consistency. These teams have not been able to show that. And the reason why we're showing this PMGC bonus points is because if Alpha7 and Team Liquid, whoever ends up taking those, if they end up being in the top 5, then it's not going to be just top 5. It's going to be top 6, right? For Team Queso, there's absolutely no way that All Glory Gaming ends up passing them. So if they end up in the top 5 and Alpha7 or Team Liquid, whoever it is there for Brazil, ends up in the top 5 as well, then it's not just going to be the top 5, it's going to end up moving to the top 7. So for teams like NRG, this is why we're kind of stressing a little bit more of how they're going to perform today, because this team needs those points and they need to clutch up in a massive way if they even want to get a chance at qualifying, if any of these teams end up qualifying via PMGC points.
Okay, so this changes things, Hot Juice. So now we've been focused on top 5, where we should be potentially focused on top 7 because of Team Queso and Alpha7. So now with 2 additional spots open, that opens up the door for Loops, for Furia, right? Vicious, potentially AGG if they get their act together, and obviously for our good old North American rosters, X Factor and NRG. It's still a long climb to get the top 7, but now with 2 potential additional slots, I think the other teams who are just on the cusp, Hot Jukes, they're going to be hungry today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to help out for sure. Personally, I mean, I wouldn't be too happy at the fact that we snuck on by this way, right? I think top 5 should definitely still be the goal, but I mean, we kind of talked about it yesterday, right? A win's a win, right? If you get the ticket to PMGC, how you got it doesn't matter as long as you perform there, right? So I want to see these squads preparing for that next stage. I want to see so much improvement that if we see a team like All Glory Gaming just sneak on into PMGC, that I can be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, they snuck in, but come PMGC, we're going to see a new roster that's going to really, perform for the Americas region.
Yeah, either way, like you said, no matter how you get there, as long as you're there, you can make an impact, and that's the goal. And that's been the goal. For a lot of these rosters, they've improved. They really have. They've had their struggles, maybe their hiccups, but I think throughout the weeks, consistently, especially for the current top 5, top 7, the teams have been getting better and better each and every week. And that's the main goal of the fall season, outside of just obviously qualifying for PMGC and the life-changing money potentially, right? But I like it. 7 slots. It's exciting. It really is. Now, for Group D, though, right? This is their third double points day. We've got some heavy hitters. Alpha7, 9Z, NRG, and Twisted Minds. My eyes are on Alpha7 naturally and Twisted Minds, who have just been absolutely spectacular. But for me, though, I've also got to pay attention to NRG. They're representing North America 7. This is quite literally a make it or break it day for them, as well as potentially X Factor going into Monday.
Yeah, you can currently see their stats here for this roster in comparison to what X Factor has been able to do for this week 3. And it's not looking good, man, especially for NRG. Luckily for NRG, based on what they were able to do last Sunday, they were able to pop off. They ended up with 57 bonus points. I'm hoping we see those likes of NRG again. We're talking about how Fate was fragging out in such a big way for that team. Week 2, he ended up with 47 eliminations. This week so far, he has 21. One player that I do have to call out that I feel like if NRG needs to be able to just improve, it's not going to be Fate. Fate currently has 21, and I feel like it has to do a lot with just the whole roster. I want to see a little bit more of 24K because 24K, he was able to put up 37 eliminations last week, and he's able to clutch up for his team in a big, big way at times. Right now, he has 12. So for this team, for NRG to even have a chance to try to push for the top 7, if some of the teams do end up qualifying via the PMGC points, everybody needs to show up for this squad. Spec, we've heard of him already. We heard him mention how being the IGL has taken a bit of a hit on his performance. So far this week, his actually performance is up to par with what he was able to do week 2. I feel like it has to do with other players like Casper, like 24K. It can't just be Fate and Spec.
But I don't doubt their eliminations. I don't. But what I do doubt is, again, their ability to get into the late zones and get placement points. Hot Jukes, looking at that graphics, haven't broken down very well, but also with an average of 10th placing. That's not good enough to break into top 5, let alone top 7.
Yeah, no, it's not. And it's just because of how their team fights have been going out. They've been getting a lot of early engagements trying to soak up those points, and they win that fight a lot of the times, but then they get third-partied immediately after. I will agree with 7, though. We need to see a lot more from 24K. The reason why is because he's that off-angle specialist for that team, and there's so many times where I see him 10 steps back too far, where the rest of his team gets into an engagement, and by the time he even gets there to help, it's already too late, right? So I hope they tighten that up. And it's so crazy because, 10 steps, that's like a 1 second difference. But at this level, that 1 second difference means everything.
1 second can make a difference. It absolutely can, especially if a nade's coming to blow you up. And nade usage has been incredible recently, which it typically is when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Now, there is another roster within Group D that we're watching out for. Naturally, that has to be Federal, but we'll obviously talk about him just a second. From what I'm hearing, though, we do have some interviews that are coming through. Who did we have a chance to see Sarpatch talk to? Let's find out.
All right, guys, here we're with J7 coach. J7 coach, double points day. What's the plan?
Just to play like we've always been playing. Bit of a rough week, but double points is what really matters. So we got to give it everything today, and then rest for the 2 days after.
Having a good day the day before double points day doesn't guarantee a good day. Team Queso yesterday, I don't want to remember it, but so we're good. I mean, yesterday wasn't good, but today we can change it up. How's the mentality with the players?
Every day is a new day, so today, especially being double points, and the last day of the week, so we got to give it everything. So that's the mindset I want them to take, even after if they have a bad game, just to regroup. Every game counts today, so just give it everything.
All right, we're about to start. The players are ready. Everybody's ready. Let's go.
There it is. Big J7. Love seeing him on the screen. Sarpatch talking to him, getting the most out of those interviews. And obviously, what is the big question? What are you doing for your bonus points day? We're giving it our all. We need to make sure our gas pedal is all the way down. No brakes today. We need to full send it. 7. They've got, come on. They've got to full send it, bro. They are, I believe, 207 points away from breaking into top 5. It's a little bit less for top 7, but that is a mountain to climb, brother.
Yeah, I need to see a mimic of what they were able to do last week with 57 bonus points.
Okay.
Hear me out. Let's not go for 50. Let's be a little bit greedy here. All right, NRG,
okay.
Because you need to be a little bit greedy if you even want to have a slight chance. Top 5 for me in my head, as you were mentioning, they're just so far away from top 5 that it's going to be a given that they're not even going to qualify through that. And it is going to suck that they're going to have to qualify just based on what the other teams do in regards to PMGC points and hope that those teams from Brazil and LATAM, especially Team Queso, stay within that top 5. That way they'll get those other spots there towards the bottom.
All right.
Because that is the only chance that they'll get. But they need to pop off performances, honestly. They need Fate to be able to do what he was able to do last Sunday with I think he ended up with most eliminations at something along the lines of 17 last Sunday, which is insane for what he was able to do in the past. A great improvement. I'm just hoping that fire for that team is there and that they actually see the potential of how important today is, of how important this bonus point is for them.
Well, J7 made it apparent. I mean, right? They're viewing today as a very important day. They want to go all out, and I think that's the first time we've really seen a player, a coach, just a representative, regardless of the team, just say how important bonus points is. Because normally it's like, oh, well, we'll continue to do our same game plan. We'll continue to do what we've been doing. But, NRG respects Hot Jukes that, look, today is the day. Bonus points, it only happens 4 times throughout the fall season. There's 20 days, but there's only 4 days for bonus points, right? So I like that J7, NRG, they understand today is not a regular day. It's not a normal day. It's not a day just to continue business as usual. Today is the day to capitalize on bonus points and make an impact in that 200-point deficit they have throughout top 5.
Yes, sir. I mean, here's hearing that, it's like music to my ears. I want to see them adjust strategies accordingly as well, right? Because now they recognize, how important bonus point days are. He didn't say we're going to do just the same old, and they can't afford to at this point. Like, if there's an option to where they could, get a second place performance with like 3 eliminations versus taking a big risk and possibly getting the chicken dinner with 15 eliminations, you have to take that risk at this point, right? If you're that far down on the leaderboards, you got to play aggressive. You got to go crazy. Like Seven said, they did 57 points in a bonus day that we saw a little bit earlier. I think that should be their bare minimum, right? That should be the floor of what they're looking to do here today.
Yeah,
and that's still a lot.
It's a lot. Dude, it's a lot, man. But I like Seven saying get greedy, man. And I like what you said. If there's a difference between getting a winner chicken dinner and getting 3rd place and playing passive, no, you go for the winner chicken dinner. You're not in a luxurious position where you're already top 5, and you know that getting an additional safety net of maybe 5 additional points is the way to go, right? Because you're already top 5 and you're secure in your placing. You've got to risk it all. You're 207 points away from top 5, maybe 160, 180 away from top 7, which, that's still a maybe at this point, right? So you've got to risk it all. Today is not the day to play it safe. Go all out, risk it for the biscuit because you're hungry, baby. And one player I do want to bring up on a special team competing today in Group D is Twisted Minds, and of course it has to be Federal. Federal's been on fire. This has been his week. In fact, he's had one of the best weeks he's ever had throughout the fall season, and the stats absolutely reflect that. For Federal yesterday, Hot Jukes, he was on fire. He was the elimination leader. I believe finished off with 17, maybe even a little bit more. When we think about Twisted Minds, we think about a historic organization, an organization that is in PMSL, an organization that needs to be respected well. And for Twisted Minds, they did exactly that yesterday. 2nd place on Miramar, 1st place on Erangel, 2nd place on Miramar again, 3rd place on Erangel just before that. They had four top 3s. Here's his stats. This is your playmaker on bonus points, Hot Jukes.
That is ridiculous. 46 eliminations. That is insane. And it's at the right time, too, because it is mind-blowing that they are above Team Queso still. Like, they are still above them, and we're going to see their bonus points here right now. Let's go.
Let's get it going. Game number 1. We're hopping into Erangel. Let's see how Group D's bonus points is going to go. Alpha7 looking to gain even more of a lead from 1st place. Twisted Minds looking to catch up to Team Liquid and Alpha7 themselves. And NRG and 9Z looking to break into top 7. Let's see how it unfolds. Hot Juke 7, take it away.
Let's get it going here. And you can see we got a nice southern playing path to start this one out. That's going to be nice for Team Liquid. Everybody else is going to have a fun time on rotation here, 7.
Yeah, I was just giggling to myself looking at those stats there from Federal. I was like, I remember a couple of weeks back when they were just benching him and switching him out for certain maps and stuff. And I was just like, why? Why would you get a player on the loan of that caliber and just switching out stuff? Just let the man cook. And boy, has he been cooking this with those stats, which is insane. Like earlier, I talked about the stats that Fate was able to do. 47 eliminations, what Fate was able to do in week 2. That was for all the 5 days. For Federal to come in and already have 40 plus and still have a full day, and on top of that is going to be their bonus points. Oh, we could be seeing there at a challenge for what Colgo was able to do, I think, in week 1 or week 2 with just an insane amount of eliminations. I think it was over 60. Ooh.
Whew, over 60 is insane. And, you know, speaking of insane, too, we got a nice little circle here. We've seen this circle quite a bit, as a matter of fact. We saw it a lot yesterday. NRG are in Primorsk because of how south this plane path is. But I'm expecting them to go ahead and take that road all the way up, maybe even to Stalber. So that could be super beneficial. Alpha7 dropping for some vehicles. Mafioso couldn't find one here. He's going to have to do it on foot.
All I know is Mafioso, just, you know, make sure you stay alive. Your team needs you to stay alive for today, because, boy, they could just create an insane gap to Team Liquid, and that's something that I want to be able to see. Coming into the last couple of Sundays for week 1 and week 2, we have seen like a point gap of Alpha7 trying to close down on Team Liquid. Is usually like about somewhere in regards to like 100 points. Now, at the end of 5 days, at the end of today, if Alpha7 does end up playing well and if Team Liquid continue to play the awful way that they have been playing for this whole week, we could see a 100-point gap, but in Alpha7's favor, and I'm sure they wouldn't hate that at all, Dukes.
That is correct. Yeah, I think they'll be very excited if they're able to hit that mark. But, you know, it's going to be pretty difficult because every single time we get at this stage 7, we see teams start adjusting strategies, right? We see squads at the bottom that realize, like, there's no mathematical chance of us getting top 5. Let's just have fun with this, right? And that could disrupt the lobby quite a bit. So we're going to see what happens. Yeah, we've seen it happen plenty of times. And not to mention, you got teams on top that are going to be just scavenging for points. So it's going to be more difficult to rotate into circles. Yeah, we'll have to see. These teams at the middle are going to have to fight tooth and nail to get any point they can get.
All I'm looking at is some of those teams that you're talking about, especially towards the bottom. Intense game. I mean, an NA team, we have seen NA be a little bit toxic there when we end up getting into final weeks of tournaments like this. So, you know what? Intense game. You're definitely not going to be making it to PMGC Elite Stage. So might as well just try to farm those clips, baby. Try to get those highlights for your Twitter or for whatever it is platform that you end up using. Just make sure you use the hashtag PMSL Americas. Thank you very much.
That's right. Use that hashtag, please, and thank you. If you don't, and I see you, I'm tagging you. I'm tagging you with a frowny face. And you don't want that. Oh, you do not want that.
Leading into the final week here, I'm hoping that we start seeing a little bit more form out of this team. That's why I was actually a bit disappointed of the performance that Team Liquid has been able to put up. Because this team, I mean, coming into first place this week, they were looking so good. At times, in my eyes, I felt like, and we have seen this in the past too, Jukes, you have been to the international events. They get away with stuff in Americas where they just don't end up getting away with it when we actually go to international events. And I feel like that started to happen here this week. They were expecting teams to treat them a certain way. They were expecting teams to not be as aggressive. Teams have been aggressive. This team, for Team Liquid, they have, at least from what I've been able to notice from all the games that they have played this week so far, they keep losing players very early on, or sometimes they're just too focused to get into the center of that circle, which they're great at. But I feel like sometimes they're just pushing it and they're finally starting to run out of luck.
Yeah, it's been hard, especially if they don't get zone. Them having to fight their way in, it's so brutal at this stage. I mean, we see some certain teams fight like early on, like zone 3. And I think I've seen 6 teams crash the same compound, like back to back to back. That's just craziness. So, I mean, imagine you're the 3rd team in. You're still getting, you know, crashed on by 3 other squads. The chances of surviving that are so slim.
Yeah, even based on day 1 of this week, that team, to be fair with them, they were getting unlucky in regards to like the hard shift of some of the circles that we got a chance to see. But the thing is that Alpha7 was very close in certain positions at times with them, but they were able to adjust. They were able to adjust to that outside, just circle edge playing style, and that's what I want to see a little bit out of Team Liquid, because performances like this is why people end up questioning how they're going to end up performing when they go to PMGC Elite Stage, because we don't know. There's that big question mark factor for the team. Can they adjust to what the lobby is giving them? And so far, it feels like a lot of the other teams have been able to adjust, and they're just currently struggling with that. But Influence Rage, a team that it has been able to adjust, they're currently at 741 points, 24 points away from, actually a little bit more than 24 points away from what Alpha7 is at. But this team, I mean, they've been able to stay consistent. They're looking like a team that's definitely going to be going to PMGC Elite Stage. And we're talking about it with Taylor there at the start of the show. any of the top 5 teams, if they just start being consistency, if they take advantage of some of the other teams starting to be a little bit more consistency, like we have seen at Team Liquid, we could see some changes there in regards to first place as well.
Cardosin trying to be able to get that knock on the Law, not able to do so. Yeah, Influence Rage's performance here has been insane. I mean, look at that. They're only 13 points away from Team Liquid. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see them in the PMGC League stage, no doubt. And they deserve to be there. I mean, this squad has just been working tirelessly. The consistency from them is impressive. But you know what? I will say, I got to be more impressed by Team Queso lately, bro. These guys, I mean, we hadn't talked about them in so long, right, Seven? And then now they just show up here. Cold Goat comes out of nowhere. And he's like, no, I'm going to outfrag everybody.
How good is he looking this season?
Crazy.
How is he looking in the PMSL America's Fall Split? Because that man has been putting up performances. I mean, so far this week, he's up to 44 ilms. The next person, Milos, in the squad, is at 29. They're not even passing 30 yet, so you can see a big gap. I mean, he is currently the main fragger for that squad, and he was the MVP on week 1 as well. But just, I feel like what really stands out for me is not just the amount of fragging, the clutch factor that the player has in a big way has been able to showcase massively during this PMSL. He's been able to clutch situations where there's 2v1. He's been able to win matches for his team as well, or at least help the rest of his squad to position themselves by just drawing so much attention to himself. And honestly, if he continues like this and Team Queso continues on that inconsistent performances going on next year, I'll be scared for Team Queso because somebody else might try to snipe them away from you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, he's earned his respect in this lobby. Next zone does go south. That's actually not a bad shift there for Team Queso. A really good shift for Team Liquid, as a matter of fact. And, you know, it's so crazy that Team Queso is in 5th place right now, considering that they're 24 points away from Influence Rage in the total leaderboards, right? But there's a 56-point difference in between those two teams when it comes to bonus points. That is how bad Team Queso has been performing when it comes to bonus points days. But it doesn't matter because their consistency every other day has kept them in the right spot.
Imagine if they were just a little bit consistent on their bonus day.
Oh my goodness. They would be in first
22
place.
Points.
They would be in first place. Not even kidding.
Honestly, I don't doubt it. I'm with you on that. I would actually agree with that.
56 bonus point difference between them and Influence Rage. So you'd have to double that if they tied with Influence Rage and bonus points, right? So that means that would be a 112 point difference. These guys would be in first place by over 50 points right now.
And the crazy part is they're currently the only team in the top 5 too that aren't even at 100 bonus points. They're currently sitting at, what is it, 87? So yeah, that team just needs to, especially coming into this new week, because right now obviously they already finished their bonus points yesterday where they're only able to achieve just 22, kind of mirror what they were able to do in week 1. But coming into the next one, if they want to be able to at least move up on the leaderboard, stay kind of secure themselves a little bit more too within those top 5, I feel like that team, we need to start seeing it. We need to start seeing some of these teams that are going to be going to PMGC League stage. I want to see that. I don't want to get picked on, Dukes. That's what it comes down to.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean, me neither. No, sir.
I don't want to be like, man, where's all this America's team you guys were hyping? I was like, hear me out. They let us down.
Hey, you know what? Shout out to Alpha7 hooking us up with that extra slot. You know what I'm saying? We'll take that all day long. And the good thing is that, yeah, you know what? We're definitely going crazy as a region right now. And, you know, the PMGC League stage, having that extra slot means another team gets the opportunity to experience that level of play and level up as time goes on here. So I only expect big things from these rosters that we're seeing right now.
Oh, no shot, Twisted Minds right now. Gizao is trying to do that trap, right? The gas can in the middle of the road, trying to see if a car's going to pass by, blow it up. Nah, yo, what am I watching right now? That's the stuff that I usually like to do when I'm trolling. Imagine if he was able to pull this off at PMSL Americas. A little bit slow of a start here. I feel like some teams are starting to slow it down. Usually by this point, we end up having so many more fights. But I feel like a lot of the other teams are starting to realize, hey, okay, this is final week. This is leading to the final week. This is when we need to start actually playing more of the strats that maybe we've been hiding as Revo. That tire gets popped off. And that's usually what you want to aim if you see anybody with those buggies. Just aim for the tires. It's going to make them spin.
2-3 shots to the tire, and they're spinned out. And easy finishes. Next zone goes on down to the south side. Another good shift there for Team Liquid. No excuses when it comes to circles for this game here, Seven.
Yeah, no excuses at all. They're currently, you know what? I'll give them one excuse. They're not smack down the middle of the circle, which is usually what they're really able to excel at. But the thing that they are currently working for them is nobody try to bridge camp them, which we have seen in the past. On top of that, they still have all their 4 players alive. I'm just hoping that 3-1 split that they usually like to do, they're able to adjust it if a team ends up crashing them, because sometimes they just get caught with those pens down and they don't have any idea what just happened, and then all of a sudden they end up losing 1 player.
Ugh, hate to see it here. Sometimes with these rotations, you can see people, one little car crash into a tree now. Oh, those little mistakes can cost you so big time, but they're lucky to get away with that one.
They were super lucky there to get away with that one. NRG has already 1 elimination going their way. That is good for this team. Let's see, where is this team currently? Okay, they're outside of the circle as well. They're very close to Alpha7. So hopefully this is a team that is able to play edge. They are able to adjust, but I want to see this team, NRG, please start putting themselves in top 5 situations with all 4 alive. We've seen it in the past. We saw it last weekend, and it was absolutely beautiful. And that's when they were able to kind of clutch up those 57 points. As earlier, we're talking about Colgoat. Is he going to be able to hit that grenade? Oh, a little bit too off there, as VIP is trying to match him with some nades as well.
Let's see, there's a little party over here at Farm right now. You got Twisted Minds right across the hill. Team Queso trying to spread out, but VIP is here as well. Yeah, so I think all 3 of these teams, I mean, this is in zone. They shouldn't want to be battling each other right now. Yeah,
I think Twisted Minds is going to be waiting, seeing what's going to happen here between this VIP. And the thing is, like, they're so close that a third party is definitely on the table.
Look at the
for
top
Twisted
left.
Minds.
Look at the top left of the map, though. NRG are on Potato Hill, and Alpha7 is on their way. That's going to be an interesting battle that should ring out any second now. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Twisted Minds. They should be just big chilling here. No reason to push when they're still in zone. But they definitely need to be in that planning phase in the next few seconds. One thing with NRG, let me ask you this, 7. If you could write a list of 3 things you'd want to see different from NRG, and it would automatically happen after this fight, I want to know. Not this.
Not this. Don't get into a fight with Alpha7. Oh! And if you do get into a fight, just be careful. Make sure you end up trading, because right now it's not looking good. They were able to knock 2 players down there from Alpha7. Alpha7 more than likely is going to be able to recover 1, as that is going to be it for Casper. Oh, actually, you know what? Alpha7 saying, yeah, I'm going to focus a little bit more on the other players. I'm going to be focusing on my player, seeing to be able to revive him. But for NRG, what I would actually focus on is just mostly that late circle. This team, we know they have the fragging power. First. If they're able to get that late circle, oh boy.
Got it. So number 1, don't go out first. Right?
Yep.
What else?
Late circles, please.
Late circles. Gotcha. That works. You know, I think when it comes to one thing that I see they struggle with a lot is they end up fighting in a lot of 1v1 situations. I want to see them do a little bit more team fighting, you know, and try to use that number advantage just a little bit better. Hopefully we can see that work out for them. First game's going to be tough, but we still see Alpha7, 4 eliminations, and this is their double points day.
Hey, they're looking to make that gap, man, and I'm all for it. Alpha7, you're currently definitely outside of the news circle. You're going to have to end up fighting some of the other teams to get your way inside, but if there was ever a team to kind of count on, this is the team we want to see. And something that I'm actually enjoying here out of seeing on this screen is McGrellin was the one that was able to get at least 3 eliminations out of that team. That's been a player that's been a bit inconsistent in regards to being able to frag out for his team. He has been able to clutch up in a big way for him at times, but I just want to see a little bit more out of him, especially leading up to PMGC League Stage. This final week, I just want to see Alpha7 on their true form, going into League Stage and looking like the PMWC champions that they currently are.
Yep. Let's see if that's what we're going to see. I mean, we're already starting to see a big difference from the squad. I mean, they're holding first down pretty well here. I mean, they could end it with like a 150-point lead. That's how crazy we could see this leaderboard change at the end of the day. Just in my Obscure backing it up. Getting ready to push into this next zone.
Look how much slower just the pace of this. There you go. Latin Kings ends up getting eliminated with 0 eliminations, but going into what, stage 5 almost, and we still have 14 teams alive. There you go. We got Alpha7 versus the Vicious. This is going to be an important fight. Remember, we're talking about those top 7 for some of these teams. The Vicious is one of those teams that needs to get closer to that top 7 as they're currently in 8th place.
Grelin prioritizing the zone right there. Mafioso with that mini puts in work. As soon as blue zone crosses, they're going to go ahead on the rotate. But you can see how aggressive Alpha7 is here. They're looking to soak up some big points here. Uh-oh. Driving by Loops. Carrillo out the vehicle. Popping some shots off at him. Looks like they're ready to take this fight.
They are looking to get that fight, but they need to be careful not to end up getting third party there by some of the other players. You still have the Vicious behind you. On top of that, you had some of the Loops Esports players being able to jump off their vehicles and try to get into a fight there with them. Furia, this is a team I know we're looking to get a little bit more out of. Their bonus point day this week wasn't the best. 30 points, not what you want to see, especially from a team that's currently within that 7th place. This is a team that's going to be looking to create an even bigger of a gap to that 8th place just to secure their spot once Alpha7 or Team Liquid won all of that is figured out for the PMGC points.
Oh boy. Yeah, those PMGC points are going to come into play big time here. I mean, Inco may just make it, and they're in 14th place right now. Just off of PMGC points alone. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. Are we going to center up? Will it hard shift south once again? No, it actually goes a little bit to the north here. Not a bad zone shift for the likes of Alpha7. 9Z as well. They're all the way up north. This could be their chance to put up some big points.
This could be their chance, and they're going to have to hold off Alpha7 because you can see McGrelin already is trying to move up to the north, scouting. Choco's going to be able more than likely to spot him too. I'm intrigued to see how Team Liquid is going to end up playing this. I know this team is looking to just scratch off that awful performance that they have had this week and start on a different note here today. They still have all their 4 players alive. They're gonna have to play that edge. In situations like this is where I actually want to see Team Liquid perform. We know you can do it when you're in the center of the circle. We know what you're capable of in regards to that. But when adversity is put on your plate, Team Liquid, what are you gonna be able to do? Can you clutch up like some of the other champion teams are able to clutch up?
Let's see. Carrillo pushing up little by little. McGrelin already has 3 on his own. This is where Alpha7 are really starting to look deadly. I'll tell you what, when it comes to playing edge, Alpha7 are the best in the business when it comes to doing that. Carrillo gonna have to pull out a little bit of magic right here because they are being pressured from 2 different teams. You got Team Queso on one side, you got Loops on the other. You can see Revel right now is trying to figure out maybe there's a better option. He was looking over there down at 9Z. Anything's possible though, but Remix gets a nice knock here on a Furia. Battling back and forth. The shotguns are out. And Augustus goes down at the last second.
Augustus not being able to hit those shots there for his squad. Luckily for him, Kayoski is still alive, but he needs to be careful because Remix is still alive as well from IG. Those grenades are going to be coming in, and oh my goodness, he almost ended up hitting there Kayoski. He needs to be careful. Another nade coming through, and it's going to end up knocking Kayoski. Remix switching the tables there for his team, and now you still have 2 players alive there from IG towards the top, raining down nades on the last player standing from Furia.
Silence, with a quick flick there, but that nade was way too close for comfort. And he accidental molly. Intense game, get the better of him right there. Loops and Team Queso battling it out. This could be a big third-party opportunity for Alpha7. Let's see what happens.
Yes. I'm so glad you mentioned that because Alpha7 is currently on their vehicles. They're looking around and they're trying to figure out what 9C is going to be doing too. Right now for Loops, they're looking to just recover, regroup a little bit more, pick up those players that are down. As we're going to be switching over to Alpha7 versus 9C. 2 teams that are currently on their bonus points right now. Alpha7, 3 standing in 6 eliminations. This is how they want to be able to start the day, but it's too early. They don't want to get eliminated at this point. Loops does end up getting eliminated by Team Queso. Team Queso is going to have to just make a full push of where Loops was, recover whatever players were knocked, and get ready for what possibly could be Alpha7. If they do end up taking care of 9C, they'll switch their focus towards them.
You could tell that Alpha7 really wanted to push and third party that fight, but they couldn't because 9Z was just way too close for comfort. So they did a couple exchanges back and forth. They do lose 1 player. Aragon, wow. Popping the molly outside of that US. So you can see he was in that passenger seat just to get a little bit of extra vision. And man, that almost worked out.
It did almost work out. Aragon has been one of the best players here for 9C. 9C still with the other 4 players alive. And I'm with you. Alpha7 look so eager to just third party the fight between them, between Loops Esports and Team Queso. But as soon as they even thought about making a push, 9C just pushed up on them. Team Liquid currently with 2 players alive Two players are going to end up getting knocked in. This is the thing that I was talking about with Team Liquid. You just need to be careful, man. They end up being so split in situations like this where they just don't need to be split, especially when you have Team Queso on one side. On top of that, you have Influence Rage as well. Just try to focus a little bit more on the players that you have left.
Take a look right now. Oh, and a nice headshot off the rip. But I'm telling you what, Cold Goat is unstoppable when he gets going. 7 eliminations. Team Queso, where was this yesterday?
We were just talking about him, Hot Jukes. This man has 4, and Team Queso's looking like the team that you mentioned it too. They should have been like this yesterday. It shouldn't have been 22 bonus points for this team. They should have been at least minimum in a top 3 situation, pushing for that top 1. So you know what? They want to get that top 1. They want to see if they can maybe close to get out on Alpha7 as Alpha7 does end up getting eliminated. And now Big Milo's going to be able to spot Chief there from Team Liquid. Super far away from his squad. Whatever screen curtain you were trying to make there with that smoke, it's not going to end up working out for him.
No, sir, indeed. Yeah, trying a little smoke wall, getting denied is never fun. Cold Goat on the buggy, gets some good intel for his squad. He knows where the rest of Team Liquid is. Just have to watch out with VIP on the top of that hill, though. Ooh, it's a very awkward position for Cold Goat. Yeah, he wants to cross, wants to pressure. Oh, that nade looks pretty good. Another good bounce here. If Cold Goat would have just cooked those a little bit longer, I think Ayala would have already be gone.
Absolutely.
That bounce looks good.
They were trying to get Cardozan, and they are going to end up getting Cardozan now with Team Queso. This is the time. You want to be a little bit more aggressive. You want to be able to take care of this squad because it's just going to be Ayala standing there. I don't think they know Ayala's that close, though. Cold Goat needs to be careful. Team Queso needs Cold Goat alive. We still have some of the other teams. You mentioned VIP. VIP currently can't even try to peek over this behalf because they have towards their east Influence Rage. So luckily for this squads, they have some cover. Here you go. Ayala's going to end up getting ran over there by Cold Goat, and Cold Goat's like, you know what? We'll take those eliminations. We know we didn't get those points yesterday. It's a different day here today, and he's currently up to 6. The team's up to 9 illims.
Dude, where has Cold Goat been, right? Where has this man been? All of a sudden, he shows up in the fall and just straight dominates the best in the business. Unbelievable. You got 9Z on top. Remember, this is still their double points day. 4 eliminations so far. Not bad, but they really need to finish out this entire lobby and win the game if they want to start getting in that top 5 combo.
Dukes, and if bonus points was today for Team Queso, they would have already kind of passed it.
That's crazy.
If my math is right, they would already pass their performance of what they were able to put off yesterday with just 22. Actually, you know what? A little bit closer.
I mean, this team would be in first place if they had 2 decent bonus point days. It's crazy to watch them struggle. Hayuya getting a shot on Diego. Not going to connect. Influence Rage are still all alive here. We haven't really been talking about them. 1 elimination so far, but they are starting to creep onto the rest of the lobby here. That nade looks good. Yep. And that's going to do it for Intense Game.
Jago with the nasty nade right there. Now it's going to come down to VIP. What kind of position are you going to be able to hold here? Because everybody's going to be looking towards you. On top of that, you're going to be looking at Team Queso, trying to figure out what 9C is looking to do. And 9C, honestly, a team that, in my mind, I didn't even have them possibly trying to make that push towards the top 7. It is their bonus point, Dukes. If they are able to clutch this up, if they're able to get those illims and start getting the ball rolling, they could end up doing it. I mean, we have seen a 47-point bonus point day out of them. So anything is possible for that team.
Let's take a look. Let's see if it's going to happen. You got VIP up here inside the zone. They're going to have to really focus on Influence Rage. That's their main threat. And yeah, because of the way this hill's sloped, they can't really look down it at all.
Yeah. I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared here for VIP Jukes. If I'm Team Queso, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna try to be sneaky. You know what? Papi Potro, lay down. There you go. Myth is not gonna be able to spot you. VIP already knows that you guys are making that flank, but just try to be a little bit smarter here because you can definitely end up surprising VIP, especially once Influence Rage ends up pushing this, because they will end up pushing this.
That is correct. And you can see Team Queso's on the move. You know, these guys are always ready for a fight. 9Z are stuck on that hill. They're going to have to battle it out with Influence Rage at some point or the other, but I don't think they have any vehicles at all. So now all eyes are on them. 9Z are getting punished. And you know what? Yeah, they're gone. Just like that.
9 seed there, 4th place with 4 eliminations. Now it's going to come down to Influence Rage. How aggressive do you want to be in this situation here? How much do you want to expose yourself to what possibly Team Queso could do, or do you just want to wait a little bit longer? And I think they're going to be looking to do that. They're going to be looking to wait a little bit longer and just kind of reposition themselves to a much better angle. And if I'm Influence Rage, I'm actually impressed with how slow they've been able to play this. This is a team, not the bonus point day. That was, what was it, at the beginning of the week, the 2nd day of the week. Just play it slow, try to get those points. Consistency is what we're looking after.
That's right.
And right now they're doing just that.
Man, Team Queso looking at that crate. Big Milo now starting to spread his wings. So you can see they're rocking a 3-1 split here. Big Milo has to be very, very careful of not overextending himself in a bad position. That crate wasn't a bad spot to begin with. And he gets a shot onto Strap. He'll take that point very easily. Man, I think Team Queso got this in the bag, 7. I mean, Influence Rage are going to push VIP here soon. If Team Queso third party it, I mean, this should be an easy win for them.
I just feel bad for VIP. They were able to hold this area for such a long time. And then once you get towards the end, you have 2 of the top 5 teams just kind of focusing on you. Not only is it going to be Team Queso with Colgo right now just popping off up to 6 eliminations, you're going to have Influence Rage. And we know that they can be aggressive. And now it's going to come down to Cunha. Can he hold them off? It's not going to end up happening. But you were mentioning you want Team Queso. You think Team Queso is going to end up winning this. There you go. VIP is gone. How are you going to end up playing this situation here? We got a 4v4 for the final here at the first match of day 5, Dukes.
See what's going to happen. It could go either way. Big Milo has to be careful from this crate. Yeah, because now he's within nade range. As long as he's able to survive this, we could see a fair fight here. Influence Rage, they have that one little slope on that Wizard Tower. But at the end of the day, the zone is going to close. This is stage 8, so the zone's going to go down into the middle of the circle in just 10 seconds. Yeah, Influence Rage realized it. They're going to push on Big Milo.
They are going to be pushing on to Big Milo there. Now it's going to come down to Colgoat and some of the other players. What I'm going to be looking at as well is something that we didn't get a chance to see, at least on this screen, but I'm being able to see it through the map, is that Milos is also being able to flank around. There you go. Diego's going to end up getting knocked. Big Milo's going to be able to clutch up that elimination right there. Now it's going to turn it to be a 4v3, and it's looking good here for Team Queso. You might have put the right bet on this team, Jukes.
This is so huge. I mean, Big Milo with the MG3. That's the gun to have right there. Gets lost. Says, where are you looking at? Can he finish this out strong? Little boy with the laydown. Sees Papi Potro. Gets the knock, but he gets ran over. Actually, no, it's Big Milo once again. Winner, winner, chicken dinner from Team Queso.
Big Milo saying, yo, you know what, Colgo? We know you've been getting all the attention. Let me get a little bit some attention here with the angles that they were able to get in. It wasn't even Milo's too. It was Milo's, Big Milo and Milo's being able to get those angles. Massive win here for Team Queso. You were mentioning it. We should have had it. This is the Team Queso we wanted to see yesterday, Taylor.
Yesterday.
Yo, yesterday. Where was it?
I don't know.
Oh, but hey,
I don't know.
Dude, they got it today. They got it today, man. They were already top 5. PMGC points are already looking great anyways. Like, this team is on fire. And look, they had one bad day as opposed to having a bad week, okay? So we could give them a little bit of credit. Milo, man, I love that he's matching the energy of Kogo. Kogo has been one of the biggest, stories really for this Team Queso roster. He's been the elimination leader, at least for weeks 1 and 2. So give him credit, especially for Milo to keep up with that 6 eliminations. That's a massive game. 16 total. Just huge. Absolutely huge. But I now want to sober up the mood a little bit. Hot Juice, NRG, NA, right? Trying to break into top 7. Let's recap. What are some of their flaws? Because you guys were going through them.
They went out first.
They did.
That's not good.
Fighting Alpha7.
And they also, they also fought Alpha7 as the first team. They did that too. And what was it that you said, 7? They didn't make it to endgame.
They just need to focus a little. Hear me out. A top 5 situation with all 4 players alive is what the doctor ordered for NRG today. Okay,
that's correct.
Just put yourself in top 5 situations with 4 players alive. Every single time we end up seeing that team in those situations, the fragging power is there. The frags actually become a little bit easier because Spec is able to, at least in the past, for what we've been able to see, he puts them in the right situation for them to be able to frag out. But man, honestly, we got to give even more props there to Team Queso. The way they were able to play that off, Jukes, was massive. Especially the Milos. Big Milo, and then Milo's as well with the off angles. That was really nice to see. That was a nice finishing touch.
Oh, dude, the Militos are just too strong at this point. The Milo brothers, man. Big Milo, little Milo, especially Big Milo. Of course, he'd have the MG3 of all weapons, right? Nobody stood a shot here. Beautifully done, man. And it's so crazy. 26 points. This would have been 52 yesterday.
Yeah, it would have been, but it wasn't, and that's okay because they got it today. I'm all right with it. Hey, seriously, are they actual brothers? That would make sense.
Two
Cannot
brothers.
confirm nor deny.
I think they're hermanos though, in heart.
In heart. Ah, gotcha. I would have been like, yo, having brothers on the same team, like that doesn't really happen too often, you know, like at least in esports. So that'd have been cool, but brothers in the heart. But good news for 9Z as well. 9Z's on their double points. They've got a long road to you know, travel if they want to break into top 7. You know, very, very difficult, 225 points away, but this is at least a start. They were doing great yesterday. They're keeping consistent with the energy that they output, so I like that. And then when you talk about Alpha7, Alpha7 did a wonderful job. You know, they're already in first place. They're getting points over Team Liquid, and the rest of the roster is trying to catch up to them. So Alpha7 is chilling. That's a good game number 1. I'm not going to lie, though, 7, when I saw them at 6 eliminations, I'm thinking to myself, oh, Lord, they're about to drop a 20 bomb game number 1, double point stay. They don't, but either way, look at their lead, right, over Team Liquid, and look at Team Queso, taking over Twisted Mind's position.
I'm telling you, Taylor, deep down, past that jacket, past those what you are an Alpha7 fan, okay? You are.
Give me the jersey.
Because I was feeling the same way, man. I was like, okay, 6 eliminations, they're being aggressive. Oh, this is Alpha7 on bonus points, but they were still able to outpoint Team Liquid, even though they end up getting eliminated first. You mentioned it too. Team Queso being able to past Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds is currently on their bonus point day as well.
You know, we flipped it, Hot Chicks. Remember yesterday we were saying the same thing, but in reverse. Twisted Minds, they're not on their double points, but they're able to pass up Team Queso, right? And Team Queso, they're on their double points, and they can't keep Twisted Minds at bay. And now it seems today we might be flipping the script, but Twisted Minds doesn't wake up.
What is going on here, dude? The down is up is down. Nothing makes sense anymore. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, Twisted Minds, one good game, and they should just fly past Team Queso, but
they should.
I mean, it's so insane. They're the only team on this page sub 100 bonus points. I cannot exaggerate this enough, guys. If they had 112, 113, something like that, they'd be in first place.
Yep.
It's wild.
It is.
Wild.
It is. It's crazy to me. It really is. But the ones who's in first place, second place, they're the ones who belong to be there, right? They're the ones who deserve it. After all, that's their performance. We look at the second page. Nobody moves up or down, and I'm really sad for that. I am because, well, first off, 9Z, they do get a lot closer to NRG. So for 9Z, they could have a tremendous bonus points day. Really holding out, though, for NRG. You know, what, 100? No, was it 200? It was 207 points away from top 5. A little bit less for top 7. It's only one game. 5 more games to go. We've seen some huge games, 40-plus points. If you can consistently do that, oh, you'll catch up all the way. But at least for game number 1, the dream is dead for North America. But in game number 2, it will continue. It will live on, baby. We'll see how it's going to unfold. Miramar, map number 2, going to be coming up after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 15. We've witnessed Arigel, map number 1. It has concluded. Team Queso opens up incredibly well with the winner chicken dinner and 16 eliminations. Milo, Kogo, the duo making it happen. And I tell you what, they've been on fire. Let's see if they can continue that throughout the day. They've already passed up Twisted Minds, who refused to let go of their position in the top 5 yesterday. But today they might not have a choice, depending on how these next 5 games go. Granted, they're only 10 or so points away from catching back up, securing their top 4 once again. Twisted Minds is a team that could very well jump up to second, and I'm looking for them to do it today, as they are in Group D on their bonus points. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Double. We bring in our casters, Hot Jukes and 7. Game number 1's done, and now I want to go ahead and continue the conversation about Team Liquid. I do, because, man, hey, I know you opened up those eyes wide. We talked about it on the break, and I want to continue to discuss Team Liquid because they've got some glaring issues. Now, one thing that I've noticed personally is they do like those split drops. Split drops are cool, man, but then eventually you got to come back together, right? Come back together as a 4-man unit. You can't continue to stay split. 7. What's going on with Team Liquid? Are they just not coming? First and foremost, do you think it could be potentially an IGL issue at this point?
Ooh. Okay. I think I'm glad you mentioned the split, because that is the big question mark. And I mean, we saw it there towards the late game as well. This team just stays split a little bit too long, especially when they are not center of the circle. They're just not able to readjust on that outer play style, out of the circle playing style. And I haven't really been able to see it. Like, I'm trying to think of a time where we actually saw them being able to perform really well, not being in the center of the circle, kind of having to push through. I can maybe think of 1 or 2 matches. But for the most part, when they are put in a situation like they were able to put in this game and throughout this whole week, they're just not able to adjust on the fly. And it could be some IGL issues. I don't know. We might have to use Starch Patch to get a little bit more info and maybe try to dig in a little bit more than just the bad luck. We're just having bad luck, boys. No, you're not having bad luck. You're just not readjusting to what the game is giving you.
Yeah, it's not bad luck. I hate that was an excuse. Hot Chicks, hold up. You got to let me know what's going through your mind, man, because you look like you're about to burst.
Dude, what's happening, bro? I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just literally about to DM the coach to get an answer, because this is like so rough to watch. I mean, this squad, when they get a center circle, they're winning with like 15 eliminations, like it's no problem. And then all of a sudden, they deal with a few tough zones and you see them just getting eliminated, first, second, all the time. It's crazy. It's insane. It's insane that they're not in first place by a lot. Like, I have never seen this much of a dry spell this in such the mid part of a tournament. When's the last time we've seen something like this, 7? What do you think?
Ooh. I could definitely think of one, but we have to go way back.
Okay.
Do it.
Cloud9. But we won't indulge into that conversation. Okay, let's not try to repeat anything.
Okay,
let's be positive right
you're
now.
Right, you're right. That was worse. That was worse.
You know what? Team Liquid, I think you're gonna do great this next match.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? It's just they're doing it on purpose. They're giving Alpha7 some hope, and we're gonna see Team Liquid just go nuts here.
Yeah,
Let's be real.
cool, man.
It's so funny that we're being so critical of the team in second place, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true, but you know me. I like to keep it real, man. I don't shy away from the hard conversations. I don't, because it's like, why should I? Team Liquid, come on, guys, get it together. I was critical of Alpha7. Everybody's like, why are you so critical of Alpha7? Well, not being critical about Team Liquid. I'm just showing you I will spread the wealth, depending on who you are. I'm not biased. I will absolutely call you out. But yeah, second place. What's that?
I think it's deserved too, right? Reflections from this teams, because we're gonna be judging teams differently, and this is something that we've kind of been saying throughout the whole PMSL America's fall split. Is some teams, especially in my head, I have them being already at PMGC Elite stage. How are you gonna be able to perform once you get there? And that's why I kind of tend to be a little bit hypercritical of the likes of Team Liquid, of the likes of Alpha7. I mean, I remember you mentioning how you weren't really happy with Alpha7 when they were still in top 5. I was there with you. Even with Alpha7, like, yes, you currently are in first place. There's still little things that team is missing out. One that I can point out off the top of my head, Mafioso. He gets eliminated too fast sometimes. He needs to be able to just adjust on his anchor spot to be able to not be so far away from his team or not overexpose himself. For Team Liquid, I mean, I don't want to be a broken record. You just heard us say exactly what this team needs to be able to do. Just readjust. So yeah, we're going to be definitely a lot more critical for some of these teams that we expect them to be at PMGC.
Yeah, understand it's not the placing that I'm critical of.
Oh, yeah,
you know, second place is great. It's the performance and the expectation of what this roster has achieved. Really, what the history of what this roster has achieved in the past and what I've witnessed from them. And you can really see a night and day difference from the spring performance, from their week 1 and week 2 performance to now. They're in a great spot. Second place, you know, they're great, but it's also like they shouldn't, in my opinion, they should not be in the leagues of Influence Rage, Team Queso, and Twisted Minds, and that's no disrespect to them. No, they're great. Those are great rosters, and they've improved, and they played very well. But in my opinion, I put Team Liquid in a different realm. I do, but it is what it is. At this point in time, looking at the score, they could drop down to 5th place potentially today. Like, a lot would have to go right for Influence Rage, Team Queso, and Twisted Minds, but, you know, you go back, they were up 100 points. 5th place, like, okay, let me say this.
Yeah.
If they drop down to 5th place, which could happen, I mean, Hot Jukes, are we sounding the alarms?
Yes, we're starting to sound the alarms because, you know, we want to see them as the PMSL champs. That's their title. That's what they hold. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to see the champs of a particular tournament just fall down so hard, especially after they had so much promise that we're like, oh, this team's going to win this whole thing again for sure. But now it's like, yeah, all right, 2nd place, you know, it happens with Alpha7. 5th place, what?
It's a big one. You know? It's like Lil Jon out here. Like, what's going on?
What?
You got to call it out. You got to call it out. But hey, for them, you got to step it up now. You two sit the positive vibes out there. Hey, this is your game. You're stepping it up. Map number 2. Let's see it. Miramar, Team Liquid, 1st place. Let's get it. Drop a 15 bomb. Drop a 19 for the first time in the fall season, Team Liquid. I know you can do it. Do it right here, right now. HotJuke7, take it away.
Okay, let's see them do it, 7, as we got a play path. Dead center between El Pozo and Valle del Mar. So you're going to see Alpha7 pop out early, most likely, as we're getting ready for some Miramar action.
I just want to see Team Liquid perform well with a challenging circle. All right, circle, don't bless him. I'm sorry, Team Liquid fans, but we're trying to challenge this team. All right, we're trying to set them and get ready for PMGC, because I mean, if they push, I am sounding the alarm like right now, Dukes, because they are in battle in regards to like their PMGC points with Alpha7. Alpha7 has been able to outpoint them. They were even able to take the lead from them in the PMGC points. And if this team just keeps dropping down, boy, the pressure is going to start getting to these players. And I know even if it is Team Liquid, even if it is Mythic, even if it is those big star names, the pressure can start getting to them.
Pressure makes diamonds. And you know what? I'll tell you what, Alpha7 and Team Liquid, squads like that, honestly, they could use more pressure, because there's going to be a whole lot of that coming up. The PMGC League stage just around the corner, folks. That's going to be a fun watch. But right now, we got to see who's going to be the last champions for PMSL this season, right? And man, it's so crazy that Team Liquid, they should be in first by a mile. I think Team Queso as well could be in first by a mile. But it's Alpha7 that have proven that, you know what, no matter what the circle's like, we're going to perform. And I think that's the only thing that we're seeing, you know, Team Liquid miss at this point, right? They just don't seem to play at a high level on these edge circles, or at least at the highest level when it comes to Alpha7, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think for Alpha7, I want to see, I don't want to see them lose their current first place. That's going to be the big question mark for me right now. I mean, the first game, you know what, they were able to get eliminations. I already mentioned about Mafioso. I'm glad to see McGrellan being able to get those eliminations well, being a little bit more consistent. But for this team, the biggest question mark, you were there too. You've been part of it, Jukes, when they end up being first place and then they end up just losing it. I don't think I could handle that from Alpha7, even at this stage, even at a PMSL, even if they do end up qualifying to PMGC League stage. That's not the mindset where these players want to be. They want to be just continue to be champions. 1 p.m. WC. Imagine if they can go in with the confidence as well, winning PMSL America's Fall Split, going into league stage. That is just going to be such a confidence boost for this squad.
Yes, exactly. And that's what we want to see, is because at the end of the day, folks, we want more America's teams that are going to compete with the best of the best and that can actually make something happen. You know what I'm saying? As much as, you know, I would rather see a team that's currently in 12th, right, go nuts and show crazy promise for the league stage than some team that just barely scrapes on it mid-pack, you know? Because that would show that, oh, you know what? At least they have the ability to come back from when they're down and out. And that's a good attribute to have when it comes to PMGC league stage. Because I'll tell you what, it's going to be really easy to fall behind on those leaderboards. That's for sure.
Yep. You know, we're positive vibes right now. This match, all positive vibes.
That's right.
Let's see.
That's
Influence
right.
Rage. Look at that drive. Oh, I like that driver in Influence Rage.
Oh
Keep
my
it up.
gosh.
Keep it up. Not hitting any trees. You know what? This is what we want to see.
That's what we want to see. Let's go. Little boy, too. Look at that. Look at the way he loots. Checking every corner.
Not that.
Gas can. Need that. And he sensed that gas can was there. He just
I'm
knew it.
dying, bro. I'm dying because I'm trying to be like so positive in certain teams, but I know that like the toxicity within me of just having so much experience of seeing certain situations, seeing certain patterns within certain pro teams, especially leading to big events. It's just itching at me. It's like having a little.
You ready for a question?
On my shoulder telling me, hey, Seven, remember what has happened in the past with this team? Yeah, I think it's happening again.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? I think it's time to scratch that itch a little bit. All right.
No.
Here we go, Seven. I got a question for you. You ready?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. If you could choose right now, out of these two teams to go to PMGC League stage to represent Americas, you choosing Furia or are you choosing NRG?
Ooh. Oh, dang. That's not fair. I'm NA biased, brother.
I'm NA biased. All right. Hey, well, if you're
I
NA
don't shy
biased,
away
say it.
from it either. People know I'm super NA biased. So with that said, I mean, honestly, I'm going to be picking NRG. I would pick NRG, and the reason why I would pick NRG is because of certain flashes of great gameplay that they've been able to showcase, especially when they did that big switch, when they switched out Fate and Spec, when they switched out those IGLs, Fate became the co-IGL, and then he's able to start fragging out too. I feel like this roster just needs more time, and this is something that you have actually been really big on, especially for the NA scene. They need to just give each other a little bit more time because things have worked out. Yeah, this week has absolutely sucked for NRG in comparison to what they were able to do in week 2. But that's what's going to happen when you make switches like that with the squad. It's not going to just... You make a switch, it's not guaranteed to just automatically start working out and continue to work out. You're going to have to work out those little things here and there within the game. And what better time for it to happen than right now and not on the final week? I'm hoping, though, for NRG, they do need to have a strong, and I mean very strong bonus point day here because they started off the day really bad.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at it, right, the top teams in the world stay together with the same roster almost permanently. I mean, Alpha7 have had the same core for how long now? I mean, and then they had a lot of success with Senatexa, right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, it just said, you know what? We got to make some little change because we were tired of second place. We want first, right? So they make the swap. And now they're able to finally become champions. And the thing is that that's what we need to see from NA teams as well. It's just the only time you swap out a player is if he's refusing to make adjustments, you know? Like if you see progress, stick with that player because mistakes are going to happen no matter how good you are. We see the top teams make mistakes all the time, you know? Can't play perfectly 24/7. But the thing is that all about growing with that same squad, understanding their movements. Like, and NRG, I saw them in day one, like just straight demolish some squads. Like their way they were holding angles for each other was so beautiful. And all of a sudden, we don't see that anymore. So yeah, I think NRG need to develop a little bit more of that time. Like 24K, if he's on that off angle, the other team has to know that he's going to be there as soon as the engagement starts.
For NRG, they need a little bit. They need to adjust a little bit more. They already adjusted in regards to like the IGL moves and all that stuff. But we're just waiting. By the way, if you're just tuning in, we're just waiting for all these teams to want to engage. It is Miramar. It is a big map, and right now teams are starting to play a little bit slower because we are leading up to the final week of the tournament. They're trying to feel each other out. They're trying to see how teams are going to be reacting and what they're going to be playing like here towards the final week. But for NRG, they need to adjust to the current meta of the PUBG Mobile Esports, and that is fragging power. I feel like they need to be able to at least add one more player that can frag out, that can give support to Fate, that can give support to 24K whenever they do have those bad weeks like 24K has been having in comparison to what he was able to do last week. Like it's gonna happen, it's bound to happen, and not everybody's gonna be perfect, but you need to have that supporting roles, supporting teammates that can pick up that slack and can start just fragging out whenever you're not. Oh, look at this circle.
Oh my gosh, I was about to say, dude, it's so crazy. You be on a tangent, then all of a sudden you look at this zone shift, and it's like, oh, forget everything we're talking about, because we're going to the north here. Look at Alpha7. They're going to go ahead and wrap all the way to that north side. This is something they're so good at doing. They notice that when it's a hard shift, that hard shift side's wide open. They'll take that high ground all day long. Influence Rage is in that same boat, but where are double points teams, right? One of them being NRG. Look how they're going to be the latest ones when it comes to this rotation.
Team Liquid's looking pretty good right now too. I'm like, okay, Team Liquid, you're getting closer towards the center of the circle there. You were talking about 9C there. They're currently towards the south of that circle. They're not going to be inside. If I'm NRG, the thing with NRG, like, and I know we're talking a little bit more about those NA teams, and I feel like it's because today could be like the final day for any of these NA teams that are not going to qualify via the PMGC points to even try to make that push for the top 7, depending on how the overall ends up being on the final day of week 4. But for NRG, if that team is able to get themselves in the center of the circle, they're not a team that gets to slow down. They're not a team that just kind of sits around. They actually end up being pro-aggressive. And I saw 24K getting knocked there. There we go. We're going to be switching over to NRG. This is not how you want to start. What was it, Jukes? What was the top things that NRG needs to do today to be able to have a successful day?
Yes. Step 1, don't be the first team out. Step 2, make it to the end of the game, right? With everybody alive. And
Step 3, definitely don't die to the last place team.
Fate is knocked, and that is rule number 2. Out of there. Rule number 1 out of there?
I think I need to switch shirts, man.
Rule number
this
1?
Flower shirt's just
what
not
was
working.
rule number 1?
Don't be don't be the first team to get knocked out.
Oh, Spec,
or
please
eliminated.
hit the gas, dude. Let's go. Spec on the way. Hey, vamos, dude. Vamos. You can see it up there. It's still stage 2. He could eat some blue zone, but ugh. Honestly, I will say this. Another thing that really frustrates me is this right here. Is one player just leaving the fight and trying to survive. Why? Why? You know what I'm saying? I would rather see the whole team just commit and go out than try to do this, because it almost never works. I think 98% of the time, you still go out with 0 points. Maybe you scavenge a couple if you're super lucky, but this is Miramar. Good luck.
Yeah, I was just looking back at how NRG ended up fighting Latin Kings. They decided to stop for for an airdrop, and that's when Latin Kings was able to just kind of catch them when they weren't paying attention. So that's just unlucky. Talk about unlucky. That's definitely unlucky right there. Spec being the IGL, he is going to be the last one alive for his team. We have seen him being able to clutch up some points in the past for this squad. In regards to placement points, this is going to be tougher though, because right now with the circle that we're currently working with, oh man, it's going to be tough. 2 of the other teams, if we're going to keep on this NA train going, that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on to, is X Factor and Inco. Remember, Inco was the leader in regards to the PMGC points for North America. So if they continue to maintain that leadership even until the end of this PMSL, then they'll definitely end up going to PMGC that way. But X Factor was very close. They've been able to close that gap. Are they going to be able to do enough, though? That's the big question mark. And right now, I honestly don't know, because X Factor is just not giving me any hope.
I'm kind of feeling in the same boat right now. I think I need to see a little bit more from X Factor to feel confident, you know, and it could be that just building up that fight synergy to be able to take on those teams at the high level. It's quite difficult. And when it comes to X Factor, I think I see them a lot of the times put themselves in some decent positions, but I think they err on the side of safety just a little bit too much. Sometimes you gotta be able to take those risks to get those big chicken dinners in. But you can just see here, Alpha7, they're not scared to take those risks indeed. Double points day. How many do you think they're going to end up with at the end of this one, 7?
For Alpha7?
Yep.
Do some math here. I'm going to say a solid 50, honestly. Oh, no, Spec. Stay alive a little bit longer. No, NA versus NA. Yo, X Factor, look the other way, please. Just kidding. You know what? Go after him.
Get him.
Show him.
Get him.
I'm going through emotions here, brother. I want NRG to be able to do good, and then I want X Factor to do good. I don't know which one to pick, Dukes.
Well, then who are you going to pick in Sandhawk? Inco or X Factor?
Oh, God. Don't get me started with that.
Oh, God. You know what I love about it? I love two teams that are from the same region. They both speak the same language. You know what I'm saying? Biggest, one of the biggest tournaments for this game on the planet. And you know what? Let's hot drop each other, dude. Let's go.
The whole tournament, too.
The whole tourney. The whole tourney.
Just been a couple days where they decided to not hot drop each other, but then for the most part, it's like, and when we see that too, I honestly get a little bit happy, like just the viewer inside of me. I was like, oh yeah, action right off the bat. And then after like week one, I'm like, okay, now you guys are just what is
stop?
What is this?
Stop? What is this, guys? What are we doing? This isn't you. This isn't you.
This is not who you're meant to be.
This is not who you were meant to be. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's see. Influence Rage. Nice little knock there. I'm looking at the bottom left. This is the problem. Is though it's like I said.
Dukes, where do you want the circle to go?
Center, dead center.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly what it does. Exactly.
Asking you shall receive.
Dead center zone. Not a bad shift for most of these teams, but you know what? This is going to be a problem. Is you got the team in last place, right? The Latin King Navy SEALs just kind of trolling right now, coming super late into zone, and that is going to hurt some squads. Oh, it could benefit 9Z though if they take them out.
It could end up benefiting or it could end up hurting some of the other teams. You were hinting at this earlier too in the first maps. You were talking about how some teams that are towards the end are just going to end up switching it up. They're going to realize that they're not going to be able to make it. Nothing's going to be able to happen. So usually what I end up saying is they're going to switch their mind to just trying to get some clips, trying to get something to kind of put their names out there on social media using that hashtag PMSL Americas. And I think that's exactly what some of these teams are going to end up doing. As Chief right now for Team Liquid, just trying to make sure he stays alive, barely staying alive there as the car looked like he was going to get blown up.
I think it did get blown up as Vitin is able to get him knocked. Cardosin's going to throw some nades in that direction to try to help him out. But look at this, 9Z getting punished right now. I think they're going to be down, what is that, 2 players? Yep, 2 players just like that to the Navy SEALs. And man, that is going to hurt, especially on your double points day.
Latin King's getting knocked there to the zone. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they need to make sure they end up taking care here of intense game because you don't want to end up losing players. You already lost Chief right there. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Team Liquid be challenging, and this is the exact same outcome that we're seeing out of this team, just not being able to improve, not being able to adjust with what they're giving. Cardozo now gonna have to play it slow, and it's gonna be a tough one. I'm not gonna be lying here. You have intense game, and on top of that, you have loops on the horizon. The lucky thing for this squad is that they are within the circle. They're not gonna have to push in. They are the ones that are gonna be pretty much gatekeeping IG right now, just trying to find anything possible, trying to see if they can just knock anybody from Team Liquid with those nades.
Let's see, Ayala gonna try to get one of these intense game players. Wow, they just sensed that one coming, moving out the way at the perfect moment. You can see Team Liquid, yeah, they're gonna have to clear out their backlines first, but now we're gonna go ahead and order over to Inco Gaming. It's just inactive, all by himself against Loops. Oh, a nade bounced off of his head, and now trying to get some shots off, going for the toes, gets taken out.
You hate to see it, Jukes. You hate to see it, but if you are X Factor right now, they're going to be happy looking at that name come up saying eliminated, as we're now going to be switching over here to the Vicious, trying to third party this fight. Loops ends up losing 1 player. They're going to try to hold off the Vicious. The Vicious is one of those teams that is currently outside of those top 7, top 5 situation, and Loops is trying to catch up to Twisted Minds with 733 points. They need this points. Can any of these nades hit though?
Oh, that shotgun can hit though. He actually gets 2 of them off, but not going to be good enough. The rest of the team is just a little too far out of position to help. Yeah, they're going to lose that player. Bounce nade? Not able to hit the mark. That molly could be good. Should have maybe took a little bit more time with it to make sure it was placed perfectly. But now Rafina's trying to find some high ground. Oh, yeah. Loops just got caught here. Oh, did you see that foot? He sure did.
Let's see if any of these nades are going to end up hitting, and they need to be careful because you can see Influence Rage there on the horizon trying to third party this fight. And I think the Vicious is going to get surprised. Rafinha does end up hitting a grenade right there. He's going to be throwing another one, seeing if he can maybe confirm on that elimination or try to go back and pick up his teammate because they're going to need this players alive. Influence Rage has pushed up, and Influence Rage did eliminate the Vicious.
Vicious are done for. Diego is on fire, literally puts the fire out, says they ain't no big deal. And Loops are able to get a little bit of a reset here. 7 eliminations for Loops. That's a good game. That's a good game so far.
Be a good game. That is going to be a good game, and especially with what we were just talking about, them being able to, in a way, kind of help the Vicious get eliminated. You can see 9C as well. Loops. Oh, no. Loops. The player is going to get knocked again. Now it's going to be Influence Rage. Can Influence Rage just fully wipe out Rafinha here without losing any of their players? And it looks like they are going to be able to do that, making it look easy as they just third-partied this fight from the get-go.
Beautifully done. Influence Rage. 3 eliminations. Here comes Alpha7, though. 2 teams on their double points day. That's 9Z. Battling it out with Alpha7. Santa Dexa about to go up against his old teammates. Let's see if he remembered some of the tricks they have in the bag. Turn it against them, possibly. Good luck with that, though, because it is so difficult to push in any direction because X Factor is right across the hill, covering almost every angle here.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have Fury on the horizon, too. It's not looking good for Alpha7. They have already lost Carrillo, so they're going to be handicapped a little bit. But X Factor, I was talking about how they need to take advantage that Inco got eliminated early. They need to take advantage and start just getting those placement points, start getting those points. Any points, honestly, at this moment, X Factor, any points that you can get, you definitely need them. How is Alpha7 going to be able to push out of this? If for some reason they're able to knock one player, I don't know if Alpha7 realizes that X Factor is now that close to them.
Let's see. Santa Dexa needs to make something happen here for his squad. They had a rough game 1. They need a big game here. He sees Caprice all the way there, but he's not trying to draw attention to himself. I think X Factor did battle it out with Alpha7. Yes, they do. This could be a good opportunity for 9Z, but X Factor could be biting off more than they could chew. Let's see if FS could get this nade, though.
FS is going to try to hit that nade. He is going to be able to hit Mafioso a little bit more. It's going to come down to a 1v1 there against Mafioso. Mafioso is almost knocked. Actually, he is currently knocked. McGrenly's going to be the last one standing there from his team. Mafioso, FS, McGrenly, no, he ends up losing the 1v1, and it's actually going to be FS there from X Factor getting those eliminations. X Factor now up to 6 eliminations.
Ayala, though, from Team Liquid finds a player. He'll go ahead and take that one. 6 eliminations for X Factor. That was good. And they did that like handicapping themselves. I think it was like a 2v3 situation, but they did have the high ground. They definitely made it work for them.
They definitely did. Let's look at this next circle. Team Liquid currently having 2 players alive. VIP as well. Influence Rage. I mean, so many teams still towards the top. Twisted Minds, the teams that we really haven't gotten a chance to talk much, especially the first match because we didn't even see them. They're going to be towards the north, and look at that. Look at who it is. None other than Team Queso currently within the circle, and now Big Milo is going to be going over to X Factor and seeing if he could maybe just get some more eliminations his way.
Yeah, we'll take a couple eliminations our way. Definitely. You can see Diego playing it very, very carefully on the edge of the circle. He knows Team Liquid's just over the hill. Take a look at this replay right here. Oh, that was 9Z. Wow, they got destroyed. And X Factor, can they handle Team Queso, though? It is not looking good for them. Just getting shredded. Go. Wow. Big Milo actually going to finish that one out. And there goes X Factor.
X Factor, 9th place at eliminations. Honestly, with how they've been able to perform this week, if I'm them, they need the points. They need to close the gap even more to Inco in regards to the PMGC points. So good to see that they're even able to get a little bit of points right there. Now it's Team Queso. Did they handicap themselves a little bit more to kind of push on this, or is this going to end up benefiting this squad? We'll have to wait and see with what the circle is going to be kind of going their way. But you still have Team Liquid alive. You got Influencer. You actually have a lot of the top 5 teams still alive, trying to close that gap to Alpha7, which we've been saying, hey, it's looking like anybody can take it up until the final week. It's currently starting to look like that as Team Queso, Milos right now just shredding VIP.
Beautiful shot there from Milos. Tries to go ahead and get the squad wipe. Papi Potro with those angles, and they're going to do it. So that is it for VIP Esports. Look at the squads that are left on the right-hand side here, Seven. Nothing but top teams still in the mix. By the way, Twisted Minds, this is their double points day, so they could definitely crank up the volume in the next few moments here. No elimination so far, but they went by your rule, Seven, right? Make it into a top 5 situation with no players out.
With all 4 alive, and right now it's looking that way. And I think they're currently at 0 eliminations because they're just trying to sneak their way into the circle. But I mean, for Twisted Minds, I want to see Federal. I want to be able to see him some of those pop-up performances that he has had this week. Influence range now currently here with 3 players. They're trying to be a little bit quiet because they have Team Liquid, and on top of that, you have AGG behind them. And AGG, I mean, if we look at the leaderboard there towards the right, they're currently in 9th place, 584 points. This team needs those points. I mean, a lot of this team's Furia, the Vicious, AGG, and just because I'm an NA fanboy, I would put X Factor and NRG there. They need to start closing that gap to the top 7 minimum to even have a slight chance, a slight hope that up until next Sunday, the final day of PMSL Americas, they might be able to make it to PMGC League stage.
Let's see. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. It is a tough ask. It is a tough ask. But NRG, 2 games in, 1 elimination point. Need to make it happen. I mean, we saw Influence Rage do it. We saw Influence Rage get 2 donuts in the first 2 games and then go crazy with the remaining 4. So anything can still happen. Next circle does go a little bit to the south here. Still not a lot of coverage left here. So we're going to see teams battle it out on the edge. And Influence Rage on the other side of the map is not going to have to worry just yet. Actually, yes, they are. Ayala finds Diego out of position. And Cardoso should come to assist and clean this up. Not needed, though. Diego gets taken out. That is a big start for Team Liquid.
It is going to be for Team Liquid there. They're currently there with 2 eliminations. AGG, though, is going to realize that they are currently there as well as Team Queso. Team Queso is going to try to find a way. We saw what they were able to do earlier with those off angles. Cardoso is going to end up getting knocked. And now you have Ayala just driving straight towards Team Queso, having to slow it down a little bit more. In this position, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of AGG. Just don't peek out too much. Don't overexpose yourself. What you were doing was the right play, but don't overexpose yourself because you guys, they have so much freedom to work with that compound that they're currently in. They need to be able to third-party fights. They need to be able to get those eliminations.
Yes, they do. Ayala not able to make it up the hill. As now we're going to look at Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, double points day, and it's just Obscure left in the mix here. What can he do? Starting to throw some smokes out.
Yeah, when you talk about bad luck, when you talk about feeling bad for a team, that right now, that's how I'm feeling for this team, because not only did they have just an awful path to work with, on top of that, you had AGG and Furia looking your way, and now we have a top 3 situation here, Hadjix. We have Furia, a team that we've been wanting to see. We've been wanting to see them being able to put up good points. I know Reflections is going to be happy to see Furia here in this top 3 situation. And then on top of that, you have Team Queso wanting to go back-to-back matches. I'm going to have to go back to it, Hadjix. Imagine what could have been if this team was able to perform like that yesterday.
That would have been crazy.
Blown their bonus points out of the water.
Just that one game alone. Just that one game alone. Man, the bonus points curse is a real thing. Team Queso's feeling it. NRG are feeling it today. That's for sure. But you know what? There's still a lot more games left. Hopefully that curse can be broken on the side of NRG. But for Team Queso, they're saying, you know what? We're going to be in the top 5 no matter what. Bonus points, schmonus points. We're still going to perform.
They said they heard us talking about them not possibly being in the top 5. They're like, no. We need to shut them up. We need to stop this from even being a conversation. And they're doing just that. And what I really like right now is that it's not just Cold Gold. I mean, Cold Gold was able to put up a performance in the first match of today. But it's also Milo's, and then Big Milo being able to put up good eliminations for this squad. It's what you want to see. You don't want to see just one player. You want to be able to see multiple players, the whole squad, if even. You want to see them being able to frag out. And right now, with this circle that we're looking at, I honestly don't know who's going to win it, Jukes. Who do you have? Anything in mind?
Oh, man. Right now, it's got to be Team Queso. I mean, they have the circle. They're already on fire today, right? They think it's Saturday in their minds. You know what I'm saying? They have reset time and space all at one moment. So So this should be an easy victory for them, especially as All Glory Gaming are just getting demolished by Furia.
They are going to end up getting knocked. AGG, the last player, one of the last players standing here, Rivas, is going to be looking down on Furia, seeing if he can maybe catch anybody over peaking. But if I'm Team Queso right now, I'm just closing the gap on some of these teams. I'm continuing to position myself, and that's exactly what Team Queso is doing. Just inching little by little closer to this team, seeing if they could maybe catch somebody over peaking, seeing if they could maybe get that knock and start being aggressive, because they are currently the only team with all 4 players alive. I mean, actually, Furia has all 4 players alive as well. AGG, so you gotta be able to pick up that player. I think you might have been able to pick him up, Jukes.
Oh, let's see. Silence. Oh, getting the shots on the Rivas, but Colgoat said, no, that's my elimination. And he gets the confirmation on it real quick. Uh-oh. Gonna have to make some plays here. This is the final stage. It's looking all Team Queso. Yeah, Colgoat, you just want to make sure that he does not get knocked. He's gonna throw some util. Beauty are trying to do the same. They want those confirmations. Oh, Melgar. Oh, my goodness. That's gotta hurt. He's had to just watch it. He said, you know what? Nade, blue zone. I'll take the nade all day long. Yep.
And I think
you should have took the nade.
To deny the point. Smart play there by AGG player. Decided to deny that point, and now it's going to end up being a fight between Team Queso and Furia. Furia are going to end up getting knocked first, but they're able to trade there. Milos is going to get knocked as well. They're going to see if they can possibly reset Papi Potro. We've been seeing these players be a little bit more aggressive, and right now, Team Queso is wanting to be that aggressor team. They want to stop Furia from being able to pick up that player that's currently down, but it's not going to be looking like it, because right now, they're going to have to slow down in a big way. Big Milo on the horizon. We saw them being able to get some off angles right now. It's a little bit harder with this terrain that Miramar is providing.
Oh, Papi Potro's up front and personal right now. He's holding that front line with that shotgun. He cannot afford to get knocked here. This is now a 3v4 situation. He's got to start this off with an initial shotgun blast. The zone is closing from all directions. He sees them down the hill, does some nice shots, but that S12K is a little too far away. Finally switches to the Scar, but it's a little too late.
I'm scratching my head. I don't know what just happened there from Papi Potro. I don't know if that was going to end up working out for him, but if he would have been able to just take out his Scar and hit those shots, it would have been easy for Team Queso. Now it's going to come down to Big Milo. Can Big Milo hold off Team Furia, as Furia is just sending it and just clutching it against Team Queso? And the biggest question mark for me has to be, why did Papi Potro just decide not to switch to that Scar and get those shots? They had no idea that he was there.
He believed in the shotgun just a little too much. Sometimes it pays off perfectly, but this time that S12K was just a little too far away. What do you think about that one, Taylor?
You know, mistakes happen. Team Queso, they get second place. They could have potentially got first, but the question is, in the big scheme of things, does it make a big difference? Well, at least in that game, it absolutely did. Furia gets the win after all, but Team Queso still has been highly consistent today. I'll give them that. You know, Papi Potro, man, great player, but, you know, it is what it is. I guess that's the big thing, which is weird for me to say because normally I'm super critical, you know, but yeah. I think Team Queso's okay. I think Team Queso's doing good. I think Furia, that's an incredible game, and it's nice to see them return back into the top 3 in general. You know, they weren't there at all yesterday. Furia has been greatly missed from top 3 really all the way since game number 1 on day number 13, where they got second place on Aragon. Outside of that, they haven't really been existent, so I'm happy to see them in first place, especially with them trying to solidify a top 7 finish. You know, 7, one of the competitors who's trying to you know, defeat them is the Vicious, and the Vicious, you can argue, has been more consistent than that of Furia, and in my opinion could very well be considered almost a better team than that of Furia. So Furia understands and knows, with us having only, what, 6 days total of competition, including today, they've got to get serious to solidify a top 7 for a chance to go to PMGC. So for them, this game is big for them.
Oh, it's massive for this team. Not only just the win, the way that they were able to kind of get lucky there from the Papi Potro throw, not clutching it out with this Scar. Furia right now has a great lead, a 60-point lead over the Vicious. They're going to be looking to just keep that going, especially before we go into those bonus points, because we've been focusing on those top 5. It's going to be that top 7, I feel like, especially that's the cap, at least for me in my head at the moment. It's going to be those top 7. And the Vicious, I mean, the Vicious, you've been seeing it. We know what they're capable of, Reflections. We have seen them go on an absolute tear. Given that it's usually when PB's here, that's not the case at the moment, but they have shown that they do have that potential to just get multiple wins in one day.
Yep.
That's right. That's right. Multiple wins, Hot Jukes. That's what the Vicious could do, and that means there's more pressure on Furia to just excel at what they're doing. And another roster that is trying really hard to just cover as much ground as they can is AGG. They get 4th place. How do you think they played that final end zone?
Yeah, I mean, I think they did the best with what they could do, and that's the way it is. Like, I mean, sometimes the zone just favors somebody else in that end game. It's about putting up points on the board. So I think they definitely did that. But you got to give props to Furia right here. I mean, they definitely took this victory away from Team Queso. They had the high ground. It was a fair fight. And Furia said, nah, this is our time to shine. We're going to win this game. And they did.
And for what it's worth, bro, I thought Milo was cooking in that final 1v2.
Right?
I thought he was I was like, yo, he's about to do this. His movement was looking good, and Milo had a great game last game, too. So anything is possible. Team Queso will have to settle with 2nd place. But, I mean, from game number 1 to game number 2, you can't deny that they're on a big run, and they could very well be above Team Liquid from this game alone. If not, they are definitely knocking at their door, given the fact Team Liquid 5th place, 5 total points. But Furia, good on them for doing so. I want to move to 2nd page because there's a team I want to cover, and that's X Factor. I think X Factor had an incredible game with 8 eliminations. It's not enough to break in a top 7, but 7, they did defeat Alpha7, right? A lot of 7s in that sentence. X Factor putting up a wonderful fight. That's what we need to see from them for them to even have a sliver of a chance to break in the top 7.
Yeah, taking the initiative to take that fight, right? They didn't have to, but they saw the opportunity for it, and they were proactive about it. That's what we want to see, especially if you look at 14th place right there, Inco Gaming only being able to get 1 point. That is a current fight happening between those two teams, between X Factor and Inco, because they are pushing towards that PMGC points leaderboard. If they can continue to do this, man, I think it's actually going to end up coming down to the final day in regards to NA PMGC points. But for X Factor, it's just all about consistency. We have seen this before in the past. We know that they can get those eliminations. They just need to be consistent with it.
Uh-oh, Team Queso, Hot Jukes. They are now 1 point away from Influence Rage, and even closer now to that of Team Liquid.
And they're still ahead of Twisted Minds. That's big crazy.
Yep.
Considering that, you know, Twisted Minds, 1 game, they can pass by them, but it hasn't happened yet. And it just goes to show that Team Queso's consistency is unmatched. I mean, it really is. The fact that they are where they are with only 87 bonus points is just ridiculous. So if these guys can continue on with this, I mean, we could easily see them take this entire tournament. Not even kidding.
No, without a doubt. I mean, let's not forget as well, their eliminations, they have the most out of any other roster, right? Out of anyone. That includes Alpha7, who's in 2nd place with 419. It's their placement points, which aren't bad either. I mean, you look at them, they're in 2nd place too. So you got 1st in elimination, 2nd overall when it comes to placement points. 1st place, absolutely within their wheelhouse. I just wish they would have performed yesterday. I mean, come on, if they would have already been in 1st place. But it is what it is. They're now getting started today. No movement on the 2nd page either, and a large reason for that is because NRG just has not been able to get the engine going over the past 2 games. And in fact, it goes from bad to worse in game number 2, 16th place, 0 eliminations. For 9Z though, they managed to at least get something going, especially from game 1 with a 4th place finish. But I mean, game number 2 doesn't go their way either. So those 2 rosters from Group D, looking for them to do really anything at this point, and even for Twisted Minds to wake up a little bit. But for Team Queso, they've been on fire. Alpha7, they've been okay. They just need to get up there and get that 1st place. I know it's coming. I feel it in my bones. We just haven't had it yet, but the big story's been 2nd through 4th place now, right?
Yep.
Who's going to move up into 2nd and 7? It can change drastically in just the next game.
Yeah, it can. I mean, for NRG, every single time I just keep seeing their performance today, my heart breaks a little bit. I'm telling you, man, I might have to change shirts because this is it's just not working out.
Well, remember, it was your daughter who picked it. It was your daughter. You can't change it, man. You're locked in at this point, bro. If there's any other reason you could, but now you can't. Well, there it is. 2 games down, and we got 4 more to go. We'll be hopping back into Erangel. Who knows? Team Queso could very well better their performance even from map number 2. They could go in and repeat their success from map 1 with the winner chicken dinner, 16 eliminations. And speaking of which, Sarpatch had a chance to catch up with Milos from Team Queso after that monstrous game number 1. Let's hear what Milos had to say.
Winner chicken dinner for Team Queso. Milos, I have to ask, what happened yesterday? I mean, we were expecting this from you guys yesterday, and yes, it just didn't come through. What went wrong yesterday? ¿Qué pasó ayer que no pudieron hacer esto que estábamos esperando esto, ¿no? De ayer.
Nada, estamos presionándonos demasiado. Se ha notado en estas últimas 2 semanas que prácticamente no hemos puntuado los días más importantes y yo creo que es eso. Simplemente nos estamos dañando la mentalidad.
Yeah, he says that we're pressuring ourselves too much on the double points day. That we have 2 weeks that we haven't been able to get any points or that many points in double points day, and that's been harming us and harming our mentality to pressure ourselves so much. Let's forget about that. Okay, let's go about this match. 16 eliminations. You guys are doing Team Queso stuff. I mean, this is everyday Team Queso stuff except for Saturdays. So tell me about the match. Cuéntame la partida. Fue muy buena, 16 puntos. Cosa normal de Team Queso, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, la partida estuvo bastante entretenida, trabajamos muy bien la zona, también limpiar los bordes de mano, descuidamos nunca ningún factor importante en esa partida y yo creo que más que nada por eso salió una muy buena.
Yeah, he says that it was a fun match. They played well, they took good care of the zone, of the borders, and they were able to get a really good match. Just hoping that we don't play on Saturdays. Can we do something not to play on Saturdays and they get double points day another day? Buena idea, ¿sí? No jugar los sábados.
No jugar los sábados.
No, not play this on Saturdays. Let's go.
1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted. Under the Dracula's tyranny, an alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 15. We've seen 2 games, relatively slow, but still good games nonetheless for certain rosters. Team Queso is the biggest talking point, though. Yesterday, non-existent for their double points, but no matter. Today, they've stepped it up tremendously, and they're looking to even dethrone Team Liquid and Influence Race from their positions just above them. Could we see Team Queso in second place after this third ENG? Well, it's completely plausible, given the fact that game number 1, they finished off with the winner chicken dinner, as well as 16 eliminations. But one glaring questions that we've had anyways, about one dominant roster. The champions from spring season has been Team Liquid. We've been hounding on what's going on with this roster. Why are they not performing this week compared to after their first couple of weeks. Well, luckily we had Sarpatch on site to ask Team Liquid what's happening. Why are you guys not performing well? Here's Sarpatch with the update.
All right, guys, just after the first match, wanted to give some information that I was able to gather. Something that's interesting about Team Liquid is that their coach is not here. Knight, the coach for Team Liquid, has not been here in the studio, and maybe that's part of what's happening with Team Liquid and their performance this last week. Maybe it's impacted them. So let's see if he comes back next week. I haven't had that information if he's coming back or not, but that's something that I wanted to bring to your attention.
He's gone. Dang.
But was he there to begin with? That's the question, Seven. Was the coach there to begin with?
I will say Knight's presence is pretty insane. All right. Yeah, I saw him rocking around in Saudi, and he has that aura around him. And he's just like, you know what? My team will win. You know? And maybe that aura is not there, and so they don't feel it. You know what I'm saying?
But has the aura, the question is, has the aura been there? What is this?
Yeah. I just don't want to get contagious with the amount of excuses I'm hearing from this team right now. What is going on? Yo, Team Liquid, hold on a second. Let's try to be as nice as possible here. Yo, I got you guys going. You look, I'm even breaking my microphone. I got you guys going to PMGC.
Yeah.
All right. You are making excuses right now. Things that you need to improve. Stop being so split. Things that have actually changed. You're not able to just get freely to the center of the circle like you were able to in the first 2 weeks. On top of that, teammates are dying early on. You're actually having to work with less players towards the end game, and you're not being able to adjust. And now the other big factor is that you guys aren't being able to be that aggressive team that you were able to be in week 2. Stop making excuses, because that's all I'm hearing, and I just don't want to get. I don't want them to touch me. Excuses?
I hear you, brother. I hear you. Look, this is the thing, right? The coach isn't on site, okay? But the coach hasn't been there for this fall season. So why are we using that? Now, look, I want to be very clear. We are being really critical about Team Liquid, and maybe to the point where we're pushing a little overboard. But again, I expect Team Liquid to be a roster that is much better than what they have been. I mean, I think in the past week they've had 3 top 3 finishes. I don't know. I think maybe one winner chicken dinner. And then you look at their first 2 weeks, it's kind of crazy. And then you think to yourself, if it was any other roster outside of Team Liquid with the history they've had, without them being the champs, would we even be talking about them? And honestly, no, we wouldn't be, outside of maybe if they got a top 3 and they had a good performance with 8 eliminations or so. Oh, well, we mentioned them as a cliff note. But the reason why we continue to talk about them is because this is Team Liquid after all. This is a partner team. This is a team that are the champions. This is a team that will be going to PMGC and should have an impact there, but they're not having an impact now. So if their coach isn't there, he's been missing. Well, he's been missing since the start. So what changed from week 1 to 2 now into week 3, where they've been non-existent, where they now risk of dropping down to top 5? That's the question, Hot Jukes.
You know what the real question is, though? You know what? Speaking of impact, right? Maybe, because these are some Brazilians, you know what I'm saying? Maybe Knights out there giving them that impact with that chancla. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's the reason why they're not performing. Because imagine, you know what I'm saying? If Seven was younger, dude, and his mom said clean the room, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't cleaning it, but she busted out that belt, and she busted out that sandal. He's cleaning it up real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But maybe they do need the coach there.
Break out the chocolate, bro. Hey, nothing gets you motivated more than that. Okay, now I didn't experience that growing up, but I know all the stories. Okay, I've heard the rumors, and that sets you straight. That sets you straight real quick. So maybe coach needs to be there. Get him a ticket. He wouldn't mind going out to Sao Paulo. Okay, go out there, have fun, and whip them into shape, man, because Team Liquid, whew, they need it. Let's head into game number 3, back to Erangel, where Team Queso reigns supreme in map number 1. Can they do it again? And if they do, will it be enough to break into second place? I think so. Hotchuk 7, let's find out.
Let's go, 7. Let's get it going. What do you think about that, bro? I think that's the strategy right there. I think it makes sense.
I think they just need to stop making so many excuses, man. This is a team that you just don't want to get into that kind of pattern of just making little excuses for just bad performances. Just own up to it. Say it's bad performances. Don't be saying it's bad luck. Don't be saying because your coach isn't there. just own up to it and adjust to what the lobby's being able to give you.
That's why Seven hates that. I got it now, because you got a whole lot of that chocolate when you were younger, dude. Because you know what? If you make excuses, it gets worse. You know?
Damn right.
It gets worse, dude. So yeah, no more excuses. Figure out the problem. Don't give me excuses. Give me results, right? As a great philosopher once said. Well,
what do we want out of them on this match, Duke?
So
if
it's a military-based circle, they got to win this game. They got to win this game. If it's not, yeah, top 5 finish with, I want to see 6 eliminations.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that. See, the thing is, like, it's stuff like that for this team. Oh my goodness, what a circle are we getting here?
That is not silly.
Psych.
Oh boy, dude. Team Liquid just went, this is going to be a fun one here. They're going to have, well, I want to see what they do, right? Do they loot up super fast, go up the bridge quick, or do they wait for other teams to do that before them? That's going to be the question.
If they're going to be playing the exact same way that they have been playing throughout this whole PMSL, they take their time. They don't mind it. And sometimes with circle like this, they kind of leave themselves prone to possible, and I mean really possible, bridge camps that we have actually seen in the past, whether it's on the East Bridge camp or whether it's on the West Bridge camp. This team is going to just play it super slow, and getting out of here, they're going to end up having to play edge depending on how slow they end up getting out of here. It might not be looking like a top 5 for the team. I hope they prove me wrong. I really want them to prove me wrong when they are challenged by the circle, because that's when you're actually able to see what champions are made of. When it's easy for you, when you're able to do great rotations into the center of the circle, and then the circle kind of blesses you towards the end there, that's easy. I feel like for the most part, anybody, especially at this caliber of PUBG Mobile Esports, anybody can do that. As you can see, Rosen actually being able to get those nasty shots there on Rattoboy, and Rattoboy, bye-bye, Rattoboy. Time to sit next to your players, next to your teammates for the next 30 minutes.
Ugh. You hate to see it, dude. You hate to see it. Maxman's favorite player going down. Rattoboy. Oh, man. Unbelievable.
He loves his hairline.
He sure does. He sure does. I'll tell you what. Man, yeah, I mean, you have so much. We had a little bit of fun over there when we were on our way back home. Maxman and I took the same plane from Saudi. All right? Rattoboy was on that plane as well. And, man, going through security with that guy was a blast, dude. You know, he is so tall. He is so tall.
A unit.
You can spot him anywhere in the whole entire airport. Man, oh boy. Well, unfortunately, he is out of this one for this game. But you can still see something happen from the squad. You know, Twisted Minds. Maybe they have a little bit of that double points curse as well, and hopefully we'll see them break it along with NRG.
I think it comes down to how quickly they're going to be able to just loot. Kind of what you were saying, right? At Team Liquid, how quickly are you going to be able to loot? Well, guess what? Now you're not going to have to worry about possibly even more teams waiting for you. And they're actually going to just be making a full push towards the circle, find themselves a good spot. And I mean, that is the right play. You currently have just 3 players to work with. Try to set Federal in a great position to work with. And yeah, I got a chance to interview Rattoboy in Riyadh for PMWC. Dude, I thought I was short when I'm next to Jason and stuff. Boy, we were actually standing, and it wasn't even close to shoulder to shoulder. It was more like shoulder to hip.
Dude, he is no joke, man. And you know what? I mean, this team itself have been playing so well. I saw the look on their faces after PMWC. They were obviously super disappointed, but I also saw that fire in their eye. You could just tell, like, hey, you know what? They were going to do some homework, and they were going to come back stronger. And that's what I love about tournaments like this, is because it gives these opportunities for players to grow, learn new strategies, and develop as a whole. Because, man, does this skill cap just level up another level when we go to PMGC, right?
It does. And I think that's why they decided to end up getting Federal there on the loan, because they realized, okay, we're able to do certain things here in Americas, but now we got the experience of what happened in PNWC. We know what to expect a little bit more against certain international teams, and we needed more fragging power. So for them to be able to add that, I mean, we saw at the beginning of the day, we were able to show the stats there from Federal of what he's been able to do this week. That's a massive performance. That is honestly a big change in performance for a whole squad, because it not only gives a confidence to Federal, which, I mean, if that boy has confidence, anything can happen in regards to performances like we've been able to see this week. But also to the other team, now they can trust him a little bit more. Okay, he's being able to put up the stats. Now we don't really have to worry about benching him. Now we don't have to worry about switching out certain players here and there. You end up building a little bit more trust and chemistry with that player.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, building that trust and building that chemistry. And especially at this high level, Colgoat, man, this guy has been on a tear all by himself. Look at him popping some shots off and hitting them on the move.
Stop it. Just stop it.
Oh, no
and he's gonna
way,
go. He's
dude.
gonna go back to.
No way.
Juice.
Sit down, Baton. Sit down. Colgoat is on another level.
That's my MVP right there. Honestly,
Dude,
for PMSL America's fall split, that's my MVP. That man has been able to put up some insane performances.
That shot was ridiculous. And now, oh, but he's out of position. He is now out of position. FS, if he wins this 1v1, could be dangerous. No, Papi Potro's right there. Oh, X Factor are just getting torn apart by Team Queso.
Not a good look there for X Factor. They're gonna end up losing Baton as he ended up getting just pretty much tap out of that vehicle by Colgoat. And now Team Queso, we have seen how aggressive Team Queso can be today. They're looking to keep that aggression going as they're looking at just easy 4 points here, surrounding the building, getting all these angles, and hoping that any of these nades just end up connecting with any of the X Factor players or more nades. There you go. Baton finally eliminated there by Colgoat, and X Factor just currently sitting, waiting patiently, trying to figure out what Team Queso is going to be doing. And you know what? They're saying, we're going to make our destiny, put it in our hands, or we're going to be pushing out and just start shotgunning people. Havlik being able to knock two there. King Caprice, remember, Colgoat's currently far away from his squad. King Capri hit these shots for his team. He needs him, and he's not going to be able to. And Team Queso is able to clutch up what could have been an easy squad wipe. They almost end up losing two players.
Man, what, that was way too close for comfort right there. Yeah, Colgoat hopped out after hitting that crazy shot, got caught a little bit out of position, right? He wasn't able to get into that fight. That evened things out for X Factor. But you notice what Team Queso does that we see another team do? They commit everybody, right? You have to finish out that fight no matter what. No just being like, oh, all right, you know what? They either get it done or don't. Player sacrifice. One single player just runs out in the middle of the open. No. They commit, and you saw them. They turned it around, won the fight, and now they have 4 eliminations and their entire team up.
They are, and I'm going to be looking at the circle here. It's going to be looking more towards Stalber. We got a chance to see this circle. I think it was in week 1. And if we get another Stalber finish, I am all for it, as Alpha7 is going to be making sure they get there first. On top of that, I was able to look at Team Liquid's rotation. They were able to just get a free rotation on the west bridge without anybody trying to bridge camping or anybody trying to set up any type of trap for them. And for Team Queso, where do you end up rotating here? Because you're going to end up having to rotate a little bit later than everybody else, and possibly blind too, because this team might not have enough time to just scout.
Let's see. Yeah, you're not going to have a lot of time to scout at all. You can see Chiefs doing that job right now. Just looking for a little bit of information, trying to find out where teams are. And yeah, you always know that that mountainside's pretty clear, right? I mean, there's so many different avenues you can go and find a place safely. So it looks like that's what Mythic's going to do. That's the wrong way, though. That's the one team you don't want to get too close to.
You're going to be able to hear that car, and you know Alpha7 is going to be on alert because this team is currently on bonus points. They haven't been able to fully take advantage of it like we have seen in the past. A little bit of a slower start here for a lot of the teams from Group D. I mean, earlier we saw Twisted Minds losing Rato Boy, now Alpha7 having to worry about possibly Team Liquid pushing up on them, but now it's not a worry. Now they decided to back off even more and just take over this observatory. As Mafioso was starting to get their pop with shots. All 4 players are still alive. And I'm trying to figure out, too, where Twisted Minds are, because that was a team that rotated early after Rato Boy ended up getting eliminated. And if they were able to find some good spot here towards the north, here towards the top of Stalber as well, they might just be looking good. They might be able to not have to worry about it that much with that early rotation.
Yeah, right you are. And right now I'm looking at these rotations coming on out. One of the teams that we're still waiting to see make it on in is going to be Team Queso. They're coming in from the south side, but at perfect timing. right now. Oh, you know what, though, Seven? We're seeing a change of game here. Something does not look like the last two matches. You know what that is?
What is it?
NRG.
Oh.
Still alive. Not the first team out. You know what I'm saying?
NRG's been able to perform well before in this kind of scenarios, but they were usually
This is their side of the map.
in Stalber. It's not the case right now.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that this is their side of the map, but the playing path was so southern that they went to their secondary drop location. So now they don't just have it for free. They're gonna have to work their way up there. But nobody should know the backside of Stalber like NRG.
Hey, maybe. Let's put positive thoughts, right? That's what we're trying to do. A team that's currently on their bonus points, trying to improve. Oh, with this new circle, though, I'm going to be keeping a close eye here on Team Liquid. Hopefully, they don't end up splitting too far. That hasn't really worked out wonders for them. They are going to continue to do that 3-1 split. You can see Cardozo now starting to narrow it down, regrouping with this squad. Alpha7 is going to be in a great position with that 2-2 split as well. Furia towards the north, I mean, right now, is just pretty much a chess match for a lot of these teams. Hoping that they catch anybody maybe being a little bit too over aggressive, or if not, they're just going to wait it out and see what's going to happen with the next circle when a lot of the teams are going to be forced out.
Yeah, I want to see how NRG is going to play this because, like I said, this is their side of the map. So they know every single nook and cranny. This is where they drop. And I want to see how they push into this next zone. This is a big opportunity for them. Any single time you get a zone that's in your drop location, you're going to be pretty happy here. So let's see how it works out. Right now, I'm looking at 9Z as well. This is their double points day. But look at Twisted Minds up on top of the observatory, way up there.
They're going to be looking to hopefully keep on getting blessed by the circle, because if this continues on like this, I mean, not only are you going to be looking at just placement points for Twisted Minds, you're also going to start looking at some eliminations. And I mean, Federal, he's keeping track. He's like, okay, I see one player over there. I see another one over here. Let me check my back real quick. Okay, it's clear at the moment. He's going to just write all of that stuff down in his head, keep counter, and be like, this is how many eliminations I have available for me. Let me start fragging out.
Let's see if he's going to start fragging out here.
Not yet, though. I would say maybe like 3 circles.
Yeah, 3 more circles. Right now, we're still in that planning phase. Oh, yeah. Look at Papi Potro popping off a couple shots from downtown. Outside a circle. What do you think about that?
Outside of circle, I mean, this is the team. Remember, they ended up with an early fight against X Factor. They were going to be the last team to kind of rotate in, having less to work with in scouting. And I'm glad they're actually being able to take this amount of time to just scout everything, see what would be the best position. They're not being dumb about it in a way that they're not just fully crashing into a compound like I have seen previous teams do. They're just waiting it. They know everything's taken at the moment, and I think they might be waiting for the next circle and an opportunity to possibly third-party people, or they might just go for the edge play.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they might just go for that edge play indeed, and that's not a bad decision considering the position they're in right now. And whenever you have Stalber too, I mean, playing the edge could definitely work out because all you got to do is wait for a party to happen in that middle area, third party it, and you could definitely get it going. The problem is, though, if they don't fight, then they are 100% staring at you, and that can be problematic. You can see, look at that. VIP. Milo in the vehicle, ready for the next shift.
Pedrinho was trying to make that push out. Influence Rich is going to be able to spot him. That's we're getting closer to the next circle. Some of this team starting to prepare, seeing what's going to be happening. I think it's going to, it actually ends up favoring Alpha7 and Team Liquid. And now Twisted Minds, we're talking about is going to be one of the later stages. Well, guess what? You're going to have to end up moving, and you're going to have to move quickly before most of the other teams end up pushing out. We also got a chance to see Team Queso earlier on. One of the players did end up getting knocked by VIP. I think they are going to have to fight that squad, as this circle is just going to make it even harder for them.
Yes, sir, it is. And you can see Rivas getting a knock on to Spec. That's going to be rough for NRG. Hopefully they can win that fight. This is their double points day after all. Team Queso are on the move. Ooh, all the way on the south side here, not in the circle. They're waiting for this res, and then they're going to send it together as a team. But they don't have a lot of information here, Seven. It looks like they're going to have to make a blind rotation.
They do, and with the terrain that the circle is going to be providing this squad, it's just going to be tough. I mean, you can see now Milo's getting knocked there from the Vicious. Anybody, I mean, it's going to be just so many teams. You have the Vicious, you got VIP as well there for Team Queso, and the worst part is that you're just going to keep getting peppered. You're just going to be getting gate kept here and hoping that none of the other teams side to this party. So not looking good. I mean, at least for Team Queso, they were able to secure some eliminations earlier on. They're going to be able to kind of take their time a little bit longer. But how much time do you actually want to take
good question.
with what's currently given them? Because you saw right there what just happened. The player ended up getting picked up, got knocked down, and then as soon as they came out of the cover, people were just waiting for them, and Papi Potro ends up getting knocked and eliminated.
Yeah, you can see they're blind. They're rotating fully blind now, and they're going to take this fight most likely onto VIP. Colgoat almost get a position to get the run over. Big Milo on the other side trying to get revenge for his brother, little Milo. Uh-oh, that thing's about to explode, though. Oh, gets taken out. Intense game, yeah. Team Queso not able to make the rotation. But now we see Alpha7 getting a couple good nades onto Influence Rage. That's a huge fight.
That is going to be a massive
versus
fight.
Fourth.
Yeah, if Alpha7 is able to take care of Influence Rage, I mean, especially with where they currently are at, they're going to be able to just hold so many angles into the later matches as well. But the Vicious, I mean, we saw the Vicious just waiting Team Queso out. They were able to get some eliminations there, and now they're trying to gatekeep Loops Esports. Right now, the Vicious, a team that's currently fighting for that top 7, trying to close that gap to Furia, doing the right play here, trying to see if they can maybe spot anybody from Loops on rotations or try to third party anything going on. On top of that, you have Influence Rage, not only having to fight Alpha7 Hot Jukes, but on top of that, they're having to fight Furia.
If anybody can do it, it's Alpha7. You can see them, they have that high ground, so they're not really worried about it. It's Influence Rage that are in big trouble. They are completely pinched between two monster squads. And the nades are starting to ring out. Influence Rage, all grouped up. One nade, and this whole squad is done for.
And luckily for Influence Rage right now, that smoke that they were able to put out earlier kind of distracted anything that Furia might have been doing. You saw Alpha7 throwing some grenades as well, using that utility, making them burn it, but nothing ended up hitting on Influence Rage. Now Influence Rage has all 4 alive. Furia having to back down a little bit more. And that nade from Frozen is going to end up hitting. Huge turn of events here for Influence Rage, as now they're going to be looking to get a little bit of an advantage here against Furia, but it's a little bit tougher because on top of Furia, you just have Alpha7. You're in a sandwich, in an awful sandwich here.
Yep, and Diego tried to get a first aid off. Actually, a full med kit gets popped out from the vehicle. Furia busting out the drive-by right here at the end. Man, Influence Rage really gave that one all they got, but there's not much you can do when you got 2 monster squads like that attacking you at the same time.
Yeah, it's just such a bad spot for that team. What looked out to be so good, that grenade that they were able to hit on the Furia player as well looked promising. I think that's why you saw them being a little bit more aggressive. Now you have Loops, the last player, Nino, currently trying to find anybody from Alpha7, and Alpha7 is just in a position that they're super comfortable to begin with. This might be their performance. If I could see a reflections camera right now, he would just be getting hype. He's like, okay, Alpha7 in a good spot. Team Liquid dying to Inco Gaming as well. This could be the game that this team wants to have to just expand on that gap that they have to second place.
Oh, yeah, let's see what happens here, because Team Liquid, man, are trying to make it happen, but they have had the craziest dry run. The coach is not there. Do they need more coaching, though? Do they need to get these eliminations? Yes, they do. The answer is obvious. Guapo is there with a UMP. Yeah, he's going to go out to blue zone here. But looking at the rest of the circle, Alpha7, man, they are still pretty dead central in a good position. Guapo actually survives, goes for the thirst. Not able to get them.
Lightning Kings being able to clutch it out right there. Inco Gaming. Inco is actually going to end up eliminating Team Liquid. We didn't get a chance to see that fight, but that is not, this continues on with the bad stretch that this team is having for Team Liquid. Now, they're more than likely gonna end up just so far away from Alpha7. It's gonna make it harder to catch up to them, and especially if Alpha7 can close out this match, right? Luckily for this team, though, oh, here we go with the replay. Oh, what a grenade, Jukes.
Wow. What a nade. Chief with another one. Oh, getting caught in the back right there from All Glory Gaming. Look at Carrillo. Carrillo set up, good to go. In the trolley. Keeping eyes 360. I mean, Alpha7 are looking dangerous here. Here's Inco, though. Inco, Nenebete. Beautiful nade. Gotta watch out for that one. They should be good because it's so difficult to throw nades from this position. Melgar would have to just absolutely pinpoint it in order to get a knock.
Trading nades
All Glory
back
Gaming
and
have to
forth.
push. They have to commit.
Yeah, they're going to have to commit there because on top of that, you have Alpha7 is just being so proactive right now. NRG is still alive there with 3 players as well for all the NA fans, just don't worry. NRG is still alive. X Factor did end up getting eliminated first, but we still have some hope in the lobby. Old Glory Gaming just driving around trying to see what they're going to be going. It's going to be looking tough for this team as well. But I kind of want to go back to Inco Gaming with what they were able to do to Team Liquid. Team Liquid was set. Team Liquid wasn't even having to move. And for Inco Gaming, out of all teams, to be able to do that, I think it talks about the state that Team Liquid is currently in. They're just continuing on that bad stretch. And if I'm completely honest, I don't see it changing, Hodges, as this team, especially yesterday on their bonus day. This is something that Reflections was able to say at the end of the show as well. They didn't end up with a single top 3 finish.
Crazy. I mean, it's unprecedented for sure. Hold on one second. Those who watch Poncho with the shotgun, not able to get the 1v2. Inco. The rest of the team has to full commit to this fight. They have to take out All Glory Gaming. Inactive. Taking his time, not pushing. That's going to allow All Glory Gaming to get fully set up. At a certain point, you got no choice. You just got to push up. Here he is. Gets a good shot. Oh, he gets the nade onto 7. Not able to get the pickup, though. Vitali should have this. Gets it with one shot of the DBS. And look at this. NRG right off the rip. Say, oh, yeah, you guys want to fight? Third party all day long.
Especially for a team that needs this point. Fate is going to be pushing the action here. He needs to be careful, though. He needs to make sure he doesn't overextend. He has his squad ready next to him. They're going to be able to spot where Vitali's going to be at. Vitali's going to be switching over to that shotgun. That nade there from 24K is going to end up hitting in just an easy squad wipe. Not even squad wipe, just an easy cleanup there for NRG. Fate currently sitting with 2 eliminations, 24K there with 1. But now it's going to have to turn it over to what's looking like a menacing squad. Alpha7, even though they currently have 2 eliminations, they just been affecting so many fights throughout this whole match, especially towards the later matches that we have recently seen here, the later circles. This team is just looking at anybody. If they see a move, they'll shoot at it, even if they can confirm the elimination.
Yeah, that is right. They're not messing around at all. And you can see Revo, man, from that angle, they have so many sight lines down this mountain. And it just shows Alpha7, when it comes to high ground, that's something they're always going to hunt for. And they picked the perfect spot here. Team Liquid fans got to be a little bit worried. This is double points day for Alpha7, and they're looking to definitely rack them up.
And they are currently going to be racking them up. I mean, right now, a top 5 situation, all 4 players alive. There's only one other team that has all 4 players alive, and you're currently looking at him, and he's going to be Furia. And right now, if you're Furia, you're actually happy with the performances. If you're a Furia fan, you want to continue to see this performance. I mean, they're currently sitting with 5 eliminations. They're getting those points. They're closing the gap on Loops as well, because Loops is currently out. This is what you want to see out of that squad. But honestly, Jukes, it's going to be tough. It's gonna cost a third party, I feel like, from some of these teams to just being able to take off Alpha7, because Alpha7 is looking so strong in this position that they're currently on. And it could be in favor of the Vicious. If the Vicious can start this fight, if they can get one knock, I feel like one of the other teams might get a little bit happy and try to third party.
Oh.
But Fiosa says, be quiet, 7. That's not going to happen. We know that they're there. Let me start knocking some people down so we can stop this theory.
Those peaks are crazy, man. I mean, just the slightest pixel. These guys are taking shots. Let's see what Mafioso can scan, though. Does he spot Brunson down there? No, he actually gets shot. Immediately retreats. Just says it's not worth it. But the Vicious... Oh, McGrellin with a beautiful double knock. That is it for the Vicious. Goodbye. Brunson driving away. Good luck.
Alpha7, whether it is grenades or whether it is having to shoot at a buggy, it doesn't matter. They want to be able to clear this up. And if they do end up clearing this up, it's looking closer and closer there to a win. The buggy being able to stop the power there from that nade. For those in trying to find any angles possible to just stay away from Alpha7, but Alpha7 is just too much when they are on the hunt, as they're able to just clear off the Vicious. And now Alpha7 is going to be switching their focus over to Furia, and on top of that, NRG. But they need to be careful because they still have one player from Twisted Minds alive, and it's going to be Obscure.
See what Obscure could do. Obscure, it is their double points day. They have 3 already, and he's going to be able to snake up some placement points. He wants as many as he possibly can get. Man, we have 3 teams out of the 4 that are in Group D here, 7. This is huge.
This is going to be massive. I mean, some of the teams need those bonus points. One of them is this one. I mean, Twisted Minds, we're talking about it from the beginning of the match. They lost Rattleboy. They were able to rotate early on. They're actually being able to stay alive. Now clutching up those placement points. Federal is not going to be alive. But Obscure, if he can even clutch up two more elimination points, that's going to be massive for that squad. Currently trying to just expand the lead that they have towards sixth place team at NRG. I mean, right now you have Fate alive, you have Casper alive. I'm trusting Fate. I want Fate to be able to get those eliminations. Twisted Minds does end up getting eliminated right there. It's going to come down to that 3. Who's going to take it, Jukes? Is it going to be Alpha7, Furia, or possibly NRG?
Oh, man. Alpha7, they don't lose these situations. It's going to be very, very difficult to usurp them. At that point, the whole lobby would have to focus on them in this top 3. That's going to be Furia and NRG. But Carrillo with the high ground looking too strong. All it takes is one knock, though.
That's all it takes. And what's crazy, too, for this squad right now, Jukes, is if you look at the eliminations that all these players have, Revo, the one that's usually the MVP from this roster, is the one that doesn't have an elim. So you know he's going to get a little bit trigger happy, and he's going to be looking to get those angles to actually get some eliminations his way.
McCrellin popping off some shots. Revo's the one, dude. He's all the way up top. He has all the sight lines in the world. He's given so much valuable intel to the rest of the squad, and that's something that the rest of the teams in this lobby do not have. So NRG going in a little bit blind here. Alpha7 are prepared and just waiting for these elimination points to climb up towards them.
They're just waiting. This is the best scenario for Alpha7 on your bonus day. Waiting for everybody just to pick up. On top of that, you have Revo up here now. Earlier, we were able to see Carrillo. You're just waiting for them to get a little bit more in the open. You know, at one point, they're going to end up laying down, but Revo needs to be careful. You mentioned it. All that Furia needs is just one knock, and they're going to be able to just close that gap massively and fast, too, to Alpha7 with the current circle that we're working with. And on top of that, they got vehicles going their way.
That's true. That is true. Let's see what Furia can do. Revo's going to see that vehicle coming, though, from a mile away. But at the same time, if Furia can get a couple good knocks, that's all it's going to take to turn that fight around.
Oh,
NRG are the ones. Yeah, they're waiting. Here they come.
Who's going to strike first? Dude, is it going to be Alpha7? Is it going to be Furia? Grenades? Rebel's just collecting all this information right now. All those grenades going over to NRG. They're letting it happen. And you best believe the rest of the Alpha7 players are just positioning themselves to third-party Furia as they're currently just so focused on NRG.
They're like, okay, yeah. Rebel's just commentating at this point to the rest of his squad, telling them they're fighting each other. We won this game. Let's see. Oh, he sees Artusin. He's going to wait for that perfect moment to strike. Here comes the blue zone, though. Casper, will you survive? Close. That Molly's mighty close as well. Man. Nades are finally starting to ring out from Casper. He needs to throw everything he's got.
I think he's going to start doing that just now. There you go. Any of this is going to be able to hit. If anything hits, it would be massive hell there to Alpha7. Casper's just going to decide to deny any points for Furia. And now it's going to come down to a 4v4 once again. The last two teams trying to fight it out is going to be Alpha7 and Furia. Right now, Furia has 6 eliminations. Alpha7 sitting at 5. And Rebel has been here for so long that he's just going to be able to pick and choose. He needs to be careful, though. He is able to recognize that a player from Furia did have an off angle. So he's being a little bit more careful not to overexpose himself. And it's actually a tough shot with how close he is to that cart.
I don't think he needs to shoot. I think he just needs to give intel.
I don't think he has an angle to it.
He's like 3-1 split right here. We got 3 on the left side of the smoke. There he is. Oh, he said, no problem. I got those angles. Initial knock is all he needed to do. And now the advantage is huge for Alpha7. The rest of the team should be coming down. Rebels, because I might just take this team on by myself. But McGrellin gets the nice knock. Mafioso with the push. S12K in hand. Can he hold it down? He does.
He is going to be able to get that knock right there. Now it's going to be the last player, Arturus, and having to deal against anybody. He was able to get one with McGrellin, but ultimately, it was those players from Alpha7 on the top rails inside the cars, just waiting patiently. And this is what we wanted to see out of Alpha7, being able to close that win. And this is the big difference that comes down to Alpha7 when you compare them to Team Liquid. They're able to win whether they have the circle, or they're able to win if they play edge, and they were able to showcase it here in this match.
Yeah, good job from Alpha7. That's a big win. We felt it, didn't we? Right in our bones, Alpha7 was getting closer and closer to a win. Even if they hadn't been top 3, Hey, we knew it was coming, and it does come, and that's a big win because now that pushes them not only as they were in first place, but now above 800 points. The first team to do so. It was once Team Liquid making the big gains, making the huge milestones, right? But now it's Alpha7 leading the charge, looking for 1,000 total points by the end of the fall season. Something I don't believe we reached in spring season. We were close, but, well, we didn't get to that moment. Either way, we start, though, the conversation with Inco. And the reason why I want to start with Inco is because they finish off the game, Hot Jukes, with a total of, I think, 7 eliminations, well, which is quite decent for the Inco roster. But given now the newly appointed PMGC points and bringing that attention to the viewers, Inco is now most likely going to PMGC based off of that alone. Now, how do we feel about Inco as a roster going into PMGC, getting 7 eliminations here, but more importantly, their overall performance during the fall season?
I mean, their overall performance is not nearly anything that we were hoping for, that's for sure. I'm hoping right now from Inco, we just see them level up. You know, if they go to PMGC, I want to just see progress from them. My hopes are not high yet. I wish they were, because I love this roster. I love their ceiling, right? But they haven't gotten close to it yet.
No, they haven't, and it's concerning, but it is what it is. You know, they are the #1 leading PMGC team when it comes to North America, but you do start to question NRG X Factor. Would they be better in their spot? Well, given today's performance, 7 X Factor NRG, they haven't really been the best. This is the best performance from NRG, right? In game number 3, they get 3rd place with 3 eliminations, but more on that in just a second. I want to break down this final play. Do you think 7, that Furia put way too much attention into the solo of NRG?
I think they did, and I was actually surprised that Rebel just waited out patiently. That was just trigger finger discipline from Rebel for everybody else watching, because any other player that you would have put in that situation, not only the Fury players were exposing themselves, they were just showing themselves as well towards him. He was just waiting. He knew that they were going to end up pushing. So just great play there by Alpha7, and especially by Rebel there towards the end. But for Furia, I completely agree with you. I think they were a little bit too focused there with NRG. They would have just had to recover themselves. They had a great flank too, that even though Rebel was aware of it, it would have been a hard shot. So overall, Furia did focus a little bit too much there on NRG.
Yeah, it's just that tunnel vision. And I don't understand where that tunnel vision came from. You know Alpha7's still on the map. Start figuring out where they are, and then let the solo of NRG try to make a play. But I love that Revo was just, hey, calming out, letting them know exactly what they needed to do once that fight ended up subsiding, which it did, and then they attacked and ended up working out. 30+ points. That is incredible from their perspective. Now, Team Liquid, they get 0. Now, the good news is, Hot Jukes, Influence Rage, right? They don't have a good performance, so most likely not passing Team Liquid just yet. And then, of course, from the other side, Twisted Mind's not the biggest game either, but still enough to maybe gain some ground. So we have 2 big movers. Twisted Minds, Team Queso moving up. Influence Rage dropping down despite their meteoric bonus point stay on Thursday.
You said 2 big movers. There's 3. That's Alpha7, dude. Look at that. I mean, goodness gracious. 830 points. That is a good, solid gap. And they still have a lot of games left to be played here, 7.
They have so many games. And on top of that, we're going to be going to Sandhawk. On top of that, you still have a Miramar and another Erangel. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if the gap at the end of the day does end up being 100. One thing I am happy about seeing here is that Team Queso is currently in 3rd place. If I'm Team Liquid, I'm telling you, man, I'm just smashing the panic button at the moment. I don't want to hear excuses.
That's right.
I want to see improvements from this team, because you're about to end up getting passed here by Team Queso and possibly Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, I'm shocked at how close it is, right? From 758 to 760. That's 5th through 3rd. And then now you have 4 points separating Team Queso from Team Liquid. Never in my... Actually, remember, go back, Hot Jukes, to the beginning of the season. Let's say middle of week 1, going into week 2, and maybe even week 2 as well. It was like 1st and 2nd's locked in. We know Alpha7, we know Team Liquid. They've got that on lock, right? There's no way. So now everybody is playing 3rd through 5th. I never expected to get to the end of week 3 and have top 5, even 6th place to 2nd place be this close.
Okay, look, 4 points away from Team Queso, right?
Yep.
5 points away from Twisted Minds, who is on their double points day with 3 more matches left to go.
Right.
Right?
Right.
6 points away from Influence Rage. Okay? Need I say more?
No.
Need I say more?
Set it off,
This
brother.
is ridiculous.
It's great. Well, first and foremost, I know we're all entertained, right? We're in this. We're in this together. We're watching this. Look, this is great. From a spectator perspective, this is excellent. From an analyst perspective, host perspective, it's like, why? Why are we this close, specifically more from second place on down? But it makes things exciting. It really does. And it's going to make for an explosive ending going into next Sunday, the final day of the fall season. So it's definitely entertaining, but very unexpected from where we were expecting things to be, right? Especially from week 1 to week 2. It's wild to me, Seven, but that's just the way the cookie's crumbling, brother. 3 more games to go, Seven. What are we to expect?
NA. I need to see NA. It's now or never, honestly.
Yes.
I feel like with the performances that we have had out of NRG, with the performances that we have had of some of the other teams as well, like X Factor, it's now or never. Yes, Inco, you kind of mentioned it too, Reflections. They secured their spot in a way because of how much of a gap in the performances that X Factor is doing. I don't think X Factor is going to be able to catch them up unless they switch it up and they just start absolutely fragging out and winning games here.
Well,
I don't think that's going to happen. So for NRG, I mean, this is your last hope right here.
And okay, last hope, NRG, 3 more games. Can you step it up? I fully believe in you, but you got to start believing in yourselves and figure out your placings. We know you could slay out, but can you reach the end? And can you reach the end with the balance of eliminations and placing? That's a question we've been waiting to be answered for quite some time. Well, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Kowalski from Furia after their Game 2 big winner chicken dinner. Let's hear what Kowalski had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Kowalski from Furia. You just won the match, the second match of the day. You guys, first of all, congratulations on the match. Well played. But you guys are still fighting to be on the top 5, especially in the top 5. You're more secure in there. How are you guys feeling on this last day and already the last week, next week? Como estão sentindo a semana que vem? Já falei.
Fala galera, beleza? Bom, saiu um peso das nossas costas agora, estamos mais tranquilo, mais solto. Okay. A gente diagnosticou algumas coisas durante a semana que estava faltando agressividade no nosso time, e no dia de hoje, na semana que vem, a gente vai mudar um pouquinho o nosso jogo, vai agressivar mais, e a gente está tranquilo, está feliz, está unido. Eu acho que a gente vai buscar sim esse top 5. Nossa meta é estar dentro do top 5, não pegar essa vaga do 6º, do 7º, mas estar dentro do top 5. Então é isso, estamos muito felizes, contentes. É isso.
He says that they're happy. They saw that they had to be more aggressive. They saw that they weren't being aggressive enough, so they changed that. They're trying to really look to be inside of those top 5, not on the top 6 or 7, because it's dangerous there. But they're happy, they're united, and they're really glad they got this win because it's weight off their back. Mr. Kowalski.
Obrigado, bonito.
Thank you very much. Let's go.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, desculpa. Chega. Chega disso, This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Warrior. We are waiting for you.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 15. 3 maps down, 3 more to go, and we're about to hop into the odd map out. And, of course, talking about Sandhawk. It's going to be fun. Ruins fight, always something to see. But it's also an opportunity and should be a must-needed win coming out from NRG. Speaking of which, NRG, man, they've been looking pretty good. But we actually have an interview with NRG. Let's hear what they had to say.
Top 3 eliminations. All right, guys, here we are after match 3. Casper, tough 2 matches. This one we got top 3 eliminations, some points. How are you guys feeling?
After that third game, it was definitely a bounce back match, and we feel way better going to the final 3 games. We think we can make something out of it now.
For sure. Final 3 games. What's the game plan now?
Well, now, not lose drops, 24. And not lose people early. So that's the game plan.
What do you say about 24?
Or he looted a drop on Miramon, we died.
Right. Can't do that. Can't do that anymore. Well, I mean, we got chance. We got 3 more, all right?
Yo, remember? I told you, they literally died because they went for that airdrop. Oh my goodness. How salty would you be if you actually ended up dying because one player just decides to go for an airdrop? I'll be salty.
Oh, it's a bait crate. It's a bait crate in Miramar. You never touch the crates. It looks so good. It's shiny. You want that level 3. You're hoping for that big MG3, but just walk away. Unless it drops right in your lap, it's meant to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, there's some inner turmoil, right? When it comes to NRG, friendly or not.
Look, dude, you better be careful, bro. You better be careful. You're making too many mistakes.
When you start questioning your teammates like that, bro, things start to get a little bit messy, especially in a tense moment like this, like in a time frame, right, where you really need to make the most out of today because you know you got 200+ points to clear, and the last 3 games haven't really gone your way, even when you got 3rd place in last game. Ooh. Okay, now we're starting to call each other out. So I don't know, 7. Can they recover from that, bro? Because once the bickering starts, it's hard to shut it down.
It was jokeful. Okay, it was like, hey, a little jab, but hey, you keep doing that and you actually keep messing up. And you mentioned it too. We've been mentioning this team needs the points. They don't have time to be dying to airdrops because one player decided to go through an airdrop. So yeah. Might need to be careful. I don't want this team to end up getting split up. I say you just need some more fragging power, NRG.
And please do that. No, but please do more of that. Please. I'm tired of hearing just, oh, we made a mistake. We try to do better next game.
Coach,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, something. No. Tell us why. Tell us what happened. Just say, oh, you know what? Hey, 24K looted drop. We all loot drops sometimes. It happens. Don't be, you know what I'm saying? But, it's good to see from, the IGL's perspective, what went wrong, and it could be something simple as that, because yes, this is a team game, but if one player goes to a drop, another player overextends to save him, and the whole team can get wiped out, right? So it's good to understand that, hey, you know what? This is a mistake we made. We're not going to do this again.
That's it. All right. Well, NRG, hopefully get it together. I will say, though, moving into Sandhawk, I'm pretty excited for Alpha7. They've already broken, 800 points at the moment. Yeah, 830, and they're going into a map that they won yesterday. So this is some good news for Alpha7 fans, and bad news for everybody else trying to catch up to them. And I will say, just to put a cap on it, they finished off last map with a winner, chicken dinner, 9 eliminations. We saw them masterfully set up against Furia, and we'll even count it the NRG, the solo from NRG as well. But they got 9 eliminations yesterday on Sandhawk, playing it very well. So we could potentially have 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners with a total of 9 eliminations on their bonus points day. That would be huge. Alpha7's goal today is to get as much of a lead as possible over everyone else. When you look at Team Liquid, they didn't relinquish their first place spot for at least a week and a half, maybe even a little bit longer. So for Alpha7, if they could potentially take a 100-point lead over current second place, which is Team Liquid, they could potentially have the fall season locked up, first place without question, and they will not let it go most likely. So Dave on the desk yesterday, 2 days ago, ended up saying, look, once Alpha7 takes over first place, they're not letting it go. They let it go for one map, where Team Liquid took it over, and then they regained it. So Dave was wrong, but also I'll give him credit. He was a little bit right. Seven, what do you think? Alpha7, right? They take over first place. They're already there. If they can take a 100-plus point lead, I don't think they give it up. Give the season to them. Now it's a matter of who's getting second.
I want it. I've been an advocate for this team at the end of today having a 100-point gap to the second place team, whoever is going to be, because before it used to be Team Liquid, but with what we've been seeing lately, I don't know if it's actually going to be Team Liquid, but yeah, I just want to see a 100 points gap. It's going to be a nice little cushion for this team. I don't see them being able to slow down either on the final week. And on top of that, you do have the PMGC points. And I think with the performances that we have been able to see out of this team, they have been passing them. Now, when we go into Sandhawk, the big question mark is that hot drop between Inco and X Factor going to be there? I don't know.
I know you hate. I know you hate when they fight at that Ruins, because they cannibalize each other. You know, it does oftentimes lead to a 4-man wipe, but sometimes it doesn't. But here we go, hopping into game number 4. We're moving into Sandhawk. And 7, I hope you don't mind. I think I'm going to join you for this cast.
Welcome, brother. It's been a while. It's been since last week since we were able to cast, and I'm all for it, because you know what? I like that you are finally starting to become that Alpha7 fan.
Yes.
I knew you could be.
Hey, that's me, man. All day, every day. I believe in them. I believe in them. And since we've been keeping the trend alive about wanting jerseys, give me an Alpha7. At this point, I should have 10 jerseys coming my way, along with every other talent that's been on this desk. I have never been on a broadcast where so many talents have claimed that they supported this team or that team since the very beginning, and they deserve a jersey now from their organization.
I cannot say anything because I do have some jerseys from and they're literally from PMWC and from other PMGCs. So yeah, hey, hear me out though. If for some reason I end up seeing them at PMGC, all right, and I ever meet you and I get an extra jersey, what size are you?
Me?
Yes.
I'm 6'7", 483 pounds, pure muscle, fully tatted. So for me, probably an XXXL.
All right, come down there, right, boy.
No, I'm 5'9", bro, but I weigh 200. I'm thick. Man. I got those muscles. So I'd say probably a medium if I really want to, like, you know, represent the muscles, but probably realistically a large.
Okay, I'll get you a large.
Okay,
medium,
we'll do a large. Let's settle on that.
Hear me out. I've wore mediums before. I'm 5'7", not 200 pounds. Not all that muscle, so yeah. I think a large will look really good on you. So yeah, you know what? If it ever happens, if I do end up getting there, if we do ever end up meeting, I'll be like, hey, so I was able to convert somebody else into becoming an Alpha7 fan. Can I get an extra jersey?
You are the way, the truth, and the light for Alpha7, man. If it's not their performance that converts them into believers, it's you, 7. It's you that will do it. Well, here we are. We're at Ruins. It's pretty empty. It looks like X Factor's got it all to themselves. Now, make no mistake, though. Inco is not far away. There is an opportunity for them to clash, especially with the zone being where it's at. And this zone gets me excited. The last time we noticed a zone up in the northeast, it encompassed Paradise, it continued to just collapse in on Paradise, which is great news for Loops. And Loops got a tremendous win a couple of days back when the zone was on Paradise. And I'm hoping it results in much the same here. Loops is a roster that's been doing just such a great job, not only performing as an organization, but as a team. And they're definitely looking poised to break into top 5, potentially even be a top 7 team, which they currently are. They're in 6th place. So a good game here on Sandhawk with the zone favoring them. 7, it gets me excited. I want to see Loops replicate what they did a couple of days ago.
I hope so too. And the thing with this team too is we haven't seen a bit of a slowdown, especially when we go over to their bonus points day. And that's actually a pattern that I love seeing. I love looking at data. I love being able to point out that kind of stuff. For Loops, week 1, I mean, this team was able to only get 33 points on their bonus day. Week 2, up to 60. And then week 3, this week, they were able to put up 58 points. So you can see, not a slowdown whatsoever. So for this team, if they continue on this kind of performances, you just mentioned it too, if they can just get a little bit closer to that top 5 and secure their spot even more, that I can honestly see it happening, especially with Loops. I mean, you've been a big Loops fan for a minute too, since we first started working together on week 1. And so far, they've been consistent. They haven't been consistent in regards to just being in the top 5, but they have kept themselves there to at least fight for it here coming into the final week.
All right, so a couple of engagements could happen relatively soon. I think we're going to have a little bit of a lull period, but there are some teams who have rotated up to the northeastern side playing that edge, and one is Team Liquid and then 9Z, and I believe they are about to full send straight into each other, and already shots are going to be fired, and Team Liquid now has to go ahead and park the car and get ready to fight. Did they run into struggles already? Mythic is down, 9Z with the pressure. They are going to full send this. Team Liquid needs to be ready. The good thing is they've got a lot of clear ground ahead of them, so if 9Z decides to push that field, they could run into trouble. But the issue is now they had to leave Mythic. Mythic is gone, and now you're in a 4v3. 9Z is fully confident, and they are out for blood.
Oh. And on top of that, Pedrinho's going to be able to find Cardozo in there and get that knock. Team Liquid is just looking like it's getting worse and worse for them this week. They want this day to be over. They want week 3 to just be scratched off the record books because nothing has worked for this team. Luckily, after today, they will have some days to go back and look at the drawing board, try to VOD review a little bit longer and see what they could end up improving on more because it's not looking good. And this is usually the map that teams like Team Liquid that aren't having the best of days, they tend to use it because of all the madness going on. Right now, it's not looking like that, and 9Z is actually looking to take full advantage of it because they're trying to clutch up even more bonus points going their way.
Weirdly enough, though, I do like where Ayala is at, but it seems Aragon might have a good understanding of where he's at, so maybe I'm going to taper my expectations. I'm thinking he wasn't seen. Maybe 9Z then goes past him. He's able to at least get a couple, maybe even all of them, but they clearly know where he's at. The nade will absolutely confirm that, and now I hate where Ayala is at, and he most likely is going to go down, so this fight is kind of null and void. If I'm Team Liquid, I'm going for damage control. I'm either trying to keep Chief alive, I'm trying to get him out of there, or I'm at least trying to get a couple from 9Z. But this game for them is pretty much dead in the water.
Yeah, I think for this team, try to do what Twisted Minds was able to do in the previous match. Try to do exactly just that. Save face a little bit more. See if you can maybe wait it out. 9Z is just going to continue to pressure on. And the thing at this point is you need Chief to be able to just get some kind of off angles here if he wants Ayala to be able to get out there. Ayala just barely being able to get out of there. And as I'm saying this, as I'm looking at what 9Z is doing here, 9Z is doing the correct thing. They're getting all kind of angles here. They're not really having to worry about anybody else, but they need to be careful because now as we're getting later and later into the match, some teams are going to start rotating and teams are going to be looking to possibly end up their party in this, as now it's only going to be Chief left alive or left standing for Team Liquid.
All right, but he has been spotted. He's managed to rotate out. He has hard cover POI. Chief can make something happen here. Now, can he annihilate all of 9Z? Most likely not, but I believe he can at least get one or a couple. He's got to watch his backside, though. He's so focused on the door. Syntax is going to be just up ahead. Chief now makes to rotate around. And again, I think he could do something, and there's at least something started. Aragon has fallen. Now 9Z has to be very cognizant about how they want to continue to push this hard cover. In a field fight, they're chilling, but now up close and personal, Chief has a tremendous advantage, and he's going for seconds. He wants the second victim of 9Z, and he's been spotted. Why are we pushing as individuals? Push together. Go for the trade. Do not allow Chief to 1v3 you. And luckily, Synatexa keeps his heads and his wits about him. But man, 7, why is 9Z pushing as individuals when they've got the numbers?
It had to do there with just all the angles that they were trying to get whenever they were inside that quarry in Sandhawk. They thought that they were going to be able to just pick them apart. Boy, did it look a little bit tougher there. And I think this is just a great view of what's been going on through 9Z. They end up pushing themselves in great positions, but then when it comes to just executing the plan, they end up falling short. They end up losing Aragon too. Remember, Aragon, we have seen him over and over again being able to clutch up, being able to actually get those extra points for his team. But for right now, I'm glad that they were able to control the damage that Chief was about to do there on that squad, because honestly, I saw it happening. As soon as you mentioned in Reflections, maybe he's not going to be able to clutch up, I was like, oh, wait, maybe he might be able to clutch up, as they were ended up pushing just one by one.
Yeah, well, he mitigated his risk, right? He was able to get out of the open field, out of the open zone where 9Z had him pinned. He finds hard cover, and now he can fight with the shotty. Now he can fight up close and personal. And when you challenge 1v1v1, you separate yourselves. You should not allow an individual to take 4 1v1s. You should force that individual to take a 1v2, a 1v3, or at most a 1v4. When you give him 4 distinct 1v1s, you therefore increase his chances of clutching up, and that's what they were were doing to Mythic. So improvements need to be made for 9Z, but granted, good fight for them. They take down the entirety of Team Liquid, and now they've got 4 eliminations, 3 players left to continue on through the map, and they got to rotate into the next zone. Meanwhile, we focus on to X Factor. Up close and personal with VIP. Baton with the God Nade could connect. Doesn't need it. Cunha, he's down. Artisan able to at least get that pick. Should be Capri onto Cunha. Now you got Myth into focus. Big fight for X Factor. We've been waiting for them to step it up. Maybe this is their moment.
And X Factor right now will look promising there for that team. Now it's starting to turn around as well, as Capri being the last player standing from his squad, and he's not going to be full health at the moment. He needs to figure out if he's going to want to go for this fight or wait it out. He's going to be going for it. He's going to be able to connect, and he needs to heal up or just focus on getting those eliminations. He's going to focus on getting those eliminations, as now the last player here from VIP is going to be pushing. He is going to be having an automatic weapon to his advantage. Can the last player from X Factor clutch up? And he's not going to be able to clutch up. X Factor, they don't go for the hot drop, but they end up getting eliminated 15 plays there with 2 elims.
All right, so there it is, right? 2 teams down, 1 heavy hitter in Team Liquid. I say heavy hitter, although they've been tapered off quite a bit as of recently. And then obviously X Factor, good old North American, unfortunately will not stay alive with them. They're going to have to regain, go into game number 5 even stronger if they potentially can. Meanwhile, now we focus our attention over towards Team Queso, a roster that's been making dramatic moves within the top 5, looking to even dethrone Team Liquid in their second place spot. They've got a lot of empty space. What I mean by that is nobody's there really to challenge them, but one good thing they do have is NRG is pinned in the water. I look at NRG's position here, 7, and I think there's just no way really to find success. I think NRG might be our second North American roster out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, they're currently just going to end up getting squished by Team Queso. On top of that, you're going to have the new circle coming in. Actually, with this new circle, they might have a little bit more time to work with, as it does get a little bit closer towards them. I'm intrigued to see what Alpha7 is going to be doing coming off of that win that we just saw them being able to get in that Iron Gale. And on top of that, a team that we were wondering if they were going to be able to get points. Look where Inco was there within the circle. They were smack down the middle. Team Queso, Milos, is going to end up getting knocked as they're trying to fight the Vicious.
Poppy Portro, player we were critical about a little bit earlier, right? He doesn't pull out the right weapon. We question it. He falls. It puts Team Queso in an awkward situation. Is now stuck behind a tree. He was a solo who kind of roamed off by himself to separate himself from Team Queso. You question why he did that, but now he's in the situation, and Team Queso has to make a decision. Do we leave Poppy Portro to be by himself, or do we go to assist him? We know the Vicious is going to be just ahead of him, and Colgoat has them in his line of sight. 7, how does Poppy Portro get out of this situation?
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a very, very tough one with all the teams that are currently surrounding him. But let's put a pause on that, as Twisted Minds is going to be a little bit aggressive here. Federal is going to end up getting knocked first. They're able to find the last player, their remix from Intense Games, and they're going to be able to pick up Federal. Not a player that you want to lose, but going back there to Team Queso, I mean, you're just going to have to wait it out. Wait for your players to get possibly some off angles and hope that NRG does not decide to third party this. Or you know what? Just get a quick little pickup and hope that your player doesn't run into a tree, because right now the Vicious is just letting them get away with it, honestly.
Justin out in the nick of time, man, because NRG started to flank them. I questioned NRG being in the water. Would they be able to get out? I didn't think so, because Team Queso had a good beat on him, but now NRG breaks out. Poppy Portro's out of the way, and Team Queso, they look great to fight another day. NRG also has an opportunity to throw their hat in the ring. They've got the Vicious just in front of them. So all things considered, pretty good disengagements, and meanwhile 24K is still trying to make some moves here on the outskirts, and for him, you know, him and Fate are going to be separate, but they're still doing just fine. In the meantime, though, a couple of engagements may be happening relatively soon. Furia onto Team Queso could be happening. You've got VIP, 9Z, Influence, Rage, who are all in the same vicinity. And, you know, I brought Loops up at the beginning, 7. Nobody's challenged them. They're in Paradise for free. They got all the loot in the world, and they're still within zone.
That's a scary team to be just absolutely free in Paradise Resort, given this much time. Being able to also, on top of that, have the circle. We have seen what this team has been able to do in the past when they do end up in Paradise Resort. If the circle, which I highly doubted, does end up closing in more and more over there, it could be looking like a Loops Esports win, just because of what I know that they're capable of doing. But right now, Furia keeping a close eye here on what Team Queso is doing. Team Queso, we saw the fight earlier that they were trying to initiate. with the Vicious slowing it down even more. And let's see where this circle is going to be, because if it does go, oh, it does end up going a little bit closer to Paradise Resort. Alpha7 is going to have to fight their way in. Twisted Minds currently going to have to find a way inside. And as well, Inco Gaming hasn't had to move at all. I wonder at this point when they're going to start being a little bit more proactive, as we're starting to see Team Queso rotating towards their south.
That's right. Team Queso rode south. To try to get a beat on where they're currently at. Like you said, Inco hasn't moved. Big Milo has an opportunity to kind of call them out if he chooses to, but he's going to go ahead and back away. And teams start to now settle down, get the hardcover POIs within zone, and they look to potentially protect themselves from the teams on the outside moving in. Furia, AGG, right? Alpha7, Twisted Minds, all rosters who have to still break into zone. Maybe even NRG, you throw them in there in 9Z, and then VIP. We get an overhead view of Loops. Again, not challenged, and the zone continues to favor them. I do think, though, that zone is most likely going to be outside of Paradise, given the next zone, maybe in the next 2 zones, so they will have to move out. But I do question, will VIP Myth push into Loops? Does he know that Loops is currently set up there? For Myth and Cunha, they're separate. So for VIP, they're already in trouble at the moment. They only have 2 players left, 7. And now they're splitting each other up. One in between Influence Rage, the other in between Loops. VIP's not making smart decisions.
They're definitely not. This is a team that, in one of those situations, they're going to have to commit to which one is the worst one. Do you want to kind of fight it out inside some buildings, or do you want to try to snake out and fight it out towards the west, where Influence Rage is going to be there as well? It's kind of choose your evils here for that team, because whatever it is, more than likely, they might not end up surviving. And if they do end up surviving, I'll be happy, because we get one heck of a highlight for that team, as we do have Team Queso now very close here to Furia. Furia is currently within outside the circle. They will have to make a push here towards Team Queso. How is it going to be done? And do they have enough utility at the moment? I do see some smokes there for this team. They're just making sure they look towards the back. They know that NRG was behind them as well. They don't want to get third party. We know how easy the third party can be here in Sandhawk. And on top of that, something surprisingly that we didn't just get a chance to see, but it did end up happening. As we see the knock here, I'll hold on to that. We see the knock there from Furia, being able to find somebody there from Team Queso. Here comes out the smokes. This is the opening that this team was looking for. They need to be careful, though, because on top of that, they had the Vicious to the right side of them. It is going to be a very tough push. And here we go. On top of that, now there's so many fights ensuing. When we go from slow, we just absolutely 180 it and just start going along all the fights. I was going to say Alpha7 somehow was able to get in front of Loops on top, but towards the north of Paradise Resort. I don't even know how that's even possible.
Yeah, they booked it with the vehicles that they had on them, so they were able to book it straight into center zone. That's going to benefit them. Meanwhile, the teams on the fringe have been fighting tooth and nail. Furia would manage to get the early picks on the Team Queso. They were already in trouble from an earlier fight. They're now down to just 2 players. Meanwhile, Furia, the aggressors on Team Queso, now find themselves potentially on the back foot, and Kogoat has Archerson in his line of sight. The nade is cooked. Archerson has to take cover, and in the meantime, where does he go? How does he get out of here? He can't challenge Kogoat. He can't. He doesn't have any smokes to get out and disengage, so now he's got to go for a God nade. He's got Papa Blue just behind him. Archerson in a very bad spot, but what a nade through the window. Kogoat is down, and now it is free reign, free zone straight in front of him. I cannot believe he threads the needle with the nade, takes down Kogoat, and now Team Queso is out.
You asked for a nade, you got that nade, and on top of that, he's going to be able to just loot up all that stuff that Kogo was having. I didn't think it was going to hit. After he missed the first one, I was like, okay, that might be a little bit too ambitious. Boy, what a grenade.
And that was his last one.
And then on top of that, you have 9C right now looking to just surprise Influence Rage. Oh, I think he ended up flashbanging himself there, but he might be able to just sneak up on them and being able to pop off somebody. Oh, not enough finger discipline. He's going to go for it there. And now the Influence Rage players are going to know he's there. I don't know if that was a smart play right there. Reflections.
Yeah, I think you leave those 2 Influence Rage players to leave. You focus on the 2 on foot below you. And now he's worried about his flank, right? He's worried about Influence Rage in front of him. For him, Pedrino has to just focus on what's important, and that's the 2 Influence Rage members right in front of him. But 9Z, should be Influence Rage, they're not over. They're not done yet. They want to push Pedrino, and they do so in spades, taking him down easy as can be in a 2v1. Focus firing on the vehicle was not the play. play, but that's the decision he made. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Now for Influence Rage, they're chilling. They continue to move in, and the only people that they have is just to their left. That's going to be the Vicious, which Lorenzen finds and unfortunately will drop. And now, do you let him bleed out, or do you just focus now on getting into the next zone? That might be the play, because blue zone now, it's going to start hitting, it's going to start ticking, and you don't want to be getting third-partied as you're trying to break into the fresh zone with the Vicious.
Yeah, and I think with this fight right now for Influence Rage, I would just give up this positioning and I would start focusing a little bit more towards their E, especially Law currently getting some angles over there. Yeah, this is the right place. Try to push that way. Try to push a southern rotation and see if you can possibly surprise VIP and then end up surprising Loops Esports as well. But they're just too focused. They're bloodthirsty right now. They're tunnel vision to what the Vicious is currently doing. They want to be able to get back on their player and just be able to just accept that elimination. There you go. He ends up getting eliminated. Now it's going to be 3 players there from Influence Rage. The Vicious, honestly, we haven't seen much out of this team, but they're still maintaining themselves within the top 8. Solid shots there by Law as he's able to eliminate the Vicious. And you know what? They decided to just fully focus on the fight. Inco Gaming ended up helping them out, and now they have a lot of range to work with.
They do. Does Inco know where they're at? Well, that's a question for later. We've been watching this Alpha7 Loops kind of engagement build up, and luckily for Loops, they're still within Paradise, and the zone benefits them. Unlucky, though, is Alpha7. That is a Titan they're going to have to go against, a first-place roster at the current moment. If Rado Boy, well, he might not be able to rat too long, as McGrellan's got him in his line of sights. Nade out. I don't think this connects. He doesn't know where Rattle Boy is at the moment. He's got a good idea in the vicinity, but either way for him, that should be all she wrote, depending on how it plays out. Look at the zone now. You've got Inco in it. Alpha7 is also there, but now trouble for Loops. VIP has pushed up onto him. They've got to deal with them, but then after VIP, now you got to deal with Alpha7. This is going to challenge Loops. If Loops makes it out of this, their job gets even tougher, but they've been put in these situations before, 7, and they made it out. Let's see if they can do it again.
And with Alpha7, they're being a little bit aggressive there. They were kind of scouting around to see where Inco Gaming was. And you know what? Now they're going to be taking a top angle here towards what Paradise Resort, and it's going to be none other than Mafioso. Loops Esports, man, what looked to be easier, I think they VIP played it out so well here. They waited for the right moment to at least being able to eliminate one. There you go. They're going to be eliminated, but they just made it a lot harder for Loops to even get a chance at winning this. As now Loops is going to have to fight not only with Alpha7, on top of that, they're going to be having to fight against Papa Blue, and it is going to be a tough one because Alpha7 right now is positioned really well. They took care of the last player from Twisted Minds. It's going to be tough, and it's looking like another Alpha7 win.
Top 3, Alpha7, Inco, and Loops. Those are your 3 teams remaining at the moment. All of them have 4 players left. But the big thing you mentioned, Alpha7, looking like a win for them, and I'd have to agree with you. The only downside is they are not within zone just yet. Inco and Loops, if they play this appropriately, can maybe gatekeep them. But let's think about what happens here. If Alpha7 wins this game, that's 2 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners, up potentially 9. But let me put a pause. Mafioso is down. I don't know if Alpha7 is going to be able to get him back onto his feet. Inco, more nades and utility out. Carrillo is damaged. Blue now ticking. Inco's got him in their line of sights. Carrillo has to make a last-ditch effort forward. Inco, turn around, gun him down, and they do so. Alpha7 in shambles. 1 player remains, and now they are gone. It comes down between Loops and Inco in a 4v4.
Alpha7 didn't know which fight to commit right there. Now Loops has actually been able to pick up all their players. They didn't end up getting any eliminated. They're going to be pushing up onto Inco. Juancho there with the shotgun. He's going to be switching over to his M14 if he can maybe find somebody from Loops Esports, but he needs to be careful. He's almost knocked. They have Inco Gaming currently pinned. They have him against the blue zone. This is the time where you just need to be a little bit patient, Inco. This is when the moments of improvement, we're going to be able to tell if they've actually been improving in their communications as well. We saw them big question marks about them, how they're being able to communicate with the Brazilian counterpart players that they have within that roster. This is when we'll end up finding out. And Juancho's just waiting it patiently, barely with any health.
Nino is going to be the linchpin in this fight. He has that high ground on the rock. And I say high ground, but I mean, look, he's got a great head glitch. Juancho, he's got to try and spot him out. But now, and I take it all back. Nino drops. Juancho starts to wake up, but not soon enough. and Loops will take over the victory. But make no mistake, Inco gets a big second place with 9 eliminations to follow up their game number 3 performance with 7 elims themselves. This is a team leading the way when it comes to North America for PMGC points. They most likely are going to PMGC, so seeing them get big, at least placings like this, right? Top 3 with 9 eliminations gives me hope that North America is going to be represented appropriately going into PMGC, Hot Chooks. But a big win for Loops. They get it done, and the big factor, right, Hot Chooks, is they get Paradise within their zone. They don't have to move out. They tend to win every time that happens.
Yes, they do. They do tend to win when they got that zone and they put in that work. I thought Inco could have had it there for a second. They had the numbers, they had the plays, but Loops shut them down. But still, the craziest part about this is that Loops, they're not that crazy far away from these top players on the leaderboard. So with games like this, they're going to creep closer and closer to one team in particular. That's Team Liquid.
You're so Loops, Team Liquid. I was expecting you to be like, okay, Twisted Minds, maybe they've been trying to catch up to them, Team Queso, but you think they're catching up to Team Liquid.
With how they've been playing, I mean, they just keep going out early once again. You can see 9Z right there with them. Oh, it's just not looking good for this team. And if Loops gets a couple good wins under their belt today, I mean, they could get it done right here and now.
They could. They absolutely could. Yeah, that Team Liquid Fight 7 at the beginning was just quite disappointing. You know, you think about Team Liquid, strong start. They needed that. But you constantly been questioning when they're put into difficult situations from this week, they just don't know what to do. They get punished over and over and over again.
They do. I mean, it just comes down to them looking like a chicken without a head, just running around, not really any plan at all. I love the zoom in there on that nade. Sorry, I had to talk about it again because that was just such an unlikely grenade, and I absolutely popped off when I saw it happen. But going back to Team Liquid, they just not being able to adjust. By the way, I have to give massive props here to what Loops Esports was able to do. Not only were they able to survive what VIP was trying to do in regards to surprising them, on top of that, being able to take care of Alpha7 with a little bit of help there from Inco Gaming, but to the end, having to fight Papa Blue, and then on top of that, having to fight Inco Gaming. Inco Gaming got a little bit too anxious there. They were being a little bit too aggressive when they needed to be, and Loops played that out so well, and now they're kind of getting a little bit closer, I'm pretty sure, once we see the overall, to that 5th place.
Ooh, 5th place, which is something we expected much earlier than this. Honestly, you know, Loops has been just so highly consistent. 18 points, that's great. Really proud of Loops there. They get back-to-back wins on Sandhawk in back-to-back days, or excuse me, not back-to-back, excuse me, but they at least get one more win. Again, Paradise, just their zone. When they're not challenged at Paradise, they usually make it the end game. The chances of them getting a winner chicken dinner is very, very high. In this case, obviously, it was 100%. For Inco, incredible job. Back-to-back games, they get high eliminations, but more importantly, this is a solid game in terms of the finishing. They get 2nd place, and for Alpha7, 20 points. I mean, Hot Chooks, the rich get richer.
Yep, the rich get richer. That's going to be the trend that we're going to see here, especially towards the end of this tournament, because, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys desperately need the points. They want their lion's share of this crazy prize pool that we got for this. And, of course, they want to make it on over to PMGC. We're looking at the second page, and I mean, there's a couple of names I see here that I don't like, but the main one is going to be Team Liquid again, right? 1-point game hurts me. Not gonna lie, NRG with 4 hurts me more. It hurts me more. It hurts me more.
Oh, it finally happened. Guys, it finally happened. 7. Team Liquid has fallen back down to 3rd. This is their 2nd time being in 3rd place this week alone. They are now 1 point away from being passed by Influence Rage, and they are now 3 points, or 4 points, I should say, away from Team Queso passing this up. We started the day off, and I said this kind of just to be hyperbole, but I was like, oh, Team Liquid could drop down to 5th place. Now it's becoming a reality. A reality I think could happen next game.
I am so shocked. I'm actually, like, as you're talking, I know earlier, I think it was Hot Jukes or you that posted the question of saying, have we ever seen this kind of drop happen before in previous PMPLs or in previous PMSLs? I can't think of one. And for a team that was just so dominant in the first 2 weeks, heck, even in spring PMSL, to currently have this performances and not being able to bounce out of it, not being able to react to it, It's looking scary,
Yeah.
especially with what's currently at stake too. And I'm with you. I think Team Liquid might end up being 5th place at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, Hutchings, you said, look, Loops is going for Team Liquid's spot. I mean, now realistically, what, 40-something points away, like 43 points away? I'm starting to become a believer. With Loops' consistency, I could see it.
Yep. I mean, 2 games, they can get that. They can get that if they go off in these next 2 games. So, oh boy, yeah. Team Liquid, they gotta wake up sometime sooner than later. I mean, it also just goes to show just how impressive their start of the tournament really was, right? The fact that they've had so many bad games and are still hanging around the top is ridiculous. But, you know, Alpha7 are going to keep on soaring here. They're going to make a gap so big that Team Liquid's not going to be able to catch up.
I know, and it's crazy to even think about that again, given their performance not only last season, but also how they were doing in weeks 1 and 2. I think they're lucky stars. They had a 100-point lead at one point or another, but top 5 is getting crazy. Much crazier than I ever thought that it would even be, especially this late in the game. I mean, week 3, I expected there to be some bigger gaps. The biggest gap is first place. Right now, Alpha7 continues to just dominate and you know, accelerate their points. They finally woke up. They shook off the rust, and they haven't looked back since. Well done, Alpha7, and well done for all those other rosters that have come out of the woodworks and just truly challenged the lineage of some of the rosters, like, for example, Team Liquid, who is just yet to find themselves. And hopefully, chat, you can find yourselves using our official Discord. Hey, we have an official Discord server, and we want you to share your opinion about PMSL Americas and get a chance to enter our core player program. All of that is available if you just click the link above or below, whichever you're watching. We want you to get involved in the conversation. Click the Discord link, join. It's free. It doesn't hurt anybody. It only helps out the program, and we want to see PMSL and PUBG Mobile in general continue to grow, and you have a chance to help us with that by joining the official Discord. Click on the link if you haven't already. 2 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be hopping into map number 5 on Miramar.
Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 15. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. 4 completed games. That last game was just incredible for a number of different reasons. It was spectacular for the fall of some of the rosters, but for the rise of others, it was incredible. And the biggest talking point now is our top 5 has changed dramatically, and Team Liquid have dropped down to 3rd place. But how far will they continue to fall over the next 2 games? That's the question we need answered, because they're just literally 2 points away from dropping down to 5th. A scary prospect given how good they were doing from weeks 1 and week 2. Hey, let's bring in our casters, Hot Jukes and Seven. Team Liquid's been a major talking point. It will continue to be a major talking point, but at least we can celebrate now. Loops is on the come up. Twisted Minds have been highly consistent. I've been so proud of those guys. I mean, Hot Jukes, Twisted Minds, Federal. Federal's been on fire.
Dude, he has been so on fire, man. I love to see this team progress here as time goes on. And I think it's only a matter of time before we see them like consistently competing with these guys at the top. I mean, they're there. They really are there. They deserve to be there. A couple good games, and if things go their way, I mean, they could absolutely challenge, everybody else except Alpha7 because they're so high in points. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Well, even Twisted Minds, and we also look at Team Queso 7, in terms of eliminations for the day, Milo is in number 1 spot, or I don't know which one's the little big one, but Milosk is, he's up there in number, with 9 eliminations. And you got Aaron actually tells me Big Milo is in number 8, and then you also have Kogo just below him. So you've got 3 players literally within the top 4 of elimination leaders for the day, right? And that just comes to show you how dominant, how good Team Queso has been across the 4 maps.
Yeah, for me, the biggest question mark for Team Queso is not even today. It's going to be coming up this next week, and it's going to be what are this team going to be able to do on their bonus day? All right, that's what I'm going to be paying attention to. Next week, Saturday, is Team Queso. Are we going to have a Team Queso from week 2 where they were able to get 43 points? Or maybe they're going to expand on that? Or are we going to be having a Team Queso from week 1 in this week, which was legit just 22 points, and they just they're in a way handicapping themselves. They're going to be qualifying regardless to PMGC League stage, right?
Sure.
With the way that the currently PMGC points are for LATAM, they're way ahead. Nobody's going to be able to touch them. But I just want to see this team being able to be informed, be consistent. You know that you're going to be going to PMGC. Show us your final form.
I think they have. Well, I don't know if we've seen the final form. You never know where the final form truly ends, but we've seen a great improvement of Team Queso, because there was at one point they hit this lull period, and I know us on the desk were very much so questioning Team Queso. What's going on with them? Why aren't they look? Because they started off very strong. They started off incredibly dominant, in fact, and they continue to have the most eliminations, Hot Chooks. It's not like they slowed down in that category, but there was a moment we did question Team Queso, how far would they drop? But luckily, they've held on tight, at least when it comes to this week.
Yeah, and the crazy part is that, I mean, I think they're doing great. I think they're doing excellent. The only thing that they suck on is bonus point games.
Every time.
That's it.
Time.
If they would just get it together on bonus points, they'd be at the top of the leaderboards right now. But yeah, that's the only time they seem to slip up. But other than that, man, these guys are crazy consistent.
Nerfing themselves. That's what it is, man. They're just nerfing themselves so they can keep it competitive in top 5. Because if they did, look, if their bonus points day went how some of the days, like for example, how today has gone, I mean, Alpha7 wouldn't even have a chance, brother. Like, they would be so far. They would have already hit 1,000 points. That's how good they are. But here we are. Map number 5 heading into Miramar. I'm excited for this one. Last time we left off, remember, Furia had their big pop-off winner chicken dinner with 16 eliminations. They've been rising up the ranks themselves. They look to pass up loops. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they can't. But either way, this game is a great start. Hotchuk7, take it away.
Last Miramar for the day and for this week. At the end of this 7, we're gonna have a true representation of the leaderboards, and man, it's the last chance for NRG. Let's be real, the last chance for them to try to make a run for the big show coming up around the corner. They need crazy eliminations, and they need to win this game and the next for that to even be possible.
Oh man, I hate to say what I'm about to say, especially with a whole week still left. But I think for NRG, that they had to continue the performance that we were able to see out of them last week. The fact that they weren't able to do that is just hurting them in a big way, and I just don't see them being able to change it. I think there is a lot of potential, though, with what we've seen from this team, and even something that I mentioned earlier during today was I hope that they add more fragging power to this roster. Don't change the roster too much. Don't go NA crazy on roster changing. Believe a little bit more with the switches that you have had. Let Spec have a little bit more time too as the IGL. Fate has been able to find form. On top of that, 24K, you've been able to see what he's been able to do in certain times as well. I think they just need to make some tweaks here and there, and we might be looking at a great team for next year. Because right now, they're just too far. They're just too far in PMGC points. They're too far from the overall. Unless something crazy happens. Unless they just start winning every single game. But I just don't see it happening, Juke.
Yeah, I mean, they need to win these next 2. That's the only way it's going to happen or even be in the conversation of it. Because, let's be real, if Team Liquid, stay in that top 5, we're going to have 2 more slots. So that's going to be at Furia with 669 points, okay? I mean, they can get 100 in these next 2 games if they clutch it up. That'll put them at 630. So, I mean, yeah, they could still sneak their way in possibly, but it's got to happen here and now.
Yeah, no, the thing though, right? It's with that, and something that we always point out and something that we always see too is that you're gonna have to hope that the teams above you don't end up fighting. But you know what? Let's put a note on that, because X Factor is a team that is currently trying to fight for those PMGC points, trying to catch up on Inco Gaming, and they were looking to see if they were gonna engage into a fight against Navy, and they decided to just back off. Smart choice here from X Factor, especially when we do end up getting the next circle, whatever the circle might be. Oh, there you go. We ended up getting it. West. It's going to be the circle. And you know what? For X Factor, they're truly going to be able to sit pretty. They're going to have to find a good position. They'll be able to hold it for a long time, too.
Yeah, they're going to find a good position. But things have definitely got interesting because, I mean, this circle, a good quarter of it is unplayable, right? So that has truly reduced the size of the circle. Not to mention, actually, I'll put it at around half, because you have that entire mountainside that you cannot get on top of.
True.
And not to mention, I don't think I'm going to see teams go down to that southern island where Los Higos is. So, oh boy, teams actually need to start moving here pretty quickly.
I think teams will have to make those rotations, especially with X Factor. I'm sure once we end up seeing the circle and where they're currently positioned there, right now they're just a little bit too split, too eager. They need to close it down. There you go. Oh man, I love our production team. There you go. Show me the map. You can see their X Factor towards the south, a little bit too split for my liking, especially with a lot of the other teams going to end up crashing in. And a lot of those teams are going to end up focusing a little bit more towards Valle, because that's just the spot you want to be at.
Yep, that is definitely the place you want to be. Valle del Mar. And you can see Influence Rage are over there on the right-hand side. They're going to start pushing it on in here. Alpha7 going to creep into the circle pretty early. Look how they have Carrillo scouting it. He is looking for a central position here, and they're not going to accept anything less.
I think they want to go back and continue that streak that they're currently having, because that's what now, 2 top 3s in a row with the win, and then being able to get that top 3 earlier in the previous match. Yeah, they want to be able to just secure another top 3. And I'm telling you, this team is looking to have an 100-point gap to second place. And with the way that they're currently performing, it's not Team Liquid anymore. They're in that second place. It is going to be Twisted Minds, but I just see it happening. I don't see Alpha7 slowing down unless they just end up putting themselves in a bad situation, which it's possible, but you don't see it often.
That's true. Yeah, you don't see it too often. And right now, we're going to see 9Z on the move here. Pedrino. Man, 9Z did not have their double points day. NRG didn't as well. Last 2 games, they're going to be desperate. And not to mention, you're going to see that desperation coming out from these teams in that mid-pack too. You know, All Glory Gaming, they need these points bad. Vicious, X Factor. Ugh. Man, dude, this next week is going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Jukes, I was actually thinking, like, during last match, throughout the day, I think you were the one that asked me this question. Have we ever seen a team fall off that big in a way like Team Liquid has? And to be honest with the viewers, Team Liquid's going to be going to PMGC League Stage. I don't see it a universe in my head right now where they don't end up going, where they end up falling out of even top 7. That's just not going to happen. They were able, you mentioned, they were able to do so well in week 1, so well in week 2 that they have built a cushion for them to currently throw the way they are throwing. But have we ever seen a team do this bad after doing so good? I can't think of one. I'm genuinely trying to think of one, but I can't think of one.
I can't think of one either. I mean, this is crazy, especially from a team that was our previous champs. I mean, they did extremely good in the first couple weeks.
Which team? Sorry, I didn't catch it.
I mean, right now it's just Team Liquid. Team Liquid is the team I'm talking about, because I'm trying to think of another squad that has fallen off at this level, you know? And I just don't see it happening. It's crazy. Alpha7 now are about to pass up 100-point lead. And it could easily happen, especially here with their position. I mean, I do see it happening. I think they're going to be almost 150 points ahead of Team Liquid at the end of this day.
Oof. That will be something that they'll be happy about, because not only is it going to be those points, right? They're going to be able to secure themselves too for their PMGC points for Brazil as well. We'll be able to spend a little bit on that more at the beginning of next week, just to explain it even better, and you guys have a better idea for the viewers at home trying to figure out what PMGC points are. Don't worry, we'll be able to explain it fully, as we have X Factor getting very close to Alpha7, and Alpha7 not making a move. They're just setting the trap, letting them come around. And what's crazy to me is that X Factor didn't even get here first, considering that they were one of the first teams that was inside the circle, especially above Valle del Mar.
Oh boy. I mean, it's so crazy just to watch how this squad rotates. They do it so quickly. They always find themselves in a great central position. And I think ever since that shift has happened, because before they were playing Edge all the time, right? So now to see Alpha7 hunt down a good spot like that, it is just impressive to watch. NRG are coming in late, as is usual, and they have not had luck with that strategy here. I wonder what happens whenever we see NRG like hunting down these central circles a lot earlier.
I think they would have a much better input into some of these games. They would just be able to set themselves up in a big way too. I mean, we have seen it in the past. I personally saw them happen in Erangel, where they were able to just find themselves within the center of the circle. It worked out wonders. They were able to use their fragging power. They were able to just kind of hold people off. They are an aggressive team whenever they do see a chance to get those points, so it would work wonders for them. But it's just not how I think right now their playing style is just not going to be. They're not going to be able to switch it in time, even if they try next week, which I would love. That'll be awesome if they actually try to do that. But I just don't think it's going to be enough time for that team to be able to do anything.
Yeah,
lots of potential though.
Definitely tons of potential indeed, and hopefully we can see some of that potential here now, this game and the next. It's always good to watch these teams start leveling up a bit. Furia Trying to find some angles on All Glory Gaming. Oh, wow. Artisan actually catches one of their players up on top. But Furia now with some shots going down the hill. Yeah, they're just going to, I think, try to escape this fight altogether.
Yeah, now we're gonna be switching. Look at Fury, just like, hey, you know what? Let's focus a little bit more on a different area. This house is look good. This might be looking good. Something that's not looking good is that elimination feed. As I saw one player there from Team Liquid getting knocked by a player from Team Queso. Not how you want to be starting this Miramar. Things just keep getting worse and worse and worse for Team Liquid. Luckily, it looks like they're gonna be able to pick them up. And if I'm Team Liquid right now, man, I'm just trying to figure out, like, Juice, you are an ex-pro player. At what point does it actually start getting to these players?
I mean, it's already got to them.
Getting to them.
Yeah, I think they're already, like, they're deep in it. I mean, you can't have this many rough days in a row without having a conversation with each other, being like, what is going on, you know? I'm hoping that they're just a little bit more relaxed with it. Like, they're kind of like, hey, you know what? Let's worry when it comes PMGC time. You know what I'm saying? Okay. That's where they definitely need to level up on all cylinders. If they're going to kind of save some of that power, you definitely want to do it then. But still, I mean, the expectations are so high for them as we watch Baton, who busts a U-turn and gets right to safety.
I thought Baton was going to get caught right there. He's able to just hold off. Twisted Minds not deciding to fully commit into that fight. We saw NRG, Inco as well getting into some fights. NA versus NA, baby. Inco Gaming ends up getting eliminated. And I said it earlier, I'll have to say it again. X Factor, now's your time. You got to get those points. You got to close that gap that Inco Gaming has for you on the PMGC points. We're going to be switching over to Team Liquid that were able to pick up that player that was knocked earlier. For Team Liquid, yeah, I mean, going back to that conversation about them not trying to get into their head so much, we have gotten a chance to actually hang out with some of these players, and that's always a big question mark, especially for Brazilian players and just for America's players in general. Sometimes they get a little bit too much into their head, and I'm with you in a way that I hope they don't overthink a lot of stuff here, but I do hope they try to find, like, what's wrong. They try to find why this week was so bad for this team. And I hope that it's not just excuses that they're making into their head. I hope they actually try to find the issue and find a solution as well for that issue.
Me as well, because hopefully this is just a one-time occurrence and they're able to, start performing like they did earlier really quickly. Here's look at this replay. Uzbek, nice shots. Lands through the window, avoids the animation. Beautiful. And yeah, Inco just destroyed by NRG there. Now we're looking at Team Liquid. Speaking of the devil, here they are. And you can see them just setting up here, trying to protect those vehicles just in case we're going to see another rotation. So they do find a spot in this next circle, and it's very, very central.
Honestly, this is a good position for them. This is a position where they've been able to excel before in the past, like in regards to the center of the circle, having a lot of viewing area where people end up rotating and whatnot. Furia is going to be close by, but I don't think they're going to be a factor, at least with the circle that we're currently working with. We might see a bit of a change here. We might see some hope on Team Liquid. I'm hoping I'm not cursing, mess. 9C is going to end up getting knocked right there. Cinetex currently on a car that's smoking, trying to make it away from Twisted Minds, as Twisted Minds is trying to maintain that second place that they were able to overtake from Team Liquid.
Cinetex just desperately trying to get anything done at this point, but it's looking pretty rough. Right now, Rada Boy's on the rotation. And, Cinetex forced into the blue zone. Yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for him.
Man, 9C. They started off so well today. Bonus day. Currently not looking like it's going to end in a good way. We still have one more match after this one, so who knows? We'll have to wait and see, but not right now. Twisted Minds, keep in mind, Twisted Minds is that team currently with those bonus points. They could even expand their lead to Team Liquid if Team Liquid ends up having a bad game here.
Twisted Minds need these points big time. I mean, they want to be able to hang with Alpha7, and they're not far away. I mean, this is still their double points day. If Alpha7 go out early and Twisted Minds pop off, they'll catch up to them. Don't count them out just yet. That's how crazy these double points are. I love to see it. And right now, I'm looking at Alpha7. They're in a really good spot with a lot of high ground. It's going to be pretty tough to take them out. So Twisted Minds should really focus on getting active here. And this is the advantage. When you're so high on the leaderboards, you can take more risks, right? So if you're Twisted Minds, I think they should really just try to hunt down these players that are maybe a little bit fatigued here today, or maybe they're down and out emotionally, that's where you could really take advantage and try to score some huge bonus points.
Twisted Minds, I think that would be the play. Take advantage of this bonus point day. You already got the second place. You got a little bit more confidence going your way too. A second place, and honestly, being able to pass Team Liquid, it looked impossible at one point. And for them to be able to do that, they're going to be feeling good. They're going to be feeling like, okay, you know what? The next step is going to be Alpha7. Alpha7 right now, being able to work with a lot of room. Remember, earlier they were able to just make sure that X Factor didn't even get close to this position. Let's talking about X Factor. X Factor is actually going to be getting into a fight here with Twisted Minds and Rato Boy currently being alive, trying to get some off angle there on X Factor. As right now, Twisted Minds does have a player knocking Gizao.
They're going for the full reset. X Factor pushing around Rato Boy. They found him out positioned. Where is Obscure? We'll see those shots come out. Federal, though, catches Havlik. Oh, actually does it. Barely misses. There we go. Finally got the confirmation. But they do sacrifice Rato Boy in the process. 6 eliminations, though. I think that's a sacrifice well worth it.
I think it will be a sacrifice well worth it, especially with the eliminations that you are about to get. And on top of that, you're going to be able to just not have to worry about X Factor anymore. The thing is, you are currently going to be outside the blue zone, and this is going to be a bit of a tough push, too. You're going to have 9C. There you go. We're going to be switch over to Team Liquid. Team Liquid, I'm telling you, they're going to be chilling. This is a spot where this team tends to excel at, and we might end up seeing, finally, a top 3 finish from Team Liquid after yesterday. They didn't even finish in the top 3.
I know. It's so crazy. I mean, Team Liquid, when they get Circle, they are powerful. But ever since, I don't know, ever since their coach has been out, it's been hard for them to play these edge zones. So now that they finally got a good position in this Circle, hopefully we can see them pop off. Carrillo and Alpha7 looking to maintain that lead, make it even bigger in this game. And they are going to hold this position until the next zone pops.
So many teams currently just being set up. On top of that, they're going to be looking at, I think it was Latin Kings there, Navy towards the horizon. They're not going to be challenging anytime soon. Right now, this is a bit of a stalemate. Everybody's just going to be waiting for the next circle, wanting to see what's going to happen. And if you're Alpha7, this is what you have to do right here, Jukes. You don't have to overextend. You don't have to do anything fancy. And I feel like that's a big thing that we have seen out of this team. Before, we would see them in these positions, and they would maybe have players out of this compound being a little bit too aggressive when they needed to, when they didn't need to be. And right now, this is just a completely different team. I love this Alpha7. This version of Alpha7, I'm all for it.
Dude, might as well be sitting in massage chairs at this point if you're Alpha7. You are sitting pretty. 850 points total. That is crazy. That is ridiculous. That is more points. That's more points than the bottom 2 teams combined. That is wild.
That's ridiculous.
That is crazy. And right now we're going to watch Federal on the move. Yeah, they're going to just hold this angle here. 27 seconds left on the clock, folks. Uh-oh. NRG getting too close for comfort. Better watch out.
NRG, they do have a player there on the horizon. They're just going to be able to spot him. Fade. It's going to be Fade. Causes enough distraction there for the Twisted Minds players to get knocked. But they need to be careful because Gizao is currently alive for that squad. And he's one of the players that has been able to frag out the most for them as well. But he's going to, you know what, decide to pack it up, get out of here, and see where you could possibly go. Because every compound is currently taken. And look at the circle that we ended up getting, Jukes. Team Liquid, I'm telling you.
Hi, Papa. You couldn't ask for a better circle, that's for sure. Oh my gosh, Obscure barely getting out of there alive. Man, Twisted Minds, big run is going to stop here and now. You're stuck with just 2 players up. Both of them just playing solo right now. NRG doing a great job of taking out Federal. Let's see how NRG is going to push this. Like I said, they could be in the conversation, but they got to win this game with double-digit eliminations. So far, this is a great start.
Yeah, for NRG, they need to make sure they take care of Twisted Minds. Or, you know what? They need to be careful, too, because Alpha7 is going to be close by. Alpha7 wants to get into this fight as well. Remember, they had to push out of the position that they were in. They still have all their 4 players alive. Grenades are going to start raining down there on Obscure. Obscure just swinging back and forth, but Rebel is going to be able to connect there with the nade. NRG currently positioning themselves to possibly end up third party in this fight, too. Whoever ends up winning this fight, it could be massive. I mean, this is 2 bonus teams. And 2 bonus teams, Alpha7 trying to expand on that lead. NRG trying to get a little bit closer to the top 7.
It's a battle on the edge of the circle. NRG have the advantage. They'll have all the sight lines here. Carrillo's stuck in a building with no vision at all. So NRG could definitely win this, but it is Alpha7. Look at them starting to spread out. They're trying to figure out what the play is going to be here because Carrillo's stuck. This is where NRG's got to use their numbers advantage. They got to try to go for these 4v1s, these 4v2s. That's going to get them to victory. As we watch Loops battling it out with Intense Game.
Loops is going to be looking around for any players from IG here. IG, the last player standing. Hayuya, they're actually being able to find that Loops player is going to be able to eliminate him as well. And Hayuya's going to have enough time here to heal up. As Loops, well, look to be possibly some easy points right there. Now they're going to have to worry a little bit more. This grenade could hit on Milos. He's going to end up backing off. And for Rafinha, this is going to be even a harder push here. You're going to have to worry about that one player left from IG. And on top of that, you have to worry about Team Queso. And Team Queso is currently just recovering all those players that were knocked.
Milos not able to get that one there. And Rafida snaking it out. Hayuya doesn't even want to peek that window at all, and I don't blame him one bit. Still looking at the circle. This is stage 5. Rafina forced in the building now. And he knows the second I walk out, I'm in trouble. Papi Potro's got the molly. There it is.
Uh-oh. Wood
I like that pre-fire.
Gonna be
he got him.
did.
Oh, and he's gone. Bird, baby, bird. Team Queso will take that elimination, and that stops the Loops run here. Team Queso so consistent, regardless of the situation. They're playing edge of the circle, and they still have 3 eliminations.
Mollies are just... I'm glad. I'm so glad more people are starting to use the Molotovs in PUBG Mobile Esports because we're starting to see their potential of what they're capable of. Not only just controlling certain fights, certain pushes as well that we have seen in the past, but little situations like that, just throwing it. You know what? It's going to end up extending itself. It's on wood floor, and he ends up catching that last player from Loops. That Loops players, though, not going to be happy about that. As we look at the circle here, I mean, Team Liquid. Could you ask for anything better? I know the coach
Silver
isn't
platter.
there, but come on now. This is perfect.
Silver platter. Now, what is NRG going to do? They have to battle it out with Alpha7, and Alpha7 get caught by the Latin Kings Navy SEALs. That opens the door for NRG in a fair fight. Casper's out of it, though. They are not hard committing everybody, and it may work out because it's just Revo up left. 24K. Pushing on in with that S12K. Let's see. Can they finish off Revo? They do. Alpha7 out of there. Big eliminations for NRG.
And for Alpha7 too, not a good match. Only being able to get 1 elimination when it looks so promising. But this is what we wanted to see out of NRG. 9 elims, and on top of that, being able to send Alpha7 back to the lobby. You wanted to see a little bit more aggression out of them. You wanted to see them being able to kind of focus on the final circles. At the beginning of the day, remember, what's the thing that NRG needs to do? Not finish, not get eliminated first. Focus a little bit more towards the top 5 finish and make sure all their 4 players are alive. Well, guess what? Right now, all 4 players are alive. They're going to have a lot of room to work with within the map. As we're going to be focusing over now to Influence Rage and Team Queso. Team Queso making a full push here. They're going to be able to find Law. Law's going to be able to just dance around a little bit more. He's going to be able to connect with 1 player of Team Queso, allowing his teammates to hopefully come and give him some support, but it's not going to be enough as Law gets eliminated there. And it's now only Big Milo from Team Queso standing.
Oh, Twisted Minds go down. So that's going to stop their double points run there. Looks like they're not going to be able to catch Alpha7 anytime soon. But this is still a big game for NRG. And you can see them there right on that right-hand side. Diego forced into a 1v1. Goes for it. Close match. But he's going to get the last laugh there. So now Diego, king of this hill for now. But for how much longer? Because NRG is right there. He's going to have to get into it with Cardi-C as well. Oh, Team Queso gets shut down. Tough fight for them.
Too. Out of all teams there now, Influence Rage is going to still have this player left standing. I mean, Influence Rage, if they could just clutch out more points, they're going to be able to close that gap there towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds being on that bonus points, they're just going to be able to just get even more points. Luckily for them, Influence Rage, I mean, Twisted Minds eliminated. They do have 1 more match, but close that gap. You don't want to go into week 3, Jukes. I know a lot of these Brazilian teams have that ego. They don't want to go in with another team above them by like 20, 30 points.
No, sir, they do not. Let's look at Cardi Steve. Cardi. Throws on the molly, but it don't matter. Diego quick with it. That UMP putting in work. 5 eliminations, 3 from Diego. He's really making it happen here for Influence Rage.
He was able to make it happen, and now he's going to be switching his focus there to NRG. NRG just trying to find a way inside into the circle, and it's going to be a tough one. We saw earlier what Team Liquid has to be working with, and I mean, they have just full control of that center. Where is this circle going to end up going? Vicious currently alive. That's a team that needed points. Furia as well, and boy, I'm telling you, Team Liquid, you guys got this, all right? Just make sure that when teams got a little bit closer, you end up doing what you were able to do week 1 and week 2, which was being able to be a little bit more aggressive and proactive, getting those eliminations.
Well, here's the question, 7. Do you think NRG have it in them to challenge Team Liquid here?
Crash into it? That's going to be tough.
There's only one place to go. There's only one place to go.
I mean, they have the vehicles, right? They currently have vehicles to work within that push if they try to go for it. But they're just going to be so out in the open.
Maybe catch this third party?
I think a third party would be good, but they also have to... There's just so many... The terrain of Miramar makes any types of push harder because you don't know what bumps you're going to end up hitting and how your car is going to end up flipping. That's the only worry for me. But I mean, with the way they're feeling right now, I'll actually love to see NRG make that push.
They have to start pushing on this edge. They have no choice. They better do it quickly. Ayala gets caught and Thirst's fate. That's a huge loss.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. NRG need to commit. They just lost that player. I mean, just kind of sitting idle. It's little plays like that that can be the difference from first place and second.
A bit of a tough situation, right, for that team because they're trying to find an angle. They're trying to see what would be an opening, and then your player just overextends a little bit too much. By the way, AGG does not realize that there is a Fury player very close to them. A Fury player could turn up the action, and he could end up catching one of them, or even if he has any type of nades. Influence Rage, the last player, Diego, going to get caught there by AGG, and we're going to be switching it over. Now it's going to be a top 5. Team Liquid still alive. We got Furia, AGG, and a bunch of other teams, and I want to see how this fight's going to end up happening. Furia, Arturosin, look how close he is to them. He could literally just turn to the side, surprise him with that UMP that he has, but he's waiting for the right moment. I think he's waiting for them to make that push. He's wanting AGG to fully commit to this.
I don't think they see him. I don't think Adrian knows.
I don't think
even
so
with
either.
that 3 peak. Yeah, I don't think he's looked that far to be able to see him. Next zone pops. Team Liquid blessed once again. Arthur said, hello!
Now's the time.
Oh, you didn't
waiting.
see him. He's waiting. Oh, and now he shoots! Wow, what a misstep from All Glory Gaming. Furia with the clutch plays. Hello.
That is that trigger discipline that we were looking for there. Now it's going to be Melgar, the only player left alive or left standing, at least for right now, from AGG. But Furia just played that out so well. Arturosin, you got to give that man some props, Dukes. One pass by, he still waited. Another one pass by, and then he started shooting. And on top of that, NRG is actually trying to steal some eliminations here from this fight.
Spec rolled on up into this fight, and he third-partied Furia. Nade goes down. Silence on the other side goes down, I believe. Arthur's in. What is going on here? Spec just showing up at the right time. It's just Kayovsky left. Oh, that nade hurt. That one hurt.
Almost getting knocked right there, and it is going to be Spec. That's actually a great surprise there by Spec, being able to clutch up some points for his squad. And on top of that, he's still going to have to worry about that last player from AGG. Fury is going to be left standing as well. 1v1v1 in this situation at the moment.
12 eliminations for NRG. Massive game for them. Kayovsky is going to get pushed out here, I believe, by the zone. It's going to be so close. He'll just have a little bit of room to breathe. Yeah, and Spec leave. Yep, Spec needs to get back to his squad. Oh, he can't eat too much blue damage, though. He's got 6 first aids. But Team Liquid should see him. Oh, this is going to be crazy.
Lots of blue damage there. Luckily, Team Liquid, it's being very passive, actually. There from earlier, I think they would have maybe shot at that. I don't know if they didn't have an angle possibly on it, but I'm actually surprised. Team Liquid right now with 3 eliminations in a top 4 situation, all 4 players alive. They have to win this game.
Oh, Spec!
What?
Dude, what is this guy on? Spec is going crazy here. They are feeling themselves. This is the NRG we've been waiting to see. Furia with the push. That is perfect for NRG. That opens the door for them. Gajowski makes it into the building with a miracle push. Oh, and barely avoids that molly.
Gajowski somehow still staying alive. And on top of that, Mythic actually ended up knocking Cardos in there. So Team Liquid is going to be down a player, and right now things are looking great for NRG, a team that we wanted to see a bit of a wake-up call. You have
Where's their
Gajowski.
coach?
Nades are being thrown. They're almost connecting there. NRG is trying to figure out how they're going to end up making this push, and all Gajowski needs to do here is he needs to end up surviving a little bit longer, but he ends up getting caught there by the grenades from Ayala. Ayala being too smart, being too aware, knowing that the player didn't end up getting eliminated even after all those mollies were thrown. And now Casper's going to be out in the open. He's going to be able to out-frag Ayala right there, getting that peek first. He needs to be careful, though. Mythic's going to be getting the angle right there, and it's going to come down to Spec, Jukes.
Spec versus the world. Oh, he has a tree, but the blue zone is going to close. He has to hit the shot of all shots here, or will he deny the point? He's going to deny the point. Team Liquid win that game, but what an absolute rampage from NRG. That was impressive. A ridiculous amount of eliminations. Where have they been, Seven? Where have they been?
This is the Team Liquid that we wanted to see at the start of the day, Jukes. But you know what? Hey, I did say 2 more games, bonus points. They need to go out there and get this kind of performances. Not only just in placement points, but also with those eliminations. And boy, did they get those eliminations.
That's huge, isn't it? 16 comes out of nowhere. The only thing missing was the winner chicken dinner. And let's not forget, if they pick up all 3 members of Team Liquid, they would have reached 19 eliminations, which would have been the record for the fall season. That's the path they were on, and I will say that is so impressive. And again, where was this? I don't know, but I'm glad it's here now. The thing is, though, they got started very late today. All right, 4 games in a row, we didn't see much from them. Game number 5, they finally show up. They've got a chance to replicate that success in game number 6, which would be a massive chunk, Hot Jukes. I mean, we're talking potentially 80 points over this game and the next if they, again, can replicate it.
It's possible. It's possible. I mentioned it at the start of this game that if they can get it done, they'll be in the conversation. And, I mean, a big step has been made here. Yeah, 19 and the chicken dinner would have been made. Once we saw that last knock right behind the building, I thought it was possible. But, you know, Team Liquid, I mean, they got that game handed to them on a silver platter, and they'll take that, and they needed it. Let's be real.
They too. They needed it desperately. They started today 207 points away from breaking into top 5. And unfortunately for them, our top 5 rosters have been doing very well. But even on your screen, we continue to see NRG. And this is where you really woke up, Seven, when they took down Alpha7.
Just the way that they were able to do it, too. On that push, on top of that, Alpha7 seemed like they were able to had already set their feet, too. For NRG to have that kind of push, I was not expecting it, especially with what we have seen today. That's why I was like, okay, all right, NRG, you're going to end up popping off here. And it's the confidence, like winning those fights for those teams, Hot Jukes, just creates such a big confidence that you could see it just throughout the match, increasing. For Spec to even try to third-party AGG versus Furia, I wouldn't have expected that at all if it wasn't after the fight between them and Alpha7.
I mean, just how close they got to winning that is ridiculously impressive. That just shows how much of a ceiling NRG has. Arthursit with the silent footsteps, dude. I mean, this guy did not move a muscle. That hurt. That hurts so bad. Those plays like that just sting.
Yeah. Well, Team Liquid, though, I mean, there is light at the end of the tunnel, at least finally. They get a winner chicken dinner. It's been a long time since they've been in this position. We have to go back a couple of days where they ended up winning on Erangel map number 3 with 13 elims. But aside from that, 3 days later, they finally returned to the winner's circle. But not the biggest game, though, 7, but it's still at least something. It's something. You gotta give them credit.
Congratulations, Team Liquid, on the win. You guys get the win, 5 eliminations. But as we were saying throughout the whole match, it was given to you. Yeah, we know that you guys can win in that kind of performance. We know if you hold the center of the circle, this is the performance that we expect out of you. If you guys wouldn't have won, I would have actually been nitpicking at you guys' performance throughout that match. But I just want to see what this team does when they're challenged. That's all. That's the answer that I need. That's the question that I need answer from this squad.
All right. Well, 44 points for NRG. That is massive given their performance over the past 4 maps. I'm glad they woke up in map 5. And a curious statement from you, Hotchuk, saying, you know, what is their ceiling? Is this their ceiling? How high can they go? I mean, it's so hard to perform with 16 eliminations each and every day. In game, I should say, excuse me. But, I mean, really, how good can NRG as a roster be?
I mean, they could easily be, I mean, they could win this thing. That's how strong of a roster I believe they are. It's just mistakes that they make that are, they're so fixable. That's the thing, is that they're so fixable. It's just some little ideas they have, or one player's out of position. Once they tie that up, they're going to be hard to deal with. We saw that last game. Once they started getting going and feeling themselves, these guys are ridiculous. And let's be real, like Team Liquid, yeah, they were supposed to win that game, and they did, right? But it got close. And the fact that it even got close, considering their position, you got to commend NRG for that.
All right, no movement on the top 8 to be expected. Team Liquid holding on to what they got, and good on them for doing so. They definitely needed to. Let's say they drop a goose egg here. Influence Rage would have passed them. Team Queso would have passed them, and Team Liquid would have dropped all the way down to 5th place. So they got a winner chicken dinner when they needed it the most. And the 5 eliminations didn't hurt either. But that's where they were at. They were going into Game 5 with the potential to dropping down to number 5. And luckily they did not. Doesn't mean they're out of hot water just yet, 7. It just means they avoided the danger zone just for now.
And let's see if this team's going to be able to carry a little bit of momentum, right? We're talking about how that game was just pretty much given to them with the circle and the way that they were able to kind of position themselves. What's going to happen in the next game? I hope that it's not going to be a 0-point game out of this team. I kind of want to see the players getting a little bit of that momentum behind them because of what Hot Jukes and I were talking about. We don't want to get we don't want to let the pressure get to them just yet. We want them to stop making excuses, figure out what was the issues whenever the circles wasn't going on their favor, and see if they can actually continue to improve on that.
Yeah, I think it was the coach kind of called in and was like, hey, guys, I'll help you out. Hey, look, I don't like the way they're talking to you on the desk. And I got you. I'm going to help out, man. NRG will move up over X Factor's first time. Hotchukes, NRG has passed up X Factor at all today. In fact, it's one of the only times we've really seen movement on the second page. The reality is, for that game, it was a wonderful game for NRG. But to be real, they still have a long way to go even to break into the top 8.
Absolutely. I mean, the road is long, but guess what? There's a road. You know what I'm saying? There is a road. And let's put it this way, for a lot of these teams, they ain't no more road, right? It's all darkness. They're just waiting to go home. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to NRG, right? They can see the light now after 44 points. They see the light.
Hey.
Let's go.
No matter how dark it gets out there, you better believe the Navy SEALs, even if they're at the bottom, they got those NVGs. They got
lights
night
out
vision
for the Navy SEALs.
Hey, they can see.
Lights out.
No, they can see because they got NVGs, baby. They're Navy SEALs for a reason. I told you, being at the bottom's not easy because you got to support the
lights out.
everybody on top. All right, well, there it is, everybody. 5 games down, 1 more to go. Erangel, map number 6, will be coming away in just a second. It's exciting because, again, for Team Liquid, they're not out of hot water just yet. Will they maintain their 3rd place position, or will they drop down? It's up to Influence Rage and Team Queso to have a strong ending to their day. But let's not forget, Team Liquid typically ends the day strongly, but so does Alpha7, and that makes things fun between the 2 Titans within the top 5 position. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 6 Erangel coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 15. The final game is upon us. We're hopping back into Erangel. Map number 6, the final chance for Group D to get their bonus points. We're looking at Alpha7 to potentially get even further up the rankings, maybe even inch closer to 900 for 9Z, for NRG, just to cover some ground, get closer to breaking into top 8, so maybe they can do it going into the final week. And for Twisted Minds, well, they don't need any help. They've been doing an incredible job. They sit in second place already as it is. Yeah, they've got Alpha7 in their sights, but I think for them, they just want to continue to create distance between themselves and Team Liquid. All that and more to unfold in game number 6. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes, and we're going to be the duo for the map number 6, baby. I'm ready to get it, Hot Jukes, so let's get it.
Let's get it. Last chance for Group D to double up this game right here. Let's take a look. Hey, you know what Group D stands for? Damn, Alpha7, that's a lot of points.
Yo, I like it. Yesterday was Group C for cheese. Today it's what really was. It should have been Group C for catastrophe, because it absolutely was a catastrophe for Team Queso. But yeah, I like it, dude. Alpha7, they've been great today. They really have. The fact that they have now broken 800 points, they're getting closer to 900. Again, by the end of the season, I want to see them reach 1,000. I don't think we reached that during the spring season, so Alpha7 is already exceeding expectations, and I'm so happy they got to this point, Jukes, because it took them a long time to clean up their act.
Yeah, and this was why I was so lax, especially at the start of the tournament when they weren't really performing so well, because I mean, this is typical of them. They just level up as time goes on. So far, this is the only team that has played as expected in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to Alpha7, all right, I'm like, I guess they're gonna get a 100-point day on their double points day. They do it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when they get a central position, they win the game. You know what I'm saying? So Alpha7, they are crushing it right now. And even though they had a slow start, the second they started firing on all cylinders, you could just see them get in their groove, and everybody else has got to watch out. The great thing, though, is, there are some other teams that are starting to pop off here in the late game.
That's right.
Which ones come to you?
Obviously, you got to get Twisted Minds credit. Loops has been absolutely on fire, been loving their progression throughout this entirety, really, of week number 3. I mean, week 3 has been the Loops week, as far as I'm concerned. The amount of points they've been able to accumulate is truly special. But even those that are further down, the Vicious, I've been loving their progress, right? This is all about progressing. Even if you don't make top 5, you're still looking for the future as a roster into a future season. And I think the Vicious is in a great spot. NRG, they are also looking great, even if they don't make it into top 5, top 7, which is still a long shot, right? They've got a great game potential here on Erangel map number 6. Maybe they can drop another 40 bomb, but I'm liking it. For 9Z2, the list goes on. I've been very, very impressed with those rosters outside of the typical talking points like Team Queso, Alpha7, Team Liquid, and even Influence Rage, who have just really shown up and shown out. By the way, just to point out, did you notice Cardozan down the river, totally separate from his team? I'm curious what happened, because normally when they go mainland, they'll land Shelter in prison and have that 2-2 split, but I've never seen Cardozan or his solo end up by himself way off in the distance.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to look for a separate vehicle. Yeah, that's what we're going to see him do right now, but something happened. You know, maybe he was looking for a vehicle, mislanded, but, you know, you can see Cardozan right there, looking good, and now on the move. So Team Liquid, we want to see them put up some serious points here. Twisted Minds, like you mentioned at the start of this game, they want to be able to create that gap between each other. So it's all is possible. But one thing is for sure, getting into top 7 and top 5, whatever, right, for NRG is going to be impossible unless they go crazy this game.
Yeah. Well, really,
another 40-point game is needed. Another 40-point game is needed here. A must.
I believe in them. I do. I want to see NRG. We've been harping on NRG so much, actually, to the point I was looking at chat, and they were like, oh, why are they so biased towards NRG? You know, what about X Factor? Well, we gave X Factor their props. You know, X Factor's been great. But today's NRG's double points, okay? They're a team that's been improving. They're a team that isn't scared to get mixy and dicey and be aggressive. And I love that about a roster. You know, when they go against Titans like Alpha7 in the last game, they pushed them. They took the fight to them. Some rosters back away. NRG did not. They pushed forward. And that just comes to show that even if NRG isn't necessarily making it to late game consistently, they're still going for it. They're not backing down. They're not playing safe. And what did you say at the start of the day, Hot Chooks? NRG has to be risky. They've got to be willing to risk it all, and I think today they've done that.
Yeah, and the crazy part is I think the last game was the first time we saw in a while, right? It's just how good this team can be when they start firing on all cylinders. Because I look at them in certain positions, I'm like, yeah, they'll just take this team out, it'll be good, and they look like they're going to win the fight. But then they just make simple mistakes where, like, you'll see Casper go run off and try to do some crazy off angle and then be out of the fight, and the rest of the team's in a 3v4, you know? Like, little tiny mistakes like that have just plagued this team. But once they start feeling themselves and they all become like one brain, they are insane as fraggers. Because the thing is that they have trained themselves to be in constant 1v2 situations. So when they actually play as a squad, it's ridiculous. I mean, you saw, like, once they knew the play, they took out Alpha7 fast.
Right. Yeah. And it's that confidence. You know, the way that I rate teams in BRs based off of, like, how much success they can have is multifaceted, but one of the key factors I look at is how quickly can they end an engagement once they get into it. Because the longer an engagement goes on, and we see it all the time, the longer a fight happens, the more risk you run at being third-partied, which is going to totally derail everything you've got going on. So you might win that initial fight that took you 5 minutes to win, but then the next 30 seconds you're fully eliminated because you got third-party by influence rage. But the way NRG confidently pushed Alpha7 and finished them early on and then was able to progress forward, that's what allotted them a second place finish in the last map against Team Liquid in that 1v1 on Miramar. So good on NRG. I like that. Again, they're a confident roster. They represent North America well, and I can't wait to see what they continue to do in the future. Now, we look at the zone, and it is all the way over towards the left side. You've got a couple of teams who have to break through. Inco, Team Liquid, 9Z, Influence, Rage. For some others, though, who are center zone, I'm looking at AGG, but more importantly, Twisted Minds. I love their positioning, and also X Factor being on the coast on the left side. I think Twisted Minds, X Factor, they might potentially have a great game here.
Yeah, totally possible out here, especially if the zone decides to center on up. You got Team Queso in those hillsides right here. This is a very strong position. The thing is, though, it can be weak from tons of other areas. So they got to commit to one spot of this whole entire area. We'll see what they decide here, because right now they're rocking a 4-man split. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Furia on top of Everest. So they're going to go ahead and hope to see this circle go north. Overall, this is a great circle for so many teams. Alpha7, because, you know, they dropped near North George. They didn't have to move a muscle here. But are we going to get a crazy toxic shift together, Taylor? Let's see.
Oh, I hope so, man. I love toxicity, especially in these zones. And and it does center up onto Everest. Fury is in a great spot now. In fact, they are now the favorites of this current zone, and it's so hard to challenge them. And the fact that they also have a vehicle to disengage, that's pretty powerful stuff. For Furia, they've also had a great day. We've harped on NRG, right, being a great roster, a good day, a great last game. But Furia is also a roster that is, desperately trying to claw their way up past loops to get into that, top 5 conversation. They round out in 7th place, but you can't be too happy there. You got the vicious AGG nipping at your heels. They've got a 60-point lead over those rosters, but regardless of Furia, they got to continue to punch the gas, brother. This map could be great for Furia.
They need it. They need this win. I mean, all these teams in the mid-pack do, especially Furia and the Vicious, since they are right there trying to clutch up one of those 6th place positions. Look at that. Molina gets taken out. The Latin Kings Navy SEALs tried to sneak by Furia. That did not work out. All Glory Gaming, getting into it with Loops now. Oh, Loops are in big trouble.
Big trouble. That nade's going to hurt. Rafina now forced to hill it out if he can. Inside the house, though, Nino trying to back away AGG as much as possible. He can't break out of this position. He knows AGG's just on the outside looking in. So for Nino, he's got to hold on tight. And luckily, AGG will be fully eliminated, but it's not necessarily good news for Loops. That means there's a third party inbound, and I believe it's VIP who's going to be moving up.
Oh, man, they are driving up easy for this. Nino's going to try to get a pre-nade here. Maybe he gets the bounce. Let's see. Nope, he does not. Goes down instantly. So that is 2 teams that are right above NRG, Taylor, right? That are out early. So NRG, the door has squeaked open even more for you. Everything is going right, but you got to clutch it up. This circle was not favorable for them, right? They were all the way on the south side. So now they have to push through quite a few teams. Let's see if they can make it happen from the edge.
I'm actually worried, though, that 9Z is at their backside, so I wonder how that's going to affect NRG. And Padrino is going to be the first one to move up onto Fate, and I believe Fate should be aware of this. Padrino's getting very close, and I question, why is he so separate from the 9Z roster as a solo? NRG, they can sniff him out, so he's got the vehicle. Fate's not going to shoot on him. So now they know somebody's around, or they should at least understand that Fate is over here. For 9Z, do they push past, or do they attack? And for Cinetexa, he might attack onto 24K.
Let's see. Spec, is he going to take the shots on a Choco? Patience. Cannot move a muscle. Oh, that's it. That's it. The bell has been rung. Spec, the trap play ends up working out for now. Now all they have to worry about is Cinetexa. 24K. Pre-firing with that shotty. That's going to do some good work here. Can't afford to get naded. And these are hard to throw nades onto. It's got to be perfect. Oh, the rest of 9Z.
Yo, where did that come from? 9Z comes in for the secondary attack. NRG starts to fall, and what looked to be an advantage for NRG now swings into the favor of 9Z, and that should be all she wrote, at least for now. Casper's going to run away and try to maintain his life, but that flying car threw NRG for a loop, and 9Z takes the win.
Oh my goodness. And NRG go back to doing some NRG craziness. This is how many times in a row where we do not see a full commit for the team, you know?
Right.
Casper should have just sent it there. He should have just sent it there, try to make a play. If they're able to get that win, then at least they have a few eliminations. But instead, he just tries to go out for what? Placement points?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. You can't play it safe. We were just talking about that at the start of the day, right? You cannot continue to play it safe. You've got to be willing to risk it all. Hey, but for Silence, he's willing to do exactly that. Nice jump shot to take down Law. And he'll disengage for the meantime. Furia, we talked about them on Everest. They have now left because the zone didn't favor them, but they are now going against the Titans of Alpha7. Team Liquid is also in this location. It's time to get mixy. And for Alpha7, they're starting to falter because Team Liquid's taking them. This is a perfect opportunity for Furia to move up if they decide to.
Oh, boy. You can see McGrellin throwing out some smokes already there, but that is such a difficult area to cross. They know it all too well. South George can get spicy. Mafioso taking an eye on those ridge lines, trying to get some information for the rest of his team. But this is still in circle, very, very close. So honestly, I don't expect any engagements happening from here at all. Let's take a look at this replay.
Oh my gosh, this is the replay from 9Z's perspective.
Unbelievable
that
shot.
was some great shots from Padrino, man. Beautiful.
But you see what I'm saying is, like, look, if Casper would have gotten there earlier,
right?
If you would have just full committed,
right?
They would have had a 3v1 on the Cinetexa, right? They finish that player, and the rest of 9Z has to commit to a 3v2, or they just leave, right?
Right.
So it's those decisions that I think that haunt NRG over and over, just trying to do too much. If they just stuck together, they could have made a play there.
And now looking at Casper, he's center zone. He's next to intense game. He's got X Factor around him. You know he's not making any moves. Casper, he's going to chill out. He's going to actually wait for somebody to push into him. He's not going to be pushing anyone himself. So for the most part, Casper is just looking for any elimination he could possibly get. Just get some more elimination points, maybe some decent placement points. But Casper's game plan is pretty much that. Just stay put and really see what comes his way. For the other rosters, though, they can continue to scour about. And for Team Queso, a roster that's exciting, they're still in a pretty strong position. They've had 3 eliminations so far. They still have all 4 members up, and they've got a great side of zone, which is pretty much dead at the moment. So they don't run the risk of getting anybody behind them. They don't run the risk of getting flanked. They've got everybody in front of them. But the point is they're now playing for placement points towards the end. Then they'll start getting the bulk of their eliminations. So even though they're at 3 right now, if they play this appropriately, pushing into everyone, who knows? They could finish with 10 plus.
Yeah, that is for sure. Anything can happen here, and big things can happen for these teams in Group D. Alpha7 can push that lead even further. 3 eliminations so far, not a bad start. They do lose 1 player, But with where they're sitting at the leaderboards, they don't got nothing to worry about. NRG! Casper, hey, you know what? It worked. Got 1 point.
Worked until it didn't.
Got one. But here's what I was talking about that risk earlier, right? Okay, you just confirmed 1 point. Great, right? If you would have pushed, you could have taken out 9Z, survived with 3 players up,
right,
and made something happen, you know? So it's those little plays like that that just, it hurts to watch as an NA fan because NRG, so much potential, but little mistakes plague them.
Ooh, over in the containers, we've got some spicy action. Got the Vicious, you've got Navy SEALs, and Navy SEALs have really not done a lot, right? When throughout this tournament, we saw them lose a member just a little bit earlier. Now you've only got 2 members up, and you got to go against the Vicious, who have been on fire. They've been highly consistent, and more importantly, they got 3 members up, and the nades, the utility, is just going to punish the Navy SEALs, who unfortunately will lose out on their lives, and I believe are just down to just 1 player. Inco Gaming also gone. Players are starting to fall. Now, one fight that I'm still waiting to pop off, and you mentioned that it might not happen for a little bit, is still that Alpha7 Furia Team Liquid location, right? Because all of them are just shoulder to shoulder, basically, but nobody wants to fight just yet, and I understand why. You want to see where the next zones go. You're in a hardcover POI, and really it's up to the other rosters to push in and not you. Why risk your lives when the others should be doing that for you?
That's true. That's true. And man, it's all about team play at this position. Look at Alpha7. They're rocking a 2-1 split there. Mafioso there in the building, in the apartment, just trying to hold on for now. This is still so central and circle. So Alpha7, actually, they don't even want to fight right now. They don't even want to deal with nobody. Team Liquid are down to 2. So it looks like this is going to be a rough game for them. Who is still in this that could really benefit from these points? Team Queso is right there.
Yep.
770. A good game here that could jump them up all the way almost to top 2, but I think Twisted Minds definitely need this as well.
Yeah, Twisted Minds is the big one, because remember, they still want to distance themselves from Team Liquid. That's their main goal. They want to, I mean, second place is a lot of money. If you could lock that in by the end of this fall season, right? I mean, and even first place, right? If they want to shoot for the stars, granted, Alpha7 looked too strong here, but you never know what the next week's brings. Prime example, Team Liquid, weeks 1 and 2, unstoppable. Week 3, where have they been? I'm not saying Alpha7 can follow that same suit, but you just never know what's possible. Each and every week, it's a fresh start, a fresh opportunity to make something happen. And for Twisted Minds, they've been an exciting roster without question. You know, at the start of the season, I knew Twisted Minds were good, but I didn't expect them to be top 2, truthfully. I would put, you know, Alpha7 there. I'd put Team Liquid there. You know, maybe Influence Rage, but man, Guizhou, Rattleboy, they've been stellar.
Yes, indeed. And Rattleboy, Guizhou, popping off. Oh, what could they do though against Team Queso? Oh, full commit.
Beautiful.
2v1 situation. They get it. Right on time. The rest of the team needs to start pushing to this.
And they
because,
are.
yeah, Poppy Potro's on the way. This is a battle between who can get there first, and Twisted Minds take off already. Ooh, barely survived. Guizhou did right there. And here comes Federal.
Here they come. Team Queso, Twisted Minds, who's going to end up ahead. Kogoat's down. The main Slayer for Team Queso doesn't mean that they're in danger just yet, but they've got to watch for the third parties, plus Twisted Minds pushing up. You mentioned Federal, and Federal will be the final dagger into this, really the chest of Team Queso, who has finished off. We highlighted Team Queso and how good they've been today, and I don't take anything away from them, but this was a game that I know they want to take back. If they could just take that fight differently against Twisted Minds, if they could be a 4-man unit, I know they would go back in time and make that so.
Oh, what a beautiful play there. Federal was able to make it, and that's honestly because he had Obscure in the back, but he was in a position, right, to be able to cover his teammate. That allowed Federal to push up, and then Twisted Minds just made it happen. Carrillo does get knocked here. Mythic is in no position to cross. He's going to stay right where he's at. No way he even leaves this building. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, so he is hard stuck. He's trying to finish it off with a molly, but it ain't going to happen.
I actually, I'm going to disagree with you. I think he's in a great spot. I do, because Alpha7 have to push in. They've got Papa Blue. They're the ones on the outside looking in. Granted, they have plenty of time. It's Team Liquid who can hold Alpha7 at bay if they could just set up appropriately. I think Alpha7 might be in more danger than we think here.
Well, let's see what they could do here. They have any smokes, they're going to throw them. Throw in a couple nades, make sure that top door is clear. The cross right here is going to be the play, though. If they can cross this opening, Team Liquid's going to be in big trouble. But look how Carrillo, he threw that smoke right there on that window. Caught him. And here they come. Chief hurting bad all by himself, trying to survive.
Second time he's been in a spot like this. He managed to take down a couple last time in a previous map, I believe on Sandhawk. And now Chief once again has to try and go for it. The smoke luckily gives him some distance. He's got all 3 members of Alpha7 just in front of him, and he's going to pop on a 1. He goes for the second, can't swing the corner tight enough, and gets taken down. And I take it back. I really thought Team Liquid was going to be in a better position there, but I underestimated Alpha7's use of utility, and that utility punished Team Liquid.
Alpha7 are just so good. Have great understanding of just where to put these smokes, where to eliminate sight lines, and man, use those nades to figure out where these other teammates are. It's like it is really just a game of chess. Putting a couple little plays out here, a couple little pawns, and then boom, here comes the night.
Oh, Furia might be in a tough spot. Granted, I think for the Vicious, I mean, swimming. If I'm Fury, I'm taking advantage of this. But closer and closer get the Vicious, and Augusta's about to have 2 players just off to his right. He knows they're coming, and he manages to take them down just like that. He waits, the trigger discipline pays off, and the Vicious will now exit and just be forced to spectate for the remainder of Game 6.
Oh boy, Strap getting some nice shots downrange. That takes out Baton's angle. Twisted Minds are still out of this circle. They have to find a way in. 9Z are still in the game. Alpha7 are still in the game. This is huge for Group D, folks. Let's see what Twisted Minds could do, man. Team Liquid being out early once again is gonna hurt. Only 1 point, Taylor.
Oh, that's tough, man. 1 point, final game of the day. It makes it hard to recover going even into the next day, but you got to have a short-term memory and let these bad games go, man, and because the ball just keeps on rolling. For Twisted Minds, they've had VIP close to them for quite some time. They have yet to kind of, do some heavy damage to each other, but you better believe they want to. And for Twisted Minds, they're separating. They're out of there. They want to get zone priority because they know VIP, they don't have a fast way of traveling. So if Twisted Minds can get in zone, which they're going to, they now have the advantage. VIP has to push it to them, and Twisted Minds can now put themselves in a gatekeeper role.
Yes, they can. And now, beautiful push up there. Federal is going to be that anchor point. Rata Boy, needs to try to get to his team safely. That dossier is on fire. Is he able to make it across? He does, and finds a safe tree. Perfect angle to gatekeep VIP here.
It's going to try, but
he's in nade range. He's in nade range, though. Yep. That hurts.
Oh, Cunha's about to hurt him. Cunha's about to hurt him, and Rattleboy is down. Now it's up to Queso and Federal. And Federal is already weak himself. VIP are doing a great job, but Federal could be the linchpin here, Hot Jukes. With him having this off angle, he might be able to help out more than VIP is most likely thinking. Oh, never mind!
He cannot. Queso is there. They're in a perfect position, but they pushed up just a little too early.
Yeah.
And it gave VIP so much time to make these plays. Queso dodges the vehicle and gets taken out. Well executed from VIP.
In hindsight, now looking at their positioning, Twisted Minds, they kind of staggered themselves, and they didn't necessarily get all the way in zone, and it's kind of weird that they chose a low ground as opposed to a high ground, right? Because that gave VIP a good advantage to be able to chuck their nades and their utilities. So I wonder, Hot Jukes, if Twisted Mind should have went a little bit further into zone and got a better positioning overall as opposed to what they just did, and gave VIP really the proving ground to clutch up that fight.
Yeah, it was so hard because they couldn't go to the top of that hill because they knew if they did, they would have gotten shot by the teams inside the circle. But the problem is like not so much the position, but the timing of it. If they would have done it right when the zone was closing, 9Z, or we would have just seen them get pushed out to circle. VIP would have gotten pushed out, and it would have been an easy squad wipe. But since they did it so early, VIP was able to just relax for a little bit, throw their util, and then able to take advantage of that situation. So now VIP do move up. They are getting mighty close to 9Z here. Next circle, will it go towards Alpha7? It does. So they still hold on to this zone. Man, this is going to be a tough one, though, because this circle could go into the wide open. Literally nothing but flatlands.
I love VIP's positioning, though. You got Havlik, he might be annoying, but 9Z is just stuck in this hard cover just in front. And for VIP, if they can play this appropriately, I think they can have a huge advantage. With the smokes out, does Strap push?
Strap's got to push, man. He's got to push, but he's getting peppered all over the place. 9Z should start throwing that util. Yep, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Apply a little bit of that pressure to VIP. Strap gets taken down. That hurts. Mafioso sneaking up on Remix, saying, hello, Remix. How have you been, buddy?
Oh, he's sneaking too. He's going on the hunt. He knows he's got it. You just got to hit those shots, and we'll see you later, Remix. Mafioso, so sneaky. I'm so used to seeing Alpha7 fly and fry. To see Mafioso sneak like that, it's kind of jarring. It took me aback.
That's what I'm saying. Alpha7, they definitely have that ability to just switch from passive to aggressive, like a light switch. Furia getting taken down here. They're going to go out to blue. There's nothing they can do.
That's tough, too, because they were playing so well. Look
at that push, though, on the bottom.
Yeah.
Or that replay.
VIP.
He really gave it their all.
So, Furia, they don't have a lot of numbers. In fact, they only just have one player, Augusta. They just stayed on that coast a little bit too long. They couldn't break in. The hardcover POIs were already locked in, so they're gone, unfortunately. But 5 eliminations, they'll take that for the final game of the day. Not too bad of a performance throughout the 6 games as a whole. I'd give them an A+ as far as I'm concerned. But now you got 4 rosters remaining. Intense Game, X Factor, Alpha7, and 9Z. And Hot Jukes, all of these rosters have 3 players left, so it's about to get scrappy.
That is correct, but only 2 of these rosters are in Group D. That's Alpha7 and 9Z. So let's see if they're able to double up these points big. Alpha7 already having a perfect game considering where they're at on the leaderboards. 9Z need to take everybody out here in order to really stand a chance to get into that top 5, which is so far away for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like literally winning like nonstop games for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it'd be tough. It'd be tough. But it's a start, right? And you can't give up. They're already in this position. They fought hard so far. Might as well go all the way. Get this winner chicken dinner if you can. But loving where Alpha7 is at. But the question is, how hard is it going to be to rotate in? I guess not too difficult. I mean, really, 9Z, they're in a good spot, but they're kind of isolated. I do wonder where the next zone pool is going to be. That's a big field that they have to cover.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this is going to be it right here. Stage 8. The zone will close down to the center from here. And I think the center is the wide open. So I don't see this going all the way to the end. That's for sure. It's going to be a battle. You can see 9Z. They're going to be the first ones to get pushed out. That's going to make things really, really tough. And yeah, X Factor realize it. So they are starting to push on into this building. And they beat Alpha7 there. That's huge.
All right, so now Alpha7 has to take it back. X Factor, FSS, a player that we've been wanting to step up on this X Factor roster for the longest time, and I think he absolutely has. But how can he hang with Havlik, Capri, Alpha7 just above, Poppy Sour looking to play spoiler, and he can absolutely do so. For the meantime, X Factor looks to be a little bit stuck, but, I mean, when did the fireworks start popping off?
They'll pop off as the second the zone touches these players. They are not going to leave until the last second. But, oh, one of the Intense Game players get caught. Perfect timing, though, because he's able to get res here, no problem.
Alpha7 will go ahead and reposition over to the left side for Intense Game.
They said X Factor's too difficult. We can't push out in the open like that. We got to go another route. So they are slowly deducting their way into this zone little by little.
So now... Oh, 9Z is going to have to rotate in too. The question is anybody going to even have time to focus on 9Z when they start going into the field? I don't think they're going to be able to because they're so focused on X Factor. You've got Intense Game here in Alpha7. This is where the fight is. If I'm 9Z, I'm trying to play as passive as possible and go for the top 3 in the final elims and potentially third party any of these engagements that are surely about to go down.
Oh, let's see how the bike.
Oh,
no way! Neither were trying to do the bike Tate. That is hilarious. Pedrito's gonna get knocked out here. And now we're gonna see who's gonna win this game. Alpha7 gonna be on the move. They used all that action to push themselves up even closer to Intense Game. Oh, Guapo.
I love Guapo's
He's got
spot.
the sightlines.
Love where Guapo's currently at. Mafioso, though, knows he's there. Backs away for the meantime. That's a good dodge. Just off to his right, though, he's going to have X Factor, so this is about to get scrappy for sure. Havlik, FSS, they've got Poppy Sour trying to hold him down. Meanwhile, McGrellin's going to be on the lower level. Guapo still refuses to leave this high ground. Why should he? And these buildings are just becoming a nuisance for really anybody. And I tell you what, this is challenging the mental of all 3 of these rosters. I don't care how good they are.
It was a 3v3v3, but Carrillo goes down. That is huge. What can Mafioso do? Can he catch these players on the cross? But no, X Factor right there. He is stuck. The pre-fire from X Factor is too strong. Now they have the advantage. But McGrellin gonna have to make a play. Guapo able to just barely get that heal off. It's still anybody's game.
Oh, is he gonna throw it to the top window? He does it. He throws it down low. Mafioso's gonna fall. X Factor manages to take him out. Now Havlik knows he's gonna have Ayuya just in front of him. FSS will reposition for the player on the right. Meanwhile, though, Capri manages to find Guapo. Numbers are starting to dwindle, and X Factor is looking like the heavy favorites. And Ayuya manages to pick up Havlik. Capri, though, from the off angle, is going to manage to throw out a nice nade. I thought Ayuya was going to be connected now, but he doesn't. I mean, it's now down to a 1v1v1, and the question is, who wants it more?
Ayuya clutches up a 1v2 once again. Dodges the nade. He's getting that full boost going. McGrellin jumps down, and he takes him out. Ayuya gonna go down to the play zone. It is an X Factor chicken dinner right there. It's about time.
It's about time at X Factor. They set up nicely. They had the advantage going in. Well, at least they took the advantage for themselves. We were looking at Alpha7, the way that they were playing, you know, you had to favor them given their positioning, but once the fight started to break out, it was all X Factor. They held their ground, and they did so very well. And it's so interesting because at the start of the game, we were talking about NRG so heavily, and I mentioned that chat was like, why are they so heavily, you know, just narrating around NRG? Why don't they talk about X Factor? Well, I guess now we have to, because they get to win 7.
Well, you know what? X Factor was able to play that out perfectly, especially from the west, waiting for everybody. Earlier on, they had just so much control of the map towards the west. They were able to position themselves in such a great way. But the way that they were able to third-party fights too, stopping being able... I really love that 9C did try to make that push there with the bicycles. You know what? GG's to you guys. I wish we would give style points sometimes.
Display, though.
Yeah, I was going to go back to this one. The main fight, and I totally agree with what you were saying there, Hot Jukes. I do hope that NRG kind of narrows down when they end up pushing. They need to just fully commit. They can't be having those doubtful thoughts of, okay, do we push now? Do we back off? They need to just fully commit to fight.
Yep, it's an automatic L. Every single time they've done that, it's an automatic L. If they just sent everybody and are like, hey, we win this fight or we lose, oh, I guarantee you they will have so much success in tournaments like these. Because you see like teams like Alpha7, they never do that. They send everybody and they go out early. That's how it goes.
But even this fight, right? Team Queso versus Twisted Minds. You know, Team Queso just can't get together in time. They Twisted Minds is able to isolate a solo, and that's a big loss for Team Queso, who I wanted to see finish off the day strong. Again, they had an incredible day, but what was at risk, right? Passing up Team Liquid. That was definitely a possibility, and they only get 3 eliminations, so I don't think it was it. But Furia, good on them for finding out the Vicious there. I did not expect Augusta to pick up both of them. I thought they were going to be able to sneak up, but he had his head on a swivel, and you got to appreciate that. But VIP also had a great run here, Hot Jukes, and I was very impressed with that. You know, they found themselves in great positioning. They wolfpacked together, and they looked like the VIP you would expect them to be.
Yeah, I'm glad to see we see some teams at the bottom that are making it happen a little bit. This is my favorite, though. Look at this. Aragon on the fight team, dude. Battle faster! Battle faster!
Oh, 7, were you surprised? Probably not, but like for me, I'm looking at 9Z. I'm expecting like these 3 teams here to be fighting in this you know, contested area. I thought 9Z was gonna have a free rotate.
They were inside the circle. I gotta go back to that overall because I was just shocked that they even tried to do that rotation in the bicycle. I'm like alongside with Hot Juke saying, you know what are you gonna do? Tell the players to paddle faster? Tell them to zigzag? It's just such an interesting situation. But I was surprised though, something that we didn't get a chance to point out there, but you guys did point out during the cast, is how Alpha7 was able to just sneak up, especially Mafioso being able to sneak up on some of those players there. And I love that Hot Juke was able to kind of brought this back too. Alpha7 just has that on and off switch. If they need to be aggressive, they're definitely able to be aggressive. If they need to just be patient and wait for things to play out, they definitely do that. And it's just such a great way to see Alpha7 play now.
And you know what? To deepen that conversation a little bit more, when I look at Alpha7 and they have that on and off switch, that's pretty unique to them and only them. When I think about Team Liquid, they're at their best when zone is given to them, and basically, you know, they're able to center up and they're able to punish teams who push into them versus them punishing teams that they're pushing into, right? And then you look at like other rosters such as NRG, and I think NRG's switch is go, 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 go. They don't really have an off switch to settle down and play zones, right? But Alpha7 is a unique roster, right, Hot Chooks, where they can be versatile, and that's what it takes to be a world champion. So you can slow things down, you can speed things up, you can remain neutral. If you don't have those three characteristics, you're not a world champion, but that's why Alpha7 is.
They're the best in the world for a reason, guys. That's all I could say. I mean, these guys put in so much work. Their coach is phenomenal. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the proof's in the pudding. The proof's in the pudding. Like, yeah, they go aggressive, they play passive, and even when they're doing sneak plays together without missing a beat, it's like they always position themselves in a place to help each other out. So if something goes wrong, man, are they gonna surprise somebody? Everybody jumps up at the same second. It's wild to watch.
Well, Alpha7 will almost have a 100-point lead over second place. That was the goal of the day 7. They did very well, but there were also some other big movers. Twisted Minds into second place, but not by much, but still in second. Team Liquid drops to third, and then Influence Rage and Team Queso will round out the 4 and 5. But you mentioned it from PMGC, right? We potentially opened up spot 6 and 7, which is where Loops and Furia sit. So now the pressure is really on for Vicious, right? Number 8 to break into top 7, but they've got a large gap to clear.
They do have a big gap, and I mean, it's gonna come down to that bonus day and how this team is gonna be able to take advantage of it. We have seen them being able to take advantage in the past in regards to stats. Can they do that again? And the thing is that this team doesn't really have that much time to kind of buffer, right? They are a team that's in Group A. They are gonna be playing those bonus points on Thursday, so they have Wednesday to kind of work out. But the main thing, and the main thing that we kind of been harping on as well, is just consistency out of this team. It's not just bonus day. Yeah, bonus day, you have to have pop-off performances. But on those days that you don't have the bonus days, you just need to be consistent. And to give X Factor some props here, you know what? You're currently in 11th place. And you're not even having to worry about being in the top 5 or possibly the top 7. You're just worrying on the PMGC battle points with Inco.
Yeah.
If Inco continues to throw, if X Factor continues to at least just clutch up points, more points, they're going to have to double it, though, because I think the difference that we saw at the beginning of the day was something along the lines of 100 points.
Yeah, well, let's bring that PMGC graphic up once again and start discussing this, Hot Chooks, right? Because what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about potentially 2 more additional spots being opened up. And the reason why, and by the way, this is accurate to the day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
accurate to the day. So what's important about what we're looking at, and what are we looking at as a whole for the viewers?
Yeah, so for everybody watching right now, obviously the goal is top 5, because top 5 gets you a golden ticket to PMGC League stage, right? But the thing is there's also going to be a slot given to who has the most PMGC points. That's the total points added from the spring and the fall right now. And you automatically get a slot if you're at the top of that. So we see Alpha7, they're going to get it, right? Team Queso, they're definitely going to get it. Inco Gaming are not going to touch them, right?
Right.
But, you know, Inco and X Factor. So Inco are very low on the leaderboards here, but they're going to still make it if they can hold on to this spot. But X Factor, that's still a big road to cross. It's almost 100 points, but it's possible. It is possible.
Bonus points day. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? And luckily, they've got it first. So we'll have our answer relatively quickly. They'll have their bonus points on Thursday. But you're right, it's a big gap. For NRG, honestly, NRG has to make top 7. They've got to make top 7 that's the only way. Yeah, it's the only way, because they're not passing up X Factor. They're not passing up Inco at this rate. So it looks like those 3 teams should be solidified, especially Team Queso. But, the question, North America, what's going to happen with them? One team's going to get a slot. Who is it going to be, 7?
Yeah,
I know you don't know, but
it's going to be a toss-up, man. The thing is, like, Inco sometimes put good performances and they're able to show, like, why they are at this stage. And then they absolutely disappear. And for X Factor, it's the same thing, right? They're able to put good performances like we were just able to see, and then they disappear. It's just going to come down to consistency, and it is a big gap. I mean, I feel like X Factor could close it up. It's going to come down to that last game.
Come down to the last game, man. And the last game will be next Sunday. It's crazy to think that the ending is upon us. This was day 15, right? and things are starting to get pretty scrappy on the top for the top 5, especially for the money, right? I mean, we still have $220,000 on the line. We've been talking about PMGC this entire time, but we've got those additional bonuses being earned, right, each and every week. We've got $220,000 up for grabs for, naturally first place getting the bulk of that. So, like, there's a real reason to continue to hammer home these games and do your absolute best, because it could mean the difference between thousands and thousands of dollars from one spot to the other. But what a day it was. 6 games down, and we definitely learned a lot, and I'm glad to see Team Liquid wake up at least for a little bit from their slumber, getting a winner chicken dinner. Yep. We'll see how they do next week. It's a fresh start. They get 2 days off, and hopefully that's going to help their mental. 7, it was great working with you, brother. What's your final words before we get out of here?
For me, it's going to be Team Liquid. What are they going to be able to do in the final week if they are challenged again with those circles? If that coach isn't there, how are they going to be able to react? That's going to be the big question that I need to answer, Team Liquid.
I say get the private jet going, brother, and fly him down there, because they need him ASAP. Hot Chicks, great day, man. It was wonderful casting with you. What's your final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, he needs to get over here in the Chancla Mobile at this point, dude. I mean, Team Liquid needs some help bad. I mean, it's so crazy to watch, but 1 week left to go. We've seen just how crazy these bonus points are. Anybody can still make it. That's the crazy part, is like, yeah, with how we've seen these performances, there are some teams that there's just no chance, but there's still so many squads that can, I think, surprise us. And I think we're still going to get surprised here next week.
I think so, without a doubt, especially with how close the standings are within the top 5, and then even that 6th and 7th slots, right? And the Vicious, who knows what they're going to be able to do. We've seen them pull off miraculous plays. Maybe we get PB back on the desk just to give them a little added buff, and who knows, maybe they win 3 or 4 games in a row. Well, there it is for the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season. Day 15, week number 3 is officially over with, and that leaves 1 more week left. We'll be starting back up again on Wednesday at 5 Eastern time, and that'll be the start of the end, the final chances to break into top 5, maybe even top 7, and well, to get the most money. First place, after all, is $50,000. So I know everybody's going to be shooting for that, because second is $35,000, a $15,000 difference between second and first. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Jukes, 7, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back again on Wednesday for day number 16, week number 4 at 5 Eastern.
Big Milo with the MG3. That's the gun to have right there. Gets lost. Says, where are you looking at? Can he finish this out strong? Little boy with the laydown. Sees Papi Potro, gets the knock, but he gets ran over. Actually, no, it's Big Milo once again. Does some nice shots, but that S12K is a little too far away. Finally switches to the Scar, but it's a little too late.
I'm scratching my head. I don't know what just happened there from Papi Potro. I don't know if that was going to end up working out for him, but if he would have been able to just take out his Scar and hit those shots, it would have been easy for Team Queso. Now it's going to come down to Big Milo. Can Big Milo hold off Team Furia, as Furia's just sending it and just clutching it?
I just take this team on by myself, but McGrellin gets the nice knock. Mafioso with the push. S12K in hand. Can he hold it down? He does.
He is going to be able to get that knock right there. Now it's going to be the last player. Arturo's in, having to deal against anybody. He was able to get one with McGrellin.
Is going to be the linchpin in this fight. He has that high ground on the rock, and I say high ground, but I mean, look, he's got a great head glitch. Wancho, he's got to try and spot him out, but now, and I take it all back. Nino drops. Wancho starts to wake up, but not soon enough, and Loops will take over the victory.
Beck versus the world. Oh, he has a tree, but the blue zone is going to close. He has to hit the shot of all shots here, or will he deny the point? He's gonna deny the point. Team Liquid win that game, but what an absolute rampage from Hayuya. Clutches up a 1v2 once again, dodges the nade. He's getting that full boost going. McGrellin jumps down, and he takes him out. Hayuya gonna go down to the play zone. It is an X Factor chicken dinner right there. It's about time.